Hey everyone, Martin here. Today I'm going to be making a new Banjo-Kazooie 100% tutorial for the Reverse B Adventure route. So first thing we're going to want to do is go set up a glitch called Furnace Fun Moves. So the gist of this is to have a file that you have on your cartridge that has gotten a Furnace Fun without learning Eggs, Flying, or Gold Feathers. So you want to ignore those three moves and get to Furnace Fun. There's really nothing else to it. Also, you want to avoid getting health upgrades if you can, since the glitch requires you to die, so you're going to want to have as little health as possible. So we're going to make our way to Furnace Fun to get this glitch set up. This is required before starting any run. So if you're familiar with Banjo speedruns, you've seen runners do this a bunch of times, since it is required before every run. Unless you reset in Spiral Mountain, in which case if you save and quit, the Furnace Fun move glitch will still work. It stops working as soon as you enter Grunty's lair. So any run that you reset from Spiral, you can save and quit and you'll be fine. But as soon as you get to Grunty's lair, you have to reperform the glitch before you start your next run. And all this glitch is going to allow us to do is to have all of the moves in the game that we had learnt on our FFM file in our speedrun file once we enter Mumbos. So here, all you want to do is just die 3 times. I guess we can touch on a few basic things right now. One of the common things we do in the run is skip text, which you do by pressing LRB. This specific text in Furnace Fun, you can just mash B to skip, which is a unique thing. There are some text boxes in the game that can be skipped by pressing B only. This is one of them. I'll be pointing that out as we go on throughout the tutorial. Also, I should point out there are 2 mini games in Furnace Fun that are bad. You can't die on them, which is Vile and Sandcastle. So if we get either of those, they're unideal. You want to get any mini game but those. So sometimes Furnace Fun moves can be a bit tricky. I don't want to say tricky, it's just annoying, you know? It's just random, whether you get the minigame or not. Either you get it or you don't. Ah, my bad. I don't remember all of my grunty questions. Only some of them. Sometimes I get them wrong. So you just want to make your way to this minigame square. And hopefully we'll get good luck. Good stuff. So yeah, this is, you know, probably the best minigame to get. This is the one where you can die the fastest. So you just want to run in the mummy 5 times. In this case, 4, because we got a question wrong in Furnace Fun. And just move on. Alright. Here you can mash start. Skip the cutscenes. And then we're ready to start our run. So I personally do my runs on file 3 for 2 main reasons. 1, file 3 lags less than any other file on startup. And B, to skip the intro cutscene in this game, you need to hover over a file that has seen it. In this case, both my file 1 and 2 have seen it. So I can just automatically skip the intro cutscene. But let's say you decide to start your files on file 1. Then before you start, you're going to have to go to file 2, assuming, you know, file 2 has seen the intro cutscene, then hover back to file 1 to start your run. It's an extra step. It's not that great. And file 1 and file 2 are also slower, so don't recommend it. I highly recommend using file 3 for runs. It's pretty much the standard these days. But outside of that, once you're done setting up Furnace Fun, you're good to go, really. You're ready to start your run. So what we're going to do here is press A. Once the screen goes fully dark, hold start. That'll skip the intro cutscene. Here, the movement that I do to go up the bottles is hold down right on the joystick notch. And once we get to the fence, I hold right and press A. It's going to go something like this. And once bottles start stocking, you want to press LRB to cancel the text. Just like that. Then hold A to fast forward this text. And once he's done talking, you want to mash B to decline the tutorial. And then cancel text after. A thing I should mention that can't happen, which is a pretty common thing in this game, is that when you're holding L and R, every other input's canceled. So you can see here I'm trying to press A, but I can't jump. So when you're declining the tutorial, if you mash B and then try canceling the next text box too fast and it didn't register that you press B to decline the tutorial, it's just going to stay there. The game's going to still be waiting for your input. So you want to make sure you are mashing B and then cancel the text to make sure you decline the tutorial, cancel the text to move on. Yeah, I just want to point that out. That's something I've seen with new people. Some little mistakes that happen here and there. So on Spiral Mountain, the most common movement you're going to do is roll flutter. And the fastest movement without Talon Trot is just rolling. So you want to be rolling as much as possible if you can. And if you can cancel the flutter, you can be rolling longer. Then you're going to want to make your way up here. So you want to take the most direct path. So if you go back to where Bottles is, It's pretty straightforward. You kind of just want to go in a straight line towards that wall. Kind of like this. Obviously, you know, it might not look as clean as that. But ideally you want to move in, you know, a very straight line, very straight path, best of your ability. And this jump can be pretty tricky as well. This jump sometimes doesn't work. It's a mystery to everyone, just like that. Yeah, like straight up, this jump just sometimes doesn't work and sometimes it does. So it's kind of like a lottery, whether you get it or not. But if you're a new runner, I wouldn't get too caught up on it. Shouldn't be the biggest mistake. You should really just focus on your fundamentals and movement more so than like tricks or little tidbits here and there. Movement goes a long way. To put it simply, movement saves minutes and tricks save seconds. So you're going to want to make your way to this collywobble. You want to kill it, jump. So this honeycomb always jumps like high in the air. Well, that's not true. It can jump lower. But after you kill the collywobble, you want to jump and then grab the honeycomb in midair, and then flutter away, and then just keep making your way. Roll, flutter, roll, flutter, roll, flutter. Then I usually stand about right here, and then I hold up left on the notch, and then you just hold B, and you're going to get propelled forward, hit the rock, and then I move to this spot on the ground. So if you look, there's a small black spot on the ground, that right there. I like to stand like basically right next to it, and you just beak barge with the same angle, so up left, then I move left, and then past this dark spot on the ground, I just keep holding left, beak barge, then I hold down left, a little bit in the middle, and beak barge this one. So this rock's the hardest. I don't hold a notch for this. You're going to want to get a feel for it. But it's kind of like slightly up from down left, and you can hit it. And the honeycomb for this rock has kind of the same caveat as the, you know, the collywobble. If it jumps really high in the air, just jump to grab it, and then flutter away. And just keep, you know, roll fluttering your way through spiral. Here you can turn your camera around if you want. I personally just keep it this way. Honestly, it doesn't really matter too much. I see people do it either way, as long as you just enter the water and start swimming. Keep in mind when you're swimming, always hold R. Same thing with flying, never let go of R. That you just swim in, swim out. It's pretty basic. There's not much to explain there. But yeah, like an important thing with swimming, I'll show the difference right now. If you hold R, you have significantly better control. You can see like I'm turning really sharp, and I have really good control of Banjo like this. But if I'm not holding R, it looks like this, which is awful. There's no reason to never just hold R while you're swimming or flying, since it applies to both the sharp turning technique. So once I get over here, just want to roll flutter. I'm going to show the way I normally do this honeycomb, which is by jumping here and rat-a-tat wrapping. A common mistake I see people do with this honeycomb is just not delaying a rat-a-tat wrap. So it's a pretty big gap. So you're going to want to delay a rat-a-tat wrap for as long as possible without being too low to not reach the stump. So I'll show you a bad example. If you do something like this, you can see like I'm way off. But I rat-a-tat wrap pretty early and my jump didn't get very far. But let's say I jump and I wait, and then I rat-a-tat wrap, then I make it. Obviously there's a bit of leniency, so there I rat-a-tat wrap pretty early. Like you can definitely wait longer, kind of like this. Like you see I'm a bit lower down, but I still made it. You can still make it. If you're struggling a bit with that strat, there's two other ways you can get this honeycomb. You can roll into the stump, jump rat-a-tat wrap, and make sure you're touching the stump. If let's say you're approaching the stump, and you like jump and don't hit the stump and jump rat-a-tat wrap, you're not going to get it. So you definitely want to make sure you are touching it if you're going to get up with a rat-a-tat wrap. And then if that's too much, you can always just backflip. It is a bit slower, of course, but just find what you're comfortable doing at the end of the day, and then upgrade your strats as you come and go. So here I want to mention you don't want to press B anywhere near this molehill. So when you're doing your roll flutter like rotation, you want to make sure by the time you get here you are not pressing B, otherwise you're going to talk to bottles. Here you're going on a backflip, and you want to press A. That'll put you to the top. So the difference this makes is if you climb to the top, you have a little animation where you have no control over your actions for the duration, but if you jump, you have immediate control of Banjo after. So you can jump again, flutter, and you just want to keep going over here. The movement's pretty basic for Spiral. Ideally, you want to jump in a straight line, do as many roll flutters as you can. Here I roll, flutter. And here an important part is you want to land in the middle of this, and then roll immediately. And just roll, flutter for the whole duration in this. By the time you get to the end, your spacing will be perfect. Here this is a roll extension, so I'm going to explain this. So if you do a high jump at the end of your roll, it's going to extend your roll momentum through the high jump. So let's say you high jump in place, like you notice you don't really move that much. But if you roll and then high jump, you see you preserve your momentum and you keep going. So that's how you want to approach that jump. Here we're going to touch on bottle skip. So you want to go to this corner right here. And you're going to hold your joystick in the direction you want to land. So we're going to want to land on this corner. So we're going to hold upright. And then we're going to hold it for a little bit and let go. If you hold your joystick for too long, it's going to push you further along the edge and you're going to trigger bottles text box. If you'll hold it for a little bit, it'll put you right on the corner of the edge so you don't trigger bottles. Alright, I messed it up. I'm not used to doing it in, like, you know, stopping motion, but... yeah, it's really hard to showcase here because I don't normally do this in runs, but it looks a little bit like that. So you want to hold your joystick, let go. For like half a second, I would say. It takes a lot of, you know, getting used to, getting comfortable with it. And honestly, like, I never do it like this. Like, the camera never looks like that because normally when I approach it, I can show you. Like, I'm always in motion. I'm always going, so my camera looks like this. And that's what it looks like. And you jump flutter and just keep roll fluttering across this bridge. Before we enter this loading zone, another thing you can do here is roll high jump, extend your roll through here, which is normally what I do. Before we get in here, once the screen goes dark, we're going to press start to skip the cutscene. And then we're going to cancel text right away because there's a grunty text box. And the reason we want to cancel the text is because when we grab the first Jiggy in the game, there's going to be another text box. And if we don't cancel the grunty text, that's going to delay the Jiggy text box. So we really want to make sure we skip this grunty text. We're going to roll into here. Screen goes dark. Hold start. And then start. I hold like up left a little bit and then mash LRB. Cancel that, then roll immediately. Just make your way up here. Cancel the text. Grab the first Jiggy. So there's not too much to this. One thing I want to point out is if seeing you people like do it like this, don't do that. Don't flutter at every step. That's like unnecessary inputs and it's not faster. You just want to short hop your way up here as fast as you can. And also don't like do like super wide jumps. Like you want to land as fast as possible so you can get up to the next level faster. So just 1, 2, 3, 4 up there. And then you just want to roll flutter your way to the puzzle. And then you'll get to see Furnace Fun moves in action really soon. Once we enter Mumbos, we're going to be able to use all the moves we had in our FFM file immediately. And you'll get to see it by just, you know, using Talon Trot immediately since it's a very important move that we are going to be using for sure. So, nothing too exciting here. You cancel the text, fill in the puzzle, keep roll fluttering your way to victory, and enter Mumbos. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do here is go in Talon Trot, go up left, go in and grab this purple Jinjo. So here I just like hold A to push myself like all the way up to the top. If you do like a shorter jump, let's kill this guy. If you do a shorter jump, you're not going to make it. So let's say, you know, you're here and you just do that. It's not going to work. So you really want to make sure you hold A to get all your full height, get up here. And then you're going to fall off here, hold back, just to make sure you grab this Momo token. And then go grab these 3 notes. The notes on the hill can be pretty tricky. The way I try to do the movement for these is just to grab them in like one, I guess one slide you want to call like the dust you see, like in one of those. And then after that, I try to keep my momentum for jumping. Generally speaking, the fastest movement in Talon Trot is to keep jumping. But you don't really want to keep jumping like in between these notes because you're going to miss them. Like if you do a jump in between every note, it's not going to be faster. You really want to preserve your momentum. So I try to grab them in one fell swoop and then jump back to keep going. And just grab these 3, and make our way to the top. Also, I should mention, Talon Trot can always be canceled just by pressing B after you land with a rat-a-tat-rat. So as soon as you land during your slide, you just press B to cancel Talon Trot. That's applicable to when you land on something like this. So you can cancel Talon Trot immediately. So as you're approaching it, obviously, you just jump, press B, AZ, B plus this, get Talon Trot, grab all these notes, break this hut, and make your way to Termite Hill. So Termite Hill is pretty interesting. There's going to be 2 main ways you can do this. I'm going to be teaching the way I do it first, which is in Talon Trot. So just go over here, grab this token. I'm going to be explaining all this after. I just want to showcase what it looks like. Just get up here. And also I want to mention if you are using version 1.1 of this game, this trick will not work. As far as we know, that is the only trick in the game that cannot be performed on that version. And it's very easy to tell if you have 1.1 or 1.0. I'm going to tell you right now what the difference is. So if you jump up here in 1.0, there's going to be a little like delay before you slide off. So I think it'll be easier to showcase if we jump like this. Oops. So as you can see here, you saw there's like a little delay before I started sliding off. It's because I'm on version 1.0. If you're on version 1.1, no matter what, the second you touch that platform, if you're not in Talon Trot, you're going to slide down. There's going to be no delay. But what I did before is I used something we call slope abuse. So the way slopes work in this game is that you have a slope timer, which is roughly a second. So after a second, you're going to slide down because you're not supposed to be on the slope. And the way your slope timer restarts is when your shadow hovers over flat ground. So any surface that isn't a slope. So if you jump on the platform, and then, oops, if you jump on the platform, then jump back. Let's just get up here. I'm going to slide off, yeah. So if you jump up here, you can always forever jump back and forth. Because you always keep resetting your slope timer as you're going back and forth. So you can permanently be on this platform even though it's a slope. Because your timer is always getting reset. So you really have to keep this in mind when you're trying to accomplish this. Ideally, you want your shadow to be on platforms for like as low as possible. The longer it's on there, the more difficult it is going to be to perform this. So when you're doing this in Talon Trot, there's honestly no real trick to it. Really, you want to do your jumps in a way where you land on the platform for the smallest amount of time as possible. So you see I'm like trying to cover the distance in between by not being over the platform. I try to land on the platform in the last second just to jump on it. And I try to stay over the flat ground for as long as possible here when I jump in between platforms. So you really don't want to jump straight to the platforms. It's a very common thing I've seen you players do. If you jump straight for the platforms, what's going to happen is your shadow is going to be over the platform before you land. By the time you land, you're just going to slide off. Right? So you're just never going to be able to do it. That's why you want to jump like around them, kind of like a U shape, just to navigate your way through this. So Talon Trot is the common way that people end up doing Termite Hill. At least the top runners do. But if you're not comfortable doing it in Talon Trot, and I can understand why, it can be pretty intimidating. If you're going to do Termite Hill without Talon Trot, it's going to look a little something like this. So I jump here, bear punch. And again, you always want to do like this U shape going around the platforms. It's really important. I missed a platform there, that's fine. So really jumping in a U shape is like key to this. It is like the most important part. Your shadow needs to be not above the flat ground, or it needs to be above the flat ground and not above the platforms for as long as possible. As you saw there, I kind of used the momentum from the jump to like help propel myself towards that U shape. Some people just like stall on the platforms, which is fine. You can still do the U shape. It's a bit more annoying, but I like to use my roller just to propel myself like this, just to give myself some more momentum to jump around them if I'm going to do it with Banjo. But really, it's whatever you're comfortable with. Like if you're not comfortable rolling around like that, just don't do it. You can easily just like either roll to stall or bear punch to stall and keep jumping around. It really doesn't matter too much. And obviously I don't expect you guys to nail this on the first try. It's going to take some time and some experience. I'm just trying to give you a heads up on common mistakes I see and generally speaking how things work and how I set stuff up. So here you can clear this gap in one jump, but it's pretty precise. So there's like a little like slope here, and at the peak of this hump you want to jump, and then you'll have enough height to get up there. And also, this is not a slope, by the way. I want to preface this. This is not, you'll never slide down this. This is just flat ground, essentially. But obviously, if you can't make this jump, which is pretty common, what you're going to want to do is just do slope abuse again, but just, you know, throughout this platform. It's not that much slower. It's a lot safer. And again, it's all about the U shape. Like, you want to really just go around the platform and just land. It's about going around in a circle around these platforms. You don't want to be jumping in a straight line and stuff. If you do like a U shape to turn around, you know, start your jump and keep your shadow above flat ground and land at the last second, it's really going to make a huge difference whether or not you're going to succeed with this trick. And as you leave here, you want to be in Talon Trot. If you're going to do this whole thing as Banjo, what you can try to do is do what we call a quick Talon Trot. So if you enter Talon Trot before going through a loading zone, like right at the edge, you're going to enter Talon Trot and enter the loading zone at the same time. I'm just going to save a bit of time. Obviously, if you do this in Talon Trot, you're going to leave in Talon Trot no matter what, as long as you don't cancel it. So I'll try to showcase a quick Talon Trot here. Try one more time. Yeah, we didn't get it. I'll show it later, but you get the gist of the idea. Here, you got to be careful. If you're not careful, you can like jump back into the loading zone, like if you're under the wall like this. So you want to be really careful not to do that. So I tend to try to be a bit more like generous with my jump, just to jump around like this. You do a full jump here, jump, cancel the text. And here you don't have to cancel Talon Trot before getting this jiggy. make sure you cancel this text box. And also another thing I should mention is when you're canceling text, make sure you press L first, then R, then B. Because in this game, when you press L and R, you cancel any other input. So let's say I was in Talon Trot, and I press L, then R. It's going to cancel Talon Trot even if I'm still holding Z. And what holding R does is it centers the camera behind you. So if you're about to cancel text, then you press R first, so RB, like that. It's going to center the camera behind you. To prevent that, you press L first, R second, and B. And then like that. And also when you let go, you want to let go of L and R either at the same time, or make sure you let go of R first and L second, whatever you're most comfortable with. Just to make sure the camera doesn't get messed up there. But yeah, so normally when you grab a Jiggy, if you grab the Jiggy in Talon Trot, you're going to have a little delay for Banjo to leave Talon Trot and then for the Jiggy down. So normally you want to cancel it. But for the first Jiggy and Mumbos, that's a non-issue. There's no delay between you grabbing the Jiggy and the Talon Trot animation. So it's not something you have to worry about. So here we're just going to want to roll down here. Again, Talon Trot, let's grab these notes. And here we're going to cancel Talon Trot before grabbing this. Just like that. And then here, I normally clear this gap in one jump. So from this platform, I jump to that slope in one jump. It can be pretty precise. Really, you just have to play around with the angle, see what you're comfortable with. But you can make it from this platform to obviously like the slope. Or you can just do two jumps. You can do one jump down, one jump up. And it's not that big of a deal. If you can't really make the jump in one go and you're not comfortable with that, I would probably recommend just doing two jumps, honestly. Like just one jump here, one jump there, and just keep going. So personally for this, for me, I move the camera around here. Moving the camera around here is laggier than not. I just don't feel comfortable just keeping a straight camera. And the time difference is honestly negligible at best. So I just turn the camera and just hold straight up until I get to the Jinjo. Then I turn my camera 3 times. So it's facing towards Conga. And I jump down, turn it twice, and grab these notes. Again, it's the same kind of idea where I try to grab the notes in one fell swoop. Something to note here is that like it's very unique. I grab these notes without turning the camera. Like most players, once they grab this yellow Jinjo, they'll turn the camera here to grab these 3 notes. Personally, I keep it this way, and I just grab the notes on the way there. It's honestly up to personal preference. It's not like the end of the world. But you just want to make your way along the hill, grab all the notes, and then we're going to get to Conga. Okay, so you saw there, Conga was beating his chest. If you get to Conga and he's beating his chest, like that, he's not going to throw his orange right away, so there's going to be a little bit of delay, so you got to be pretty careful to time it. But the way I time Conga oranges is that as soon as you hear him, like throw the orange, it'll be like a whoosh noise. Wherever you're standing when you hear that noise is where the orange should land. So, ideally, you can grab both the switches in one rotation like that. So if you do 2 jumps, you go really fast, you can get them both at once. But it's a bit tricky. I think if you're new, you're going to end up needing 3 oranges to get both of them. But yeah, I can show you a good example. So like, if you listen to the whoosh noise, every time you hear whoosh, and where I'm standing is where the orange is going to land. So to give you a reference point on if you know if the orange is going to hit or not, you'll know exactly. Hopefully Conga can't hit me here. Can he? Yes. Okay. It's kind of annoying. We'll go over here. So for Chimpy, you can see here, like, if you get close to Chimpy, you're holding the orange, and you can't do anything. You're just holding the orange. And that's pretty shitty, and it's pretty slow. So what we're going to want to do is there's essentially like an invisible line here. As you can see, like, past this tree stump, you just start holding the orange, and you can't do anything. So what you're going to want to do is before you cross this line, you want to roll, jump, flutter to Chimpy. And then just get right next to him, cancel his text, and then you should grab the Jiggy during the animation. And then boom, you get it. So here what we're going to do is we're going to go in Talon Trot, jump Rat-a-tat Rap, and then enter Talon Trot and mash B to talk to Bottles. So we enter Talon Trot as we start talking to Bottles, so we don't waste time re-entering Talon Trot. It's going to look pretty fast, but it's pretty simple. You just jump, do that, just like that. Then you just cancel the text. If you take damage throughout any level when you have to learn one of the moves in the first 3 stages, you're going to get an extra Bottles text box to refill your health. So ideally try not to get hit if you can avoid it. But yeah, so it's really easy to do this. You just enter Talon Trot, press B, and then you talk to Bottles. It's nothing too complicated. Then you want to make your way to Conga. Something I should mention is if you ever get hit by an orange from Conga, you cannot damage him until he beats his chest. So do keep that in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is you can't deal damage to him until you skip the first text box. The second text box is not that relevant, but you absolutely want to skip the first text box You don't want to miss that. And then another thing to keep in mind is if you jump to the platforms next to Conga before he starts throwing his second volley of oranges, you also can't deal damage to him. So you can only deal damage to him after he's done throwing his oranges. So we go here, we cancel the text, shoot an egg. So, okay, I should probably explain that. He's going to throw 3 oranges here, but... So, normally I would shoot an egg, cancel the text. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. So, I'll explain the whole thing. So, normally you'd shoot an egg, cancel the text, and then as he is throwing his first orange, when he's almost done throwing it, that's when I shoot my second egg. And then I move usually left to dodge the orange. After Talon Trot, then he starts throwing the 2 oranges, and then I jump over here. If you're not comfortable with that, you can cancel Talon Trot to make sure you make it. Or you can also clear that jump in 1 jump. It's honestly not that big of a deal. But yeah, so a lot of things I see happen often is that people like don't shoot the eggs with a good timing. Like they wait like way too long. Like it's unnecessary. Like after Conga shoots his first orange, as he's or not the first orange, but as he's shooting his first orange, you can shoot the egg, and by the time he's done throwing it, you can hit him for the first time, or second time rather. And that'll really like just speed it up. And then normally you're supposed to hit Conga for the 3rd time from this platform. So the way I do it is I stand in the middle of this tree stump, like you see the circle here. That specific, that's where I like to stand. Then I hold down left, and I go like, if you look at the input display, it's basically this little region. So I'm gonna go from bottom left to slightly up and shoot 3 eggs. And then one of those is gonna hit Conga, just like that. If you're not comfortable doing it that way, you can also go and see up, line up your camera, shoot an egg, and you're gonna hit Conga. But from that little region, I shoot 3 eggs, and boom, you hit Conga. So you can play around with that, see if you're comfortable, but it's just down left, and then slightly up, down left. And you can very easily hit Conga. And then usually I'll shoot the 3 eggs, jump up here, and by the time I'm up here, then Conga gets hit, then you cancel the text. Then after that, you can go to the switch, and just hit it. And then one thing I should mention is after a cutscene, if you try to roll too fast, you're going to roll in the default position, which is usually this way. If you try to roll too fast, you're going to default roll that way no matter what position you're holding on the joystick. So you want to delay your roll by a little bit. And you want to roll down left. If you just keep holding down left, you'll grab this jiggy. Then here, I just make my way to this switch. Go up a little bit. Boom. Grab the jiggy. That jiggy is always going to spawn in the same spot. So once you figure out where the position is and you're comfortable getting to it, you'll be good. So it shouldn't be too demanding. And then you just want to make your way up here. Oops. Just grab all these notes. Be careful with the termites. They can be really trolly. Sometimes they'll go really fast. Or they're just going to be in bad spots. Just try to dodge them best you can. Here I like to go to the left of the fence. I don't like clearing the jump where the fence is. As you saw there, like I pressed A to jump and I didn't. This fence is a bit tricky, so I just like going to the side of it and just ignore it completely. Here we can break all these huts. Oops. Grab this ginger. Mumbo token. So here, to grab this jiggy, so I roll, I jump. Oops. And then, like, if you hold A the whole time, or not hold A, if you hold forward the whole time, not like this, but let's say you have momentum. I'll show a better example. If you have momentum because you're going to be doing this, and you hold forward the whole time, like this, you're not going to make it up there. But if you wait, so it's hard to explain, but if you wait, like if you high jump first and then hold forward, you're not going to get pushed too far. But if you're like holding forward the whole time when you have momentum, it's like you're just not going to be able to make it up there most of the time. So you really want to wait a little bit and then hold forward after you high jump just to make sure you get up there. Then as you fall off, you want to enter Talon Trot and jump to Mumbo's hut. Now here you want to make sure you don't get close to Mumbo. So you really want to be on the far left side. If you're too close to the middle or too close to the right, you're going to wake up Mumbos, and you really don't need to do that because we don't need to transform here. So I just do 2 jumps, grab these notes, do 3 jumps, get out. And here is Juju. This part's tricky. I can't really slow this down. So you go down, break this hut, go over here, shoot 1 egg, turn the camera twice, wait, shoot 1 egg. I shoot 2 eggs there, jump right at that wrap, grab this, straight left. Okay, well, usually you're supposed to hit that, but I don't know. Juju's tricky. He's on a cycle, so if you always do it at the same speed, you can get the exact same cycle I got there, assuming you don't miss the last egg. But the gist of it is you want to follow him around. Another thing you should keep in mind is that if there's a lot of lag because of these purple guys, the Juju hitboxes won't load as fast. So you're going to have to wait a tiny bit longer in between each Juju hitbox. And yeah, Juju's really, it's pretty rough. Like, if there's 3 big things in Mumbos that you're probably going to struggle with, which is going to be Termite Hill, Conga, and Juju. So you're going to want to play around with them a bit, get a feel for them, get a feel for the camera, going around and shooting the eggs. But there's no real amazing advice I can give other than try shooting 2 eggs if you don't feel too confident. Or if like it's lagging a lot, shoot 2 eggs just to make sure the hitbox, you know, gets loaded by the time the second egg gets there. And as for grabbing the Juju Jiggy, sometimes there's a delay between you grabbing the Jiggy and the animation, which is really weird. Like sometimes you'll be on top of the Jiggy and you're just going to be standing there and just waiting and nothing's going to happen. I try to be like right on the middle of the Jiggy, and usually that seems to help a lot to make that go by faster. But it's pretty random, honestly. Sometimes you just have to wait longer and you lose a bit of time, and that's just how it is. But after you get the Juju Jiggy, you just roll flutter, beak bust, grab this note, roll into this Jiggy, and we're almost done. So this part is pretty tricky. There's definitely some camera work here. So I like to change the camera twice as I grab these 2 notes, and then I like to change the camera 4 times here for the next 3 notes. So this is what it's going to look like. So just jump, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I grab these 3 notes, jump, cancel talent trot, grab that. So those 6 notes right there are pretty tricky. Like, they're not easy. Like, you change the camera twice, grab these 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, grab these 3. Like, I make it look easy, but it's pretty tricky, honestly. It's gonna be a lot of getting used to it, and also getting used to the camera in this game. But I think it'll be fine. So you grab these 3 notes. So this is a slope. This entire wall is a slope, and this is important. This goes back to slope abuse. So if you're going to be, if your shadow is going to be over this wall for more than a second, you're going to slide down into the water, and that's bad. There's a honeycomb, that little alcove there, and we need it. I'll show you what you can do if you fall down by accident, a good backup. But ideally, you don't want to do that. So the thing you're wanting to do is, obviously, you're not going to want to cancel talent trot here. But you're going to want to do a short hop. So you land on the wall as fast as possible, but you still get some distance. And then you're going to do a long hop. Don't do a long hop first. If you do a long hop first, you're going to slide down no matter what, because your shadow is going to be over the slope for too long. So it's going to look like this: a short hop, long hop. Just make your way over here, get this honeycomb. So what we're going to do here is called a quick dive. This is a pretty bad spot to show a quick dive, but essentially what we're going to do is we're going to jump down once. And then as we start sliding off the wall, we're going to let go of Z, and then we're going to fall at the bottom of the water. It's going to look like this. I messed it up. All right, I'll show the backup. We can show that again. That's not a big deal. So if you fall down in the water and you didn't grab the honeycomb, you can jump up here and then just jump over here. It's a pretty fast way to just get over this wall. Just jump here, roll, jump. And you can do the same thing here. Roll, jump, rat-tat-rat. Get back up here. Short jump, long jump. And just do a short hop. Let go of Z. Boom. Quick dive. I'll explain that in a bit more detail in a sec. In a more controlled environment. But that's what the movement should look like there. You get those 6 note. Get this Jinjo. Ah, damn it. Okay, so what you're supposed to do there is grab the Jiggy in midair and then fall in the water. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. But you're supposed to grab the Jiggy in midair, jump in the water, and then as you're in the water, you want to double jump. Because when you grab the Jiggy like that and you're in the water, you're going to be holding it in your hand. And if for any reason you jump back on flat ground, you're still going to get the little cutscene. But if you do a flutter, then it will trigger you collected the Jiggy. Then you can jump back on the platform, and then you'll be good. Yeah, usually you're supposed to grab that Jiggy in midair and then just jump. It's about timing your jump with the height of the Jiggy, and then making sure the way you jump is good. So, like, let's say you try to jump this way. That's really bad because you have a bigger distance to clear in that direction. But if you jump the way I did here, you have a shorter gap, so you can make it to the water easier. So ideally you want to jump in the middle of this side of the wall to clear the smallest gap. It's the smallest gap between the middle of it and the water. So that's ideally where you want to jump to. And here we're going to go a little bit more in depth with quick dives. So you want to slide, and as you're sliding, you want to let go of Z, then you'll fall to the bottom. Essentially the way quick dives work is when you're getting out of your talent trot animation, the game just doesn't let you enter swimming. So it just doesn't do anything. It's just like, okay, you gotta get out of talent trot. And you do, so you just fall to the bottom of the water. once you get a feel for this, it's not that bad. You just let go of Z. You just want to let go of Z, like, before you fall off or whatever. Like, let's say I let go of Z as I'm falling off. Like, it's bad. It's hard for me to do this, honestly. Let's say, like, you're falling off, then you let go of Z. It's not going to work. You want to let go of Z before, so you are getting out of Talon Trot as you enter the water. That's the key here. You want to be getting out of Talon Trot as you enter the water. So you don't want to be in Talon Trot as you enter the water. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So, play around with it. I think this platform's a really good way to experiment with quick dives. You know, try jumping from the middle. See different gaps. Like, if you try to clear a big gap in quick dive, usually your quick dive's going to be a bit shorter. Or you could try being, like, really close to the edge and timing it like that. You know, get a feel for it. Get some experience. Get more comfortable with it. But after you get that jiggy, you want to jump over here. Get these notes. Then I keep my camera zoomed out here. The camera's going to pan around, and then you want to cancel Talon Trot before you leave. Cancel text immediately, because Bottle is going to talk to you. And then we're going to do another slope abuse here to get this jiggy. So this can be pretty tricky. I'm going to teach you 2 ways to do it. But a lot of people seem to struggle with this. A lot of people seem to not really understand the timing for this trick. And timing's pretty important. So I'm going to show you the way I do it. I'm not really going to give an explanation first. I'm just going to show you an example of what it looks like. Just like that. And you get the jiggy. So what happened there, this is a combination of slope abuse and just using a combination of moves that allows you to get at the top. But I'm going to break down exactly what I did. So I high jump, bear punch to stall, jump back to reset my slope timer, jump twice, roll. Okay, that's bad. Explaining this at the same time as doing it's pretty obnoxious, but... So you want to stall, jump back, reset your slope, 2 jumps, roll, jump, beak bust. Let me do it one more time. 2 jumps, roll. Yeah, so if that happens, that means you pressed A1 too many times. Like, you're going too slow. You're doing too many inputs. Like, you really want to make sure you don't do any unnecessary inputs here. It's pretty straightforward. You just jump back, 2 jumps, roll, jump, beak bust. Right? So don't, like, try to get too fancy, try to go too fast. It's just 2 jumps, get up here, and just beak bust. It takes a while to get the timing down. But once you get there, and then my visual cue for this is a black spot on the mountain, so ideally that's where you want to beak bust, because if you beak bust too low, you're not going to make it. There's like this black spot right where I beak bust that I try to aim for to make it up there, which guarantees you make it up there. There's a slightly easier way to do this. I'll show you what it looks like. Oops. Essentially, it's just adding an extra move to the sequence. So after you do your 2 jumps, after you roll, you just do a high jump, then beak bust. It just makes the end a lot easier, so you don't have to, you know, time it as well. Another big thing is to not beak bust too early right at the end. It's pretty important. Like, your height and positioning and all that really does matter. Like, I think that would have been too low, even for me. So it's pretty tricky. If you're not comfortable with doing the, you know, little movement at the end, just do a high jump. And it's really easy to just iron that out later on and just change your movement. But after this, we can just head over to the next room. So here, make sure you cancel Talon Trot before opening this note door. It's kind of the same thing with jiggies. So if you don't, there'll be like a little extra animation for getting out of Talon Trot. And here, you want to do a quick Talon Trot through this loading zone. We'll get it. Or not. Like that. That's what a quick Talon Trot looks like. Here, I hold down left, zoom out, turn the camera sideways, go here, just mash A, skip the grunty text. And after this, we're going to be learning how to fill up the puzzles by pressing Z. When we talk to bottles, so we're going to get 2 bottles text boxes here for the Clanker puzzle. So as soon as you put in the first jiggy, you want to cancel text, press A, cancel text again, mash Z. So once there's 3 pieces left after you put in the first 2 and cancel the text twice, you mash Z. And from here on out, for every world we open, we're going to be mashing Z to do it. Because we don't want to put in the pieces in one by one. And you just make your way to TTC. So the movement to get to TTC here is really simple. You want to hold straight down. There's a notch on the joystick. The notch is straight down. You do 3 jumps. And at the end of your 3rd jump, you want to wait a tiny bit and do a long jump. So this is what it's going to look like. 1, 2, 3, wait, long jump. and then just go through the loading zone here. And here, we're just going to jump on this rock. Jump over here. That's how you want to enter TTC. If you're not comfortable jumping on the smaller rock just to get over here, you can always jump on the bigger rock, really. It doesn't really make a big difference. It's just about what you're comfortable with. For me, I've been jumping on the small one forever, so I'm pretty comfortable doing that. But if you find like it's difficult for you to really land on it, you can always just jump on the big rock instead. That'll make it a bit easier. And you just get into TTC. Alright. So, TTC is a pretty intimidating level. There's a lot of flying sections. It's honestly probably one of the biggest hurdles to speedrunning this game is just this level for new players. And here we're going to have a pretty... There's going to be two ways to grab this Jinjo. I'm going to teach the way I do it, but the alternative method to grab the blue Jinjo down there is to just jump into the water and just start swimming and grab it and just make your way there. But the way I do it is I get stuck on the ledge behind me and grab the Jinjo without entering swim. So I'll show you what that looks like. Just walk to this note, get all 4 notes. Here I cancel Talon Trot in the corner, and then I'm going to aim for the middle ramp. So I'm going to aim to try to flutter over here, so this specific spot, from the outside, so I'll be moving towards it. So I'll be like facing forward towards that as I'm fluttering. And when you flutter... So when you flutter, there's like a sound effect when you hold A. You can see like at the end of the flutter, there's like a like that, like the at the end. So my timing for this is I wait until I hear that sound twice, and then I let go of A after my flutter when I'm stuck on the edge. So this is what it should look like. Okay. I did not get stuck. I'm sorry about the flubs. It happens. I'm really not used to just doing things, you know, step by step. Usually it's all just one fell motion, but... Like that. You hear it twice, let go of A, you'll dip down, grab the Jinjo. All good. So here, I like to hold R to center my camera. Then I like to zoom in my camera here as I'm climbing the tree, and do C left once to center the camera. Here, I personally don't go in Talon Trot. You can do it if you want to. I find it's a lot more consistent to just do it with Banjo, and it's not that much slower. So here I just like, I go up left to overcorrect for the note. Oops. Overcorrect for this note. Because the tree is really awkward. So I go up left, then I do like a full circle rotation just to grab all the notes. It takes a little bit of getting used to. These trees have really weird physics, honestly. So don't be too upset, you know, if some really weird stuff happens. They're a bit janky, to say the least. And after you get all the notes, you want to enter Talon Trot, and get yourself pushed into the ship hold. Alright, so as you enter the ship hold, what you're going to want to do is hold up left, hold LRB, and that'll give you the exact positioning to grab the first note. It's going to look like this. And you grab this one, turn around. So I use left to turn around here. Use left again to turn here. Then I use left to turn to grab this. Left again, turn here. Right to turn to swim out. Now when I get out, I hold down right to swim up. Do a jump flutter. Here you got to be careful. If you press A twice too quickly, it'll just cancel your flutter really fast on the water. But you want to do a full one when you're fluttering over water. So I do 2. Enter Talon Trot here. Jump up here. So here what we're going to do is grab these 3 feathers. Then as we're getting towards bottles, we're going to cancel Talon Trot. So let me just show this in motion. So you grab these 3 feathers, cancel Talon Trot, talk to bottles, skip the text. Then I turn the camera once. And then I walk straight down. Flutter, go forward. Jump to grab this token, jump down. Flutter beak bust, and then you hold back because you want to be in Talon Trot as you enter this loading zone. And this is very important. I'll show a backup in case you don't enter the loading zone with Talon Trot, but you really want to enter this loading zone with Talon Trot. We're going to be doing a quick dive immediately as we enter, so this is pretty important. So enter Talon Trot, quick dive, and there I hold right. Here it's just grabbing these notes. Here I see a lot of people miss this token. This token is pretty easy. You want to hold a down right as you turn around and just hold down. I'll show the motion again. So if you miss the quick dive, you have to be really careful because this box is moving up and down, as you can see. So you want to wait until this side of the box is at the peak. So when this is at the peak, like this, that's when you can quick dive and still make it. If the box is too low, you're just going to miss the quick dive every time. Because by the time you're leaving Talon Trot animation, you hit the water before then, and then you just can't do the quick dive. When it's at the peak, you can easily do it. So let me just show how you would grab the token. So you go here, get this corner, hold down right, you turn around, boom, perfect. Then you hold down. As you get like lined up with the box, you just hold down, and then you'll grab the token. Takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's honestly pretty easy once you get a feel for it. Let me just show it better. So you get that, get all the notes, down right, at the box, down, and you're up here, jump flutter, and then here you're just gonna jump, beak bust, and you're at the top. Blubber is completely random, so I roll jump here. If Blubber's in a good spot, kind of like this, you're gonna be able to grab the Jiggy during the cutscene, but sometimes you'll be in a bad spot, so you can't. Anytime you can get the Blubber Jiggy, it's great. It's a really good time save. If you can't, it's not the end of the world, but it is unfortunate. After you get the Blubber Jiggy, go back in Talon Trot. I go here, I turn the camera 3 times, get these, grab 3 more feathers, and then this part, you don't want to jump towards the pole, like, immediately. Like, what you want to do is you want to jump straight up, not like that. It's like, you want to jump away from the pole and then towards the pole. If you jump too close to the pole, you're just going to grab it immediately, and, like, the sooner you grab the pole from further down, like, the less distance you're going to cross, so you want to, like, wait and then try to grab it as high up as you can. And then this is kind of the same idea as the trees, so you don't want to reach the top of this pole, you just want to jump and just fall off. If you go to, like, the top of the pole, there's a little animation, and then you get stuck up here. That's not ideal, so you just want to jump to grab the Jinjo, then fall down. And here is where TTC gets really fun. This is the first flight section, so this is by far the easiest one in the level, but it's still not very easy. So I'll give a brief explanation of this, probably not brief. But how this is going to look is we're going to aim. I like to start on the flight pad from this corner, around this side, either this spot or this spot. If you start on different parts of the flight pad, you might have to adjust a little bit for your flight section. So where you start on the flight pad is important, and you do have to keep that in mind. So the way this is going to work is we're going to do 6 flaps while flying. I guess I can show the flaps. So when you're flying, you see Kazooie does flaps. And there's also like a little sound effect, like a little whoosh. So we're going to do 6 of those going towards the note on the alcove. And then we're going to hold down and do 2 flaps down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. So that's going to be the movement we're going to do towards that note. And then as we line up with the note, you don't want to wait until you grab the note to turn. If you grab that note and then try to turn, you're going to fly into the wall and lose all your height as you use your feather. And you're never going to grab, like, you'll never clear the gap to the chest. You're always going to be too low. So ideally, when you're flying, you're going to be turning as you're lining up with the note. So by the time you grab the note, you're already facing towards the chest. So when you use your feather, you don't get stuck in the alcove. So it's going to be 6 flaps towards the note, 2 flaps down, and we'll start to turn around to grab the note, and then just go towards the chest. So if you're missing the note, generally speaking, there'll be multiple reasons. Either your positioning is off, or you didn't hold down long enough. So you're going to be too high up to grab the note. So what's going to happen is you'll just miss the note. If you miss the note, don't panic. Honestly, don't try to go back for it. Don't do any of that. I'll show you a little detour that's going to make it really easy to just grab the note later. It's about like a 10-second time loss. It sucks, but it's better than honestly just trying to go back for the note or maybe landing and stuff like that. You really want to avoid that. It's not where you want to be. So go on the flight pad, 6 flaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. When we start lining up with the note, turn and use a feather. Okay, so I missed it there. That can happen. You got to be careful. I'm going to grab an extra feather so we're not too low on supplies for later. And I'm probably going to be grabbing extra feathers throughout this tutorial just to make sure I can really demonstrate everything I want to. So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. I like to also be like on the left side of the note before I grab it. So like I like to not really be straight with the note, if that makes sense. Like I like to be on the side of it, so by the time I turn around, it's just you have a better angle for it. So like when you see me line up with this note, I like to be a little bit on the side, so it's to my left. And then you turn around, grab the note, use a feather. So you want to be turning around as you grab the note. And then if you did everything right, this chest is always on the same cycle, so you'll make it here no problem. And you can just grab the Jiggy. Use 1 feather, beak bomb here, and mash B, and you'll cancel your flight with a rat-a-tat wrap. Here you can just hit this. So there's multiple ways people do this. Some people jump off and Talon Trot, take fall damage, and cancel it. I don't really recommend that. If you're a new player, you're probably going to take accidental damage throughout TTC, and the health route is pretty tight. So what I normally do is I just roll jump, then flutter. Then I grab this note, grab this one, enter Talon Trot, and grab these two. So if you... it's hard to explain, but like the spacing on these notes, you can't like start with the note at the back, because then you can't jump for any of them. Your spacing is never going to work out. Your movement's just going to be slower. But if you grab the first two notes, then Talon Trot, then you can easily grab the next two and be fine. Another thing here that I like to do is something I didn't mention with the camera, but if there's geometry in the way blocking Banjo, I'll show you in a sec. Like if I turn the camera left here, you see what happened there? The camera just like 180'd, just like that. There's multiple ways to prevent this. Well, there's two main ways. Don't have geometry in the way or hold R. So let's say I turn the camera like this, but I'm holding R. Like let's say the camera's behind Banjo like this, but I'm holding R like this. Like you see it's not turning around. If I let go of R, move the camera again, then it turns around. So here what I like to do is when I'm jumping towards this box, because it's a straight line, I like to hold R to make sure the camera doesn't just flip on me. So you jump in Talon Trot, then I hold R. You can always cancel Talon Trot here if you think you're not going to make it or miss your jump. And then just get over here. So there's two ways you can really go about this. For me personally, I don't readjust the camera. Like I don't stop, I just do this. I jump straight, like in a straight line towards the stairs, hold R to align my camera, just to have the perfect camera. But if you're newer, you're probably going to struggle to do that. So what I recommend is after you jump off this box, it's to cancel Talon Trot, crouch, hold R, and then align the camera with the stairs. And you'll have a good angle, and then you can just hold straight up, grab all these notes, and then you go for this, for these. And R always like realigns your camera. And then when I get these two tokens, I turn the camera twice. The camera's not perfectly centered. Again, if you're not comfortable with this, you can always cancel Talon Trot and just like realign your camera. It's not that big of a deal. I don't. I just turn the camera twice. And also make sure your camera's zoomed in here. This is a good example. If you see here, like the game is dropping quite a few frames. Like these stairs are pretty laggy. So ideally you want to do these stairs with the camera fully zoomed in, which reduces a bit of the lag. So I'm normally fully zoomed in when I do the stairs. Like for all of them, not just the last one. For all three of them, I zoom in the camera ideally. You just go here, then you do a quick dive. This quick dive is pretty interesting because of the distance between the platform and the water. It's a bit different. Like if you try to do it too quickly, like this, you're not going to do a quick dive. So you really want to slide for like quite a bit before you go. So like that you make sure the animation starts sooner. So I always like slide for quite a bit before I do the quick dive. If you slide for like a too short amount of time, you'll never get it. Try to do it like this. Okay, well, I waited long enough, but if you do it in a fluid motion and you try to do it too quickly, kind of like that, you're just not going to get it. You just won't get the quick dive. So you really want to make sure you wait a tiny bit, just to clear that gap. Then you want to grab this Jiggy, and an easy way to know the movement here is to follow this line at the bottom. It goes along the wall. This is exactly where you want to be. Then here, normally when I go up on a platform, I jump flutter. Here I don't. I just hold A, do a full jump. Then you enter Talon Trot. I turn the camera 3 times, jump down here. And then here there's going to be a crab. He's pretty much a pain in the ass. He's usually in your way. Here we dodge them. So the way I do the movement here is I do one jump, I slide for the first 2 notes, and then I jump for the next note. You don't want to jump for the second note, at least I don't. And honestly, it's not very good to do it. It's pretty awkward, and it's hard to dodge the crab if you do that. So I normally slide for the first 2 notes and jump for the other one. If you get hit by the crab, it's not the end of the world. Either you can kill him, grab some health, because I would recommend being at full health here. Or just break this honeycomb hive to be at full health. You can get by taking 1 damage and you can still be fine. I just don't really recommend it unless you feel comfortable doing that. Then you just go over here, hit the X. I changed the camera a few times. Then I grab this flight pad and hold straight down to start flight, so I'm just flying straight down. And this is going to be the second flying section. This one is pretty tricky. I'll try to explain it best I can, but essentially what we're going to do is we're going to beak bomb towards the alcove where the Jiggy is, and then we're going to grab it, try to get out of the alcove as fast as possible, then use 3 feathers, then 1 feather to grab the Jinjo, and then 6 feathers beak bomb to get to the top of the lighthouse. The difficult part about this flight section is to grab the Jiggy without landing. It can be pretty tricky. Ideally, when you grab the Jiggy in that alcove over there, you don't want to be like neutral in your position. You want to be facing straight down, so you grab the Jiggy with Banjo's nose. If you try to grab the Jiggy while you're like in a neutral flying position, most of the time, not most of the time, you're gonna land, because the way you're facing, by the time you turn around, you'll get stuck on the wall and you'll get pushed on the ground and you're just gonna land. So you really want to avoid that. I'll show you an example. It's kind of hard to explain some of this stuff. It's also hard to perform. But you really want to be like holding up on the stick. approach it like this, turn around, then use 3 feathers, 1 feather, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, beak bomb, hold up, and land on this Jiggy. So you really want to be grabbing the Jiggy with Banjo's nose, and then you want to turn around to face outwards of the alcove as fast as possible. If you don't do that, either you'll miss the Jiggy because you're neutral position and your hitbox won't hit it, and then you'll land. And if you don't turn around after you grab the Jiggy, you're just going to fly on the wall and get pushed back because of the shape of the alcove. It's like a U, an upside down U. So if you get to the side of it, it just keeps pushing you down until you land. So you really want to make sure you turn around and don't get stuck on the corners like that. But after you grab this Jiggy, you just want to walk down. I start with the note on this jump pad. So that's the first note I grab. And then I just roll and grab all the notes around. And after this note, straight down below you is the witch switch. So we just jump. Make sure you flutter. And then beak bust. If you don't flutter, there's 2 things that might happen. Well, 2 things that will probably happen. The switch won't work and you'll take fall damage. Sometimes the switch might work, but you'll still take fall damage. So ideally, you don't want to take fall damage. So you want to flutter before you beak bust. After that, you just get in Talon Trot, jump down. There's a note right here. I move the camera twice, grab these 2 notes, and I try to move the camera back and forth to try to reduce the lag. But this area is pretty annoying. There's just a lot of lag. It's not ideal. And then here I zoom out the camera, and I try to line up the camera to be as perpendicular with the Jinjo as possible here. And then after I grab the Jinjo, I hold up left on the stick, or sorry, up right. Anytime I say a direction, just double check with the input display. It'll be a huge help. But I use the notch on the stick for my positioning, and then I don't really move the camera. So I'll grab the Jinjo, hold up left for the positioning, and then we'll take fall damage off the side of the cliff. And then after that, I flutter and start moving the camera. So it's going to look like this. If you hold up left like this, you'll take 2 damage, and you'll be in the right spot. And I just turn the camera around, go back in Talon Trot, and here we just do a quick dive to get to the honeycomb without having to enter swim. And you want to be careful. Snacker can be pretty tricky here if you don't get this quick dive. If you have to end up swimming, he can hit you multiple times, which is really bad because we need the health right here since we're coming up on Nipper. But you want to be real careful. This is not the most difficult quick dive. It's a bit tricky because you have to clear a pretty big gap, so you want to like do a really short slide before you quick dive, like that. And you saw there I didn't even clear the gap, so it can be a bit tricky. It takes a bit of getting used to. Here what I like to do is go towards here, so you can see Snacker gets stuck. So there's no way he can really hit you. The thing about Snacker is he gets faster the longer he's chasing after you. So like if you do some pretty poor swimming, some slow movement, and you try to get to Nipper, there's a chance he might end up hitting you. But if you get him stuck on this corner, like he'll never hit you. And you can just keep going over here, and you'll be fine. Here what I do is I roll, do a high jump extend. Oops. And you just get up here. I changed the camera twice, so it's kind of centered with Nipper. And then Nipper is pretty unique, so we're going to have a text box to cancel here. And this is one of those scenarios where you can skip the text without pressing L and R, and you do not want to press L and R because that's going to mess you up. It's going to move the camera, you're not going to get the skip, and you're not going to be happy. It's a bad time. Don't do it. So what's going to happen is we're going to go in Talon Trot. We're going to hold straight down, try to jump in the middle of Nipper. You have to be careful. You can get hit by Nipper's eye sometimes. It's pretty uncommon, honestly. It's not a very common occurrence. But you can end up getting hit by Nipper's eye. And you kind of want to avoid that. There's no real way to avoid it. Just make sure you go straight down and try to be as centered as possible with him. But what we're going to do is we're going to jump down. Not jump, just walk off. Walk off straight down. And we're going to mash B to cancel the text when the text box pops up. And we're going to jump straight into Nipper. And then before we land inside of him, we're going to turn around, so hold back as we're in Talon Trot, and then press B to rat-a-tat-rap him. The reason we turn around is because Nipper's hitbox is in front of his face. So if you don't rat-a-tat-rap in front of his face, it can be pretty dodgy and you might miss some of your rat-a-tat-raps. So you really want to make sure you turn around. Then after you turn around, you just alternate between A and B. That's it. You just alternate A and B. That's all you have to do. No matter what ends up happening, you're always going to rat-a-tat-rap unless you're not alternating. So let's say you're pressing A twice in a row, you'll flutter. But the worst outcome is you'll bear punch, but if you bear punch, you can always cancel out of a jump. So if you're always doing A and B, even if you're bear punch in the middle, you're always just going to be rat-a-tat-rapping if you alternate. So let's just align the camera a little bit. There you go. And also, like, if you want a better heads up for like where you want to fall off Nipper, you can see like the texture here changes color. So I try to like fall off when the texture kind of meshes with the white. So I'll just show you what this looks like. Jump, turn around, rat-a-tat-rap, alternate A, B. Boom. So that's what that's going to look like. So if you play around with it and just follow my steps, you really shouldn't have any issues. After that, what I do is I enter Talon Trot, just jump in the loading zone. Here I just hold straight down. It's pretty basic stuff. You just jump in between the notes and grab them. Here, if you miss a note, keep in mind, don't panic. Just keep going. You're going to be walking out of here anyway, so you can just grab the note on your way out. And these crabs can be pretty annoying. I'll just show the movement for these. Or this, rather. I do one jump, long jump, rat-a-tat-rap into the jiggy. So that's the movement I do. After I'm done grabbing the notes, I do a short hop. Short hop, long hop into the jiggy, then cancel with rat-a-tat-rap. If you're not comfortable doing that like this, then just grabbing it, you can always just do like 2 short hops, cancel talon trot, kill the crabs, and go grab the jiggy. But one thing I wouldn't recommend is not killing the crabs and not doing the movement. So like, let's say doing 2 short hops and messing around and then grabbing the jiggy, like you're going to take a lot of damage. And ideally you want to avoid that. And as you're leaving Nipper, you ideally want to be at 2 health. So we're at 4. So we're going to be trying to take damage. If you're a newer player, I guess I'll show an alternative way. 3 health is maybe more ideal for you. But ideally, if you want to go fast, 2 health is where you want to be. So here what I do is I zoom out the camera. I do 1 jump down left. Change the camera. Keep jumping down. So I change the camera twice. So you zoom out the camera, change it twice. And you get to this tree. And you jump rat-a-tat-rap. And just jump flutter that X and hit it. Now, if you're really not comfortable doing this jump, and it is pretty tricky, another thing to keep in mind with this jump, if you want to learn it, is that you want to rat-a-tat-rap before you hit the wall. So if you wait too long and do something like this, you'll never make it up there. You're always just rat-a-tat-rap into the wall. So you want to rat-a-tat-rap before you hit the wall to really clear the gap. But if not comfortable doing this jump, and it doesn't save a huge amount of time, a very good strategy is just to go to this jump pad, use it, and then propel yourself towards the notes here. And just do it this way. So you grab these 3 notes, grab these 3 notes, hit the X, and then keep going on your way. So let's say we did the tree method, and then we hit the X here. And the movement would just be jump here, grab these 3 notes, and I would turn the camera, grab these notes like this. And then here I like to center my camera with the walkway. And then, so the movement I do for these notes is as I'm approaching, like from the walkway, I hold up left, and I hold straight left to get to this note. Then I hold up to get to this one, and then I hold right to get to this note. So doing it quickly looks kind of weird, but it works pretty good. Then you just hold up left, cancel talon trot as you get up here. And then my visual cue for leaky is this big circle I'm standing on. So this circle on the ground, this right here, is what I use. And I just kind of just stand like kind of next to it. I like my shadow to kind of be on top of it. And then if you lined up your camera well with the walkway, so I can just show you again. So if your camera's aligned with this walkway as you're grabbing the notes, which is really easy to do as you're grabbing the notes, kind of like this. It's just a line. And you come over here, and then you just stand right here in front of that circle. Then you just hold down, poop 2 eggs. Boom, you'll get leaky. So another thing you want to do before you see the leaky cutscene is you want to move towards the 3 notes. So normally you would like poop 2 eggs, go in talon trot. And you can get about 2 jumps off, so normally you'd be right around this spot before the leaky cutscene. And then you can just grab these 3 notes. And now get to this X, hit it. And here comes the last flying section. So this one is by far the most difficult one. I'll be showing 2 ways to do it. I'll show the first way that I normally do it. And honestly, I don't really have like any setups for this. Like, it's pretty rough. Honestly, I kind of just have a feel for it. Like, I kind of wait a certain amount of time after I grab the Mumbo token before I start holding up, and then sometimes I readjust if I know I'm not going to get all the notes, but this flying section is very difficult. It's not easy, but I'll show you what it looks like, and we might even fail some of this stuff. It's pretty intimidating, but I wait until the top of Kazooie's head matches the token, use a feather, wait a little bit, hold straight up, grab these 3 notes, turn around. Yeah, okay, so we're going to crash here. Normally you want to use a feather and beak bomb through that Jinjo and then line up with the honeycomb. It's pretty tricky to do. As you saw there, I got a little bit. The main mistake I made there is I was too high up after the 3 notes. I like let go of the stick too early. So I had too much height, so I tried to be a bit too greedy with the Jinjo. But I'll show you a good method to do it that's a lot safer than that, that's not too much slower. So what you're going to want to do is come and grab this Mumbo token. Get the 3 notes. Honestly, this is all way off. Like this, none of this would really, that might have worked. And then ideally what you want to do is just keep flying down and just get to this wall, then use a feather, then Beak Bomb to grab the Jinjo. That's a really easy like alternative to do it, honestly. And here I use 2 feathers. Beak Bomb to the side of the alcove. Turn around. Get in here. Grab this Jiggy. Turn around. And normally this is where you would grab the Jinjo Jiggy. So I fly down. Grab the Jiggy. Grab this note. Oh my god, what? Okay, the crab's normally never there. Normally you would grab this note, get to the X. And then maybe kill the crab, maybe not. Depends on his positioning. Oops. Yeah, if you ever fall down that platform, or anything else, like if you want to get back up here, if you fall down for whatever reason, if you jump on the side of this cliff, just jump up here, and then you cancel Talon Trot, you can make it up here. It's just 2 jumps, Talon Trot, just Rat-a-tat-rap up here, and you can make it up there. Then you can jump, cancel Talon Trot here. You can also clear this in like a roll jump, really whatever you're comfortable with, but you can clear this gap pretty easily. And then just use a shock jump pad to get back up here. You can go back and get all your notes again. And here is the lockup chest. The teeth on the chest have a really rear hitbox. You have to be careful. What I like to do here is be on the far left and just hold straight right and jump. If you're too close to like the middle or the right side and you go straight right and jump, most of the time you'll get hit by the teeth. So I like to be on the far left side. And here, if you delay your jump long enough, you can clear this gap without losing Talon Trot. And if you kill the crab, like if you hit his like body in the middle and the X is below him, you'll like clip through his body and hit the X at the same time. If you hit his claws, most of the time you just won't hit the X at the same time. So you gotta be careful. Does lose a bit of time. Oops. Ideally don't break Talon Trot there. Here you just want to get on the side of this cliff, like right about this spot, and just do a jump to clear the gap. If you fall off, you can just jump here. You can clear that in 1 jump or just cancel Talon Trot just to be more comfortable, get a little bit more distance. So if you fall off or miss it, you can always come back from up here. But I use like the corner of this little geometry just to jump, make it up here, and just grab everything and enter this. And here we're just going to do the puzzle. So this is pretty basic stuff. We just want to roll flutter and hit all the letters. So if you can just copy my movement here, you'll be basically good to go. There's nothing too complex. You just spell Banjo-Kazooie, you know? It's pretty easy. Here, if you had 3 health, what I would do is I would roll into the crab twice to get him to fall over, and then grab the Jiggy. What I'm going to do here is I'm not going to hit the crab. I'm just going to take 1 damage from him, walk in the middle of him, jump, and then Beak Buster grab the Jiggy and get hit. So if you want to do it a safer way, you can just roll into him twice. He's going to fall on his back. He's not going to move. And if you have 3 health, you can really, like, just make sure you're above that Jiggy and make sure you don't miss it. So that's a really good way to do that. But after that, you want to enter Talon Trot and just leave the level. So as you're coming out of TTC, you want to hold a down right, make your way to this cannon, high jump. Be careful with this guy. Sometimes he can be in the way. You kind of got to either adjust to the left side or the right side. I try to stay away from the middle. I try to either high jump towards the left or the right if I can get a glimpse of him. But definitely try to be careful of that Gremlin. If he's really close to you, you can like try going to the left and then kill him if he's right next to you. But he can hit you off, so you have to be pretty careful. Here you can grab extra feathers if you're not confident in your feather count. Normally the amount of feathers I grab here is just this. I start with that feather. And generally speaking, I like to have 20 to 22 feathers here. But it's really up to personal preference. We'll grab 2 extras just for the sake of grabbing them. And we're going to make our way to Clanker's Cavern. So the movement here is pretty basic. Just jump here, jump flutter, enter Talon Trot. Here, you can land on the side of this pipe, and you won't leave Talon Trot. If you go too close to the middle of the pipe, you're going to leave Talon Trot. So you really want to make sure you jump onto this side and jump into here. I like to do 2 jumps here. Or sorry, 1 jump, 2 jumps here. Then when I fall off, I don't like to jump. I fall off, wait, then jump, and then I get up the pipe. I do 1 jump for this token, jump back, and leave. That's pretty important. Like, if you jump twice to get on top of the pipe, most of the time you don't make it. It's kind of weird. Just how it is, though. Here, you just make your way to this. When it comes to the Clanker switch, the way I do it is I try to do a roll, flutter, roll, and then fall off and beak bust a switch. If you miss the flutter cancel, I don't do a second roll. So let's say I like don't get the flutter cancel like this. I like to just walk towards the switch and then beak bust. But if I get the flutter cancel like that, then I just keep rolling and then beak bust. Angle is a bit off there, but see, we didn't get the flutter cancel there, so I just like to walk off and then beak bust. It's a lot more consistent. If you try to roll again, it's pretty awkward. But if you get the roll flutter cancel, then I like to roll a second time. Not quite like that. We get it, Grunty. Camera's a little weird. Like that. Do a second roll, then beak bust. So if you miss a roll flutter, just keep walking. Just make your way there. And then begins Clanker's Cavern. Don't cancel talent trot here, by the way. Just jump in the level when you're ready. I'm going to have a link in the info section below to a video showcasing all the different cycles. The cycle I'm going to be showing here is the intermediate cycle, but there's 3 different cycles for Clankers for the tooth cycle at the start. And the cycle is on a global cycle, so the second you enter the level, you're on the cycle. So you really got to move. So because Gloop is swimming around at the bottom and you want him to be in a specific position depending on the cycle you do. So you really don't want to mess around too much. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to explain my setup for the first jump here. So as we enter, you want to enter in Talent Trot. So before I do anything else, I'm just going to explain this. So the way I do this jump, if you're interested in trying it out, is I enter Talent Trot. Then I'm going to do 1 short hop, slide until the line on the pipe, then do 1 short hop down right, then jump down right, then move up left on the stick to move my positioning. So I'm like on the side of the pipe, then I can jump towards the platform. So this is what it's going to look like. Just like that. So you want to make sure that you are jumping down right when you're like jumping off the pipe, and then move up left with the joystick. So like this. You don't want to jump like towards the pipe, really. You want to be like facing away from it when you do that jump. So you jump up to the line. Yeah, see, that's bad. You saw there how I was like facing towards the pipe? You really don't want to do that. Usually I don't mess it up like that, but I'm also not going through the loading zone. But I just wanted to explain that jump really quick. Just give you a good idea of how I do it. So if you want to mess around with that, I recommend it. It's not too difficult, but if you find it too challenging, and there's, you know, nothing shameful in not doing it. In the video I link below, you'll see a way to do the beginner cycle, which will show you the movement you want to do to ideally not do the jump, and the gloop cycle you want to make and all that stuff. But I'm just going to be showing what I do here. So go back in the level. 1 jump. There you go. Here, I just want to grab all the notes. Here for this Champa, make sure you're on the right side. You want to be hugging the wall. If you're too far to the left, the Champa can hit you, so you got to be careful. I missed that token. That's really bad. You don't want to miss that token. I'll show a backup token later. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. Here I do a long hop, short hop, hold R to change my camera, grab the Jinjo, jump down. When you enter swim here, you don't want to enter swimming too fast. If you press B too quickly, you're going to turn around, and you're going to start swimming the wrong way. So you want to wait until a little bit until Banjo turns around, and then just start entering swim the right way. And here you can just mash L to skip the text because you're already holding LR or R and B as you're swimming. But that's how the movement looks for the lobby. You're really just going to want to practice that and get comfortable with it. If you make the fast cycle, this is the bubble you're going to grab. So the bubble that spawns normally there, if you're fast enough, that's the bubble you'd get for the fast cycle. And this is showing the intermediate cycle. So it saves roughly 2 seconds to the beginner cycle, so it's not the biggest time save. But it does give you good experience with faster cycles. An important thing to note here is you do want to like stop moving and start swimming through the key this way, so you're facing that way when you're done with the key. If you're facing the wrong way, turning around is going to waste too much time and you're going to miss a cycle. So after you get the 18th note, you really want to stop with A, turn around, go through the key like that, and go around 3 times. And don't try to go through the key too quickly, otherwise sometimes it just doesn't register. So you want to go fast, but not too fast. And you should have about 22 notes when you leave here. And by about, I mean you're going to have 22 notes. Once you get the 22nd note, you turn around, grab the green Jinjo, and Gloop will pop a bubble. That's the bubble you want to grab. Now, if you're too slow, it is possible that Gloop will not spawn that bubble, which we call a ghost bubble, by the way, which is what happened at the start as well. So for the advanced cycle, you want to get that Gloop bubble. If you miss it, you got a ghost bubble, which means you were too slow. Same thing can happen with the last bubble in the intermediate cycle. If you miss like a key swim or something, or if you have bad movement, that bubble might not spawn, which will make you lose the cycle. Also, if you lose, like if you have 2 air bubbles, by the time you get the blue Jinjo, you're safe. Like, the only way you're not going to be safe in terms of air is if you lose your second bubble, like, way before you get the blue Jinjo. So as long as you don't lose your second air bubble significantly before you get the blue Jinjo, you should be safe. And there, I just line up my camera and shoot 3 eggs into the tooth. The tooth is pretty lenient, so it's not that big of a deal, honestly. Another thing to keep in mind is I like to have 4 air bubbles before I leave down there after Gloop. So, like, if you get down to 3 air bubbles before you start swimming up, I would recommend getting an extra bubble just in case, because you might drown. But if you have, like, 4 air bubbles, or you lose your 4th air bubble as you're already going up, you should be good to go for that. And here what I like to do is hold up right, and then enter Talon Trot as I'm falling off, like that, and then I'll just grab this note. I just like to grab all the notes around here. Just get the notes, then I jump straight down, not straight down, but you jump towards this hole, and then I just let the top wall push me in the swim. And make sure you dodge these whiplashes, and I like swimming towards the right here. It's a little bit faster. Then here on the box, I jump, enter Talon Trot, and what we're going to want to do here, I might mess this up, but you're going to want to land on the ring and then jump off the ring and Talon Trot. An easier way to do this is just do a full jump and Talon Trot and just not even try the ring jump at all, and that's a tiny bit faster if you're not comfortable with that. But ideally, you want to jump off the ring. So, that was a bad example, but it's a bit tricky. It gets some getting used to, but you can land on the ring and jump off of it. You'll get another example here. This one's a bit more important. You want to high jump and land on the ring. Okay, we messed that up. You just want to high jump. Okay, we didn't land on the ring, but ideally you land on that ring and then you just flutter off of it. And then that's essentially like the important parts about the rings is those 2 rings, the first ring and the backflip ring, where you want to land on them. If you mess them up, it doesn't lose too much time. But it does take a bit of practice to get comfortable with it at the end of the day. But it's not too bad, honestly. It's just about really like getting comfortable with your positioning and camera, and I think you'll be good. Here, just grab these notes. Alright, before we go through this, we are going to be on a cycle here again. This is the bolt cycle. This cycle is also pretty difficult. Getting the fast cycle, which is what I normally do, requires you getting a trick called pole jump, and it's pretty difficult. It's very precise. I'll try to show and explain my setup for it. But you can try omitting doing that jump altogether if you want to, and not going for that cycle. The benefit of not going for pole jump is that if you're going for the second fastest cycle, it's a lot easier to get without going for pole jump. If you mess up pole jump, getting the second fastest cycle is a lot more difficult, so you're a lot more likely to lose 2 cycles instead of 1. And for reference, like if you miss a 2 cycle or a boat cycle in Clanker, you lose, generally speaking, about 10 seconds. So it does add up pretty fast, so you really want to make sure you're on pace for those cycles, but I'll try to explain my setup for pole jump. When you got a Clanker here, it's pretty simple. You just jump, rev, tie, rep, hold up. I like to grab these 2 notes. Yeah, if you miss a note, you're going to miss the bolt. Normally, I don't miss the notes there, but they can be tricky. You just want to get up here. Being Talon Trot, by the way, it's important. You want to get these 3 notes. Skip that note. Jump, get this jiggy. And then this is where the setup kind of happens. So the camera is always going to be the same here, as you can see, like panned out. So what I like to do here is I change the camera with C-right 3 times as I'm jumping from the note to the second half of the pipe. So this is what it's going to look like. Wait, no. What the hell did I do? Let me just do it again. When I explain stuff, I just forget how to do things. Yeah, it's here. In between this jump is where I like to change it. Then I line my camera there, go here, and then if you're about to make it, you can match Z to make it up here. But this is what you're going to want to do to get the faster cycle, and obviously you have to get this first try, don't miss a bolt and all of that, and go fast. You obviously don't want to take too much of your time. I'm just going to go back up there and show it off again one more time. Try to explain a bit more about the positioning and all that up here, because it is a pretty tight jump to make. But the way I change the camera just kind of aligns it, so this like corner is aligned with a pole. But ideally you want to jump as far off as you can from this corner towards the pole in a straight line. It can be pretty intimidating. But I think you'll get there. So I'll show it off one more time. I might not make it, but that's okay. It's really just about the movement that's important. Yeah. Okay, no, we still made it. Another important key is to make sure you get your flutter. If you get your flutter too late, you're going to lose too much height, and no matter what you do, you're going to miss the jump. Also, another thing I should mention is sometimes you'll grab onto the pole and let go, which is why I like to manage Z as I grab onto the pole. Just like that, even if I let go, I'm going to beak bust again and grab onto it again. And that can happen more than once, so I would recommend being careful. And also, if you're a tiny bit below the pipe, you can also press Z to gain a bit more height and grab it. But that is really risky. If you miss the pipe, it's going to be very difficult to get the second fastest cycle. So that's really where the risk comes in with that. If you're not going to go for the pole jump, ideally what you want to do is just jump off the platform and just go up here and just kill this Champa, then use a jump pad and then go grab the notes. So if you're not going to do the pole jump, just use the jump pad to get up here, grab these notes, and just go all the way around. Now, if you did the pole jump, what I like to do after I get all the 4 notes is to jump, flutter, wait until the 2 noises, then let go of A, then you'll fall on the platform, and I kill the Champa, then jump towards the pipe. So it looks a little something like this. Like that. And then you fall on the platform. Here I like to let go of the stick. If you hold the stick the whole way, this is going to happen. You're going to fall in the water. So I like to stop holding the stick towards the left side to avoid that, because that is a common mistake you can make. So I just stop holding the stick after a little bit so I land. You get up here. Here I just jump, flutter. And then I let go of the stick, so I go neutral. And then I move slightly to the left and then jump rat-a-tat-rat. So if you move slightly to the left, you're going to just break the grate like that. And then I like to enter Talon Trot as I'm falling down. Not like that, but like this. So you enter Talon Trot as you're falling down. Just like this. Then I jump to get up here. And then this is a bit tricky. You can keep the camera this way. I don't personally do this. I just turn the camera around like this. So I just have to hold straight down and go grab the notes. But this is really up to personal preference, what you're comfortable with. Yeah, I do this. Also, it's easier if you're, like, facing this way to get up here. Like, if you're facing towards the pipe like this, it's a bit more tricky. But if Banjo is facing towards the platform, it's easier to curve the gap. Just turn the camera around, I hold straight down, I jump. Here I hold slightly forward downs to clear that that grate. So as I'm canceling Talon Trot, I hold slightly down and that'll break the grate. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to use a bear punch and a high jump. So we're going to extend our bear punch with a high jump. So we backflip down into the pipe, grab the honeycomb, and come back up. It's kind of like extending your roll with a high jump, but it's just a smaller platform. Okay, yeah, I didn't hold up right away. You also want to hold up right away when you do that, otherwise you're not going to make it back. And also, if you ever fall off anywhere for any reason, you can jump back up here with a rat-a-tat-rat. I make that look real easy. It's a bit more difficult. Wait, what? That was weird. I definitely didn't let go of A, but... yeah, if you fall down, you can always come back up here. Just go back there. But if you go up here... So the inputs for this are pretty simple. You want to press B, and then just do the inputs for a high jump, so ZA really quickly. So it's like BZA. Like this. And then you want to hold up. And then if you did it well, you'll get the honeycomb, come back up here. So I normally hold straight up immediately. If you don't grab the honeycomb as you're high jumping, it's because you're doing it too quickly. So you want to wait a tiny bit more between your high jump and bear punch. Not a lot. You want to delay it a tiny bit. If you wait too long, a lot of the times you'll do something that looks like this. Like you'll just like... I honestly can't really do it that well, because I'm just so used to actually doing this properly. But it'll look like that. You'll like flutter back and stuff. It's bad. It just means like that. Exactly like that. It just means you're not pressing Z fast enough. Like you're not doing the backflip fast enough. You're waiting too long when you do that. So it's about figuring out the timing. But once you get comfortable with it, it's not too bad. Then I like to turn the camera around here, enter Talon Trot. And as I'm jumping, I like to zoom in the camera so the camera doesn't get stuck on that pipe up there. If the camera zoomed out, it can get stuck on there, and that can be a bit tricky and a bit annoying. So I like to keep it zoomed in when I get all these notes. And kill this Champa. And then I don't jump after this last note. I also zoom out the camera here. Don't jump after this last note. The spacing to get to the next platform is really awkward, so if you jump after this last note, it's just not great. So I just fall off like this. And then jump flutter up the platform, enter Talon Trot, and just make your way up here. Here I like to have a camera that's not quite parallel with the wall. It's slightly off. If the camera's too parallel with the wall, kind of like this, what's going to happen is that. The camera's going to move like that. So to avoid that, I just have like a tiny bit of an angle to the camera so you can kind of see into the alcoves. And here I just like flutter into it, enter Talon Trot. Here, don't try to go too fast. If you go too fast, you'll like You know, flutter, beak bust, whatever. Like, you'll make some mistakes. The camera will get messed up. You know, don't try to go too fast. If you're not comfortable with doing the flutter there, just don't do it. But I flutter, enter talon trot. And obviously, if your camera's slightly off, it'll turn like that. You really want to try avoiding that. I'm not a big fan when that happens. Like, it's pretty annoying. I don't like the camera at that angle. And then I kind of just do like a U motion in between every out cove. As you can see, when I'm going in between, I don't hold A for that long. I do like a pretty short hop. And I clear them. But if you're newer, you can definitely like hold A the whole time and do like way bigger jumps. Do like kind of a big U or whatever. And even cancel talon trot if you're not, you know, certain you're going to make it. You can really mess around with this to be as comfortable as you can. But generally speaking, I like kind of just do a short hop and jump around. There you're supposed to jump right at the end and then rat-a-tat-rap on top of Clanker. I'll just show what that looks like. There's no real reason not to. But you can slide off if you try to go too fast there and you don't jump. Gotta be a bit careful. If you do, it's not the end of the world. You'll probably end up missing a cycle depending on how the rest of your segment was. But it shouldn't be too bad. So there you go. Kind of like that. Then once you're falling down, you want to rat-a-tat-rap. Jump in here. Here I hold straight down. Once you start seeing Banjo through that door, that's when I beak bust. So when Banjo passes the top of like that door is when I like to beak bust. If you beak bust too soon, even if you're like where the switch is, you're just not going to trigger it. And for this, I just go left and right. I don't really have like specific movement. I kind of just look at where the saw blades are. You can just walk past them. So like, okay, I'm going to get hit a lot if I keep doing this. But I'm not too worried. So like the way I do this is like you can see where the saw blades are. So I kind of just try to walk around them as I'm going. So it's kind of like, you know, you see where they are. So I can dodge them. Like I can see they're about to hit me or whatever. And you just walk around them. So you can get a feel for it. If you take a bunch of damage here, don't really worry about it. We're going to be talking to bottles soon anyways. So you're going to get all your health back. Here what I do is I press A, Alt Har, flap twice, beak bomb, rat-a-tat-rap, you'll hit the loading zone. And here we'll do another quick talon trot to talk to bottles, just like that. Cancel the text. Also, I should mention, the only bottles text box you need to press LR and B to cancel is the first one. So every text box after the first, you can just mash B for bottles. And here, we're just gonna not take damage. That's all you're gonna do. You can grab these notes, walk along the seam, and not take damage. If you walk more towards the middle, also don't jump. If you walk more towards the middle, you're more likely to take damage. But if you walk along this seam, most of the time, you're just not gonna take damage. So you don't have to be too worried about that. But if you walk like in the middle like this, sometimes, yeah, you see that? Sometimes you'll get clipped. So if you walk towards the seam, usually it's less likely for you to take damage. So here what I do is I do one short jump, then I cancel talon trot, then I roll. And then as I fall off the edge, I let go of the stick. So it looks like this. So I just land on the jiggy perfectly. Then I roll flutter here. Then you just flutter towards that note. And then here we're going to do another roll extend just to get into the water. You can just see what the movement looks like. Just like that. Enter swim. Just get down there, grab the Jinjo. I like to press A to stop my momentum, then hold down. Then you see Banjo kind of swims up, so your positioning is like perfect. So you're already swimming straight up when you're done with that little cutscene. Then you can come right out. Another jump rat-a-tat-rap on top of Clanker. This is where we grab these two notes. Try not to miss them. Now, if you go fast enough, you'll get the note below the jiggy as you're grabbing it. If you're too slow and the note's slightly off center, you're not going to grab it. So you gotta make sure you're pretty fast. Here, I like to make sure I grab 3 feathers. It's pretty important. Your feather count is not the most lenient with this route, so you really want to make sure you get as many feathers as you can. Here I fall off. Just quick talon trot down here. Or a quick dive down here, sorry. And here are snippets. So what we're going to want to do is just jump up here, cancel the text with B only, and then just kill both of these guys at once. And here, if you get lucky with the snippet positioning, like this, you can kill all the snippets and grab the jiggy at once. You got to be really careful though. This, I make that look pretty easy, but the important thing here is if you're too close to the pipe, you try to jump on top of it, like, you're going to be delayed to get on top of it, or you just won't get on at all. So what I do normally is I jump from around this spot, and I jump towards, like, the middle of the pipe. But if, let's say you're here and you try to do that, like, you're not going to make it. So you got to play around with it and get comfortable with this. But I like to jump towards the middle of the pipe, cancel talon trot, grab the jiggy. Sometimes the snippet on this side will just stand here. So what I like to do is just kill him when I'm on top of this pipe. So I'll kill this first snippet, and even if I don't see the second one come to me, I still go on top of the pipe, and then he's going to be, like, to my right here, and I would just poop a few eggs in his direction and try to get him. He might go under the pipe if that happens, and you might want to jump off and go kill him, which is pretty annoying, but snippets can be a bit random, so you have to get comfortable with them. Here, just grab all these notes. So normally here, I cancel talon trot here and then roll into the water and enter swim. If you're newer, what I recommend doing is actually staying in talon trot and jumping as far as you can into the pipe and then entering swim. So normally what I would do would look like this. I would just enter swim immediately, like this. So you can see I'm clearing a bit more distance while swimming. And the reason this is important is because the way we end this level is by drowning. So the faster you enter the water, the faster you're going to end the level. Because essentially when you start swimming, there's a timer that starts. And it is a hard fixed timer. So whenever you start entering swim is when you're going to be done with the level. So let's say I roll and enter immediately. My timer starts right now, right? But I'm also going to drown faster because I have more distance to cover. But let's say I enter swim like this. I get pushed by the pipe. Then I'll have more air, and my timer will start later. So I'll lose a little bit of time, but I'll have more air. And so you just want to make your way to this pipe. Make sure you're on the right side of this pipe. Follow this pipe on the right side. If you follow it from the middle, any other side, you're going to be short on air by the end because you're traveling more of a distance. So you really want to make sure you pay attention to the movement here. And really want to make sure you are following the right side of the pipe. Because that does, like, significantly reduce the amount of swim you have to do, essentially. So you have more air near the end. If you're not comfortable with this swimming section, some players prefer to get the honeycomb first. The order doesn't really matter. Again, you're just tied to the air timer, so the order you get stuff doesn't matter as long as you get everything. But some people like to get these notes first, get the honeycomb, and then go get the jiggy, since it takes less time, so you have more air. I learned it this way, so I'm more comfortable doing it like this and ending on the honeycomb. But if you're not comfortable doing it like this, what you can do is go for the notes first, then get this honeycomb, then go for the jiggy in the pipe. And that might be a lot easier for you. And here we're going to end this like TTC, get in talon trot, get out. So after Clanker's Cavern, we're going to be coming up to a fairly difficult trick called FP early. This is like the backbones of this route. So if you really struggle with this trick, and you don't think you're comfortable enough doing it, I would recommend looking at my beginner tutorial, which teaches a more straightforward route. It doesn't do FP early, it doesn't do reverse B adventure, it doesn't do 450 skip. The level order is a bit different. For most of these levels, the individual route's basically the same for the most part. There's a bit of differences, a bit of variation. My beginner tutorial also doesn't teach some of the advanced stuff, so if you're not too comfortable with some of this, I'd recommend checking it out. Should be linked in the info section. But all you're going to do after Clanker is do one jump, another jump. I zoom out the camera here, zoom it in, and just keep jumping straight down. Then you hit the loading zone. Here I hold down left, and I do a short hop into the corner of this pipe, then go up left to get on the hill. So like this. Then you get right here, and just do another jump, cancel talon trot. So here we're going to be opening 2 note doors, and there's a pretty like key movement piece for the movement layer here, where you're going to want to roll, flutter, and do a quick talon trot. Like that, except you kind of want to hit the loading zone. But you're going to be doing that for both loading zones here. And we're going to be going straight for the FP early trick. Here, just use the jump pad, flutter, roll, flutter. And again here, ideally, you want to do the roll, flutter, quick talon trot. I missed it twice. I'll try to show you guys what it kind of looks like. I'm sure you get a good idea, but if we go back, you're just supposed to hit the loading zone. It's not a big of a deal if you don't get it, but trying to mess around with it is important. Here, this is pretty important. You want to like follow the steps I land on, otherwise your movement, like if you jump on different steps, can be a bit annoying. So I'm on the first one, second one, into here. Normally I break this spider web as I'm going for the flight pad. If you're not comfortable doing that, you can always break the spider web now. Like you just cancel talon trot, shoot 3 eggs, and keep going. I choose not to do that. And we're going to kill this guy. Normally I don't. For demonstration purposes, we're going to do it because he can be in the way sometimes. And this is probably going to be one of the most challenging things in this run. Because it's very high up there. It's not very easy. It's also going to be difficult to teach you guys, but we'll get there. We'll grab these just for tutorial purposes. If you're low on feathers, I'd recommend grabbing these. Ideally, personally, for myself, I like to be between 26 to 29 feathers here. But depending on, you know, the route you do, like if you do 450 and stuff, that number can vary, you know, can vary. So whether or not you grab these feathers is up to you. A lot of people get the Mumbo token up here during 450 skip. I get it during FP early for 2 reasons. One, you can fuck this up. So if I'm going to fuck this up, I'd rather fuck it up earlier than sooner. And B, in case I miss the token and just forget about it, I get a second chance to go and get it. If you omit to do 450 skip in your route, getting this token is the best idea. Now, if you're doing 450 and you do Man Monster after Freezeezy Peak, you want to get this token now because you're going to have exactly 20 Mumbo tokens by the time you get to the pumpkin transformation, so you can't really skimp out on tokens. We'll just grab this token. Oops. Roll, jump, flutter. I like to go to like the right side of this so I don't hit the shoes because normally they're like in the middle. And you just hit the switch. And this is going to be a bit tricky. I'm going to show an example first. And then I'll try to explain the whole spiel of what's going on. Poop 3 eggs. Start flight. I like to aim for the left side of the door here, where the eyes are. Fly down 4 times. Then come over. Oh, I landed. But yeah, so I'll give it a quick rundown. So the bulk of the setup of what I do is I aim for the left side. So on the left side of the eye, left side of that wall is what I aim for. Then I do 4 flaps down. Then I aim for the middle, in between these 2 lines. So in between the dark line here and in between the line in the corner here, I aim for the middle. I'll definitely go a bit more in depth for sure. That's kind of the bulk of it. Also, if you accidentally missed the running shoes, or if you like make a mistake as you're going for the flight pad, I'll show this. But it's a common thing in this game that you can pause buffer a timer. So if you press start over and over again, the timer will come up and down, and as it's coming up and down, it's not going down. So, as you can see, it's still on like 9 seconds. You can see it's going down way slower if you do this. Like, it's still on 8 seconds, and we're still going forward. Like, we did that way faster with way more time on the timer. So you can pause buffer a timer like that. Alright. 4. Let's just come back and bounce. I'm probably going to grab a bunch of extra feathers in the tree, just because I'm going to be showing this a few times. So the movement to get to the ramp, I guess, yeah, we'll just set this up again. So the movement to get to the ramp, again, is you go to the left side of the door, you hold down for 4 flaps, then you go in between the 2 dark lines. When you hit the ramp, I like to go neutral so you can get caught on the ramp. And then I like to hold down, just straight down. So the input display here is going to be your best friend to get a good feel of how I do this. And I just hold straight down, and right before I land, I just beak bomb. Then I use 4 feathers, beak bomb. And you should be lined up perfectly, and you can beak bomb again to get into the loading zone. I'll show this again one more time. This is really tricky. I'll try to cover like common mistakes you can make and how you're gonna fail this. So before, yeah, I'll show it off again. So common things that can happen is you can tumble out of bounds, which generally means you were too far to the right, so you weren't like far down enough on the slope, which means you landed on the slope too high and you didn't readjust. So when you're going down on the slope, if you're too high up, you can like flicker the joystick from neutral to down as you're holding your angle to kind of like stall in the air. Here's a good example of the pause buffer if you fuck up. So you can like stall on the ramp. I'll try to see if I can show you. But you can stall. Oh, I landed. But you can stall on that ramp as you're flying. So you kind of keep your angle, but you keep going down. It's kind of hard to explain. Also, yeah, we should grab these again. They're going to be pretty useful. So you can stall on that ramp. That'll help you like kind of just, you know, rectify your angle a little bit. I mean, this is going to take a lot of time to learn. And there's like a lot of different setups. If you look at a lot of Banjo runners, a lot of people do this differently. This is just the setup I'm the most comfortable with and the setup that I made for myself. So, again, it's 4 flaps on the left side. Middle of these 2 lines. Just hold down. Okay, so the problem here is that I wasn't hooked on the ramp. So when you go on the ramp, that's why I like to hold neutral when you get to it. So this is a common mistake that can happen. If you're not hooked on the ramp, you're never going to clip. It's a pretty important part. And you can kind of see it when people are doing it. You'll see like a little like bump that Banjo goes through when he's flying. And when you get caught on the ramp, that's when you can beak bomb and clip through. And then if you tumble, which is like crash landing through, and then you void out, that's essentially what's happening is you're just too far to the right, or your angle's wrong. So ideally, what I like to do is kind of be facing this way. So it's not quite parallel with the wall, kind of like that. It's slightly off, slightly to the right, but you don't want to be too sharp. I don't like being like this. It's really like this angle is ideally what I want, honestly, just looking this way. Obviously, it's going to take a bit of time to get used to it and get that angle. But looking that way, getting in the middle of those 2 lines, and you hold down, and let's say, you were higher up on the ramp, or for whatever reason, your movement was different approaching the ramp and you're just slightly off. Readjusting is pretty important, but you can flicker the stick. I'll try to see if I can show it off. Just to, like, readjust your angle. It's kind of hard to explain, but it makes a lot of sense once you're doing it. I just gotta stop the landing, and I can show it off. So, same approach. Here we go. Like this. Like, you see me flickering that stick, so I kind of, like, stall a little bit in the air. So like that, if I'm too far to the right, I'll like correct to the left. So I'm further to the left by the time I get to the bottom. Because I'm kind of staying in the same position, but I'm moving left slightly. So by the time I hold down and get down, then I'm more to the left. So if you're tumbling a lot, it probably means you're not adjusting enough to the left for that trick. That's going to be the key reason. But that's the best way I can explain FP early. I mean, if you have any questions, if you want any help, you can always like leave a comment. Or come to my stream, anything, try to contact me, and I can try my best, but it is a trick that requires a lot of experience and a lot of practice, so don't be discouraged if it takes a while to learn. It's not easy, but if you ever want help, just try contacting either other banjo runners, me, anyone. I'm sure people will be willing to help, so don't get too discouraged if you're not going to master this trick in 20 minutes. It might take a bit longer than that, but definitely give it a shot. I think it's worth it, and you'll learn a lot about just flight, beak bomb clips, which are some pretty common tricks in the game. They're pretty like a fundamental thing for the more advanced routes throughout the game. So after we're done with FP early and we're in, the level starts. So here you can ignore all these notes. Here you want to jump before you fall down and go to this side. If you go too far to the left, you're going to talk to Boggy and you want to avoid that. And here I like to grab these 2 feathers and just keep going down. And here we are low on feathers, so I will be grabbing extra feathers in the tree just because we were demonstrating stuff. Pre-hit the present. Now what we're going to do here is kill this guy as fast as possible, then run into this corner, then hold down a little bit. You want the camera to have as little water to it as possible, as you kind of want to cut off the present right there. That's going to reduce lag and save about half a second. And essentially what we're doing here is we killed the first guy because he was on screen, and when those enemies aren't on the screen, they're deloaded, so their hitbox doesn't exist. And the cue here to leave is when the timer gets to 49. So once the timer hits 49, you want to enter Talon Trot, and then just jump. Just keep going to the corner. And you get here, and before he goes down, you jump. You want to get on this little side. And here, as we're jumping from this part to the note, I like to zoom out the camera. And here, don't do long hops, only do short hops. And after you grab the 4th note, just cancel Talon Trot, hold down, shoot 3 eggs. And you should get that star. That's a bit tricky. It'll take some getting used to. Just really look like carefully at how I do the movement. But if you set up the camera the same way and everything, you should be good. Here I like to get the token, grab 4 feathers. Here, make sure you turn around before grabbing this Jinjo. Like, you want Banjo to face the Jinjo. If you're facing like this, it's a lot more difficult to get the Jinjo. So I like to be like that to grab it. And here, I'm going to be explaining Yellow Star. So this is a more advanced strat. I'll be showing a way to not do it, a good alternative to Yellow Star. But essentially what's going to happen is we're going to wait 1 flap, use 2 feathers, beak bomb the yellow star near the top of the tree. Or not the yellow star, the yellow light, sorry. At the top of the tree. And then as we land on the tree, we're going to jump through the ring once, flutter through it, and then beak bust to go through it for the 3rd time. And for this, I like to have the camera kind of like this. So it's facing this way. 1 flap, 2 feathers, beak bomb the light. Okay, I messed it up. It's not uncommon to mess up Yellow Star. Let's, I don't want to wait out for the timer to run out. So we'll just show an example again. So just go over here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I changed the camera 3 times here to get this camera angle, by the way. 1 flap, 2 feathers. Beak bomb this light. Yeah, so after the flutter, you would just press Z to beak bust to go through the star again. So let me just land here. I'll explain the movement after this It's not a big deal. I just want to show a way. So let's just grab all these feathers. Normally, I would grab 2 of these feathers during the walrus race. These 2. But we're going to grab them now just so we have some extra feathers since we are demonstrating a lot of stuff. So we're using a lot more feathers than we need to. But, so if you don't want to do Yellow Star, which is fine. There's no issues with that. What you can do, Star Flight, use 2 feathers, and just beak bomb through the star. Kind of like that. Fly through it, fly back, and then beak bust through it. Now that looked kind of weird. The thing about Yellow Star is there's a hitbox for the star when you can go through it. So there's like a little platform that you can beak bust through, so you shouldn't fall off like that. And I'll try to show off Yellow Star again. It's not going to look 100% the authentic way, how it should, but you get a good idea of it. The key is just to wait 1 flap, use 2 feathers, aim for the light, and as you land, you just jump, flutter, beak bust back, like that. So you can mess around with that, see how comfortable you are doing that. And obviously, any of these strategies, if you're not comfortable doing them, like it's up to you what you want to do. So just pick and choose the strats you're comfortable doing and learn what you're comfortable with. Same thing for routes, obviously. Just pick and choose what you're comfortable with and go from there. Oh wait, why'd I do that? I guess we can show it off again. There you go. There's a good example. Like, you get a good idea of it. The key is really the 1 flap, 2 feathers, aim for the yellow light. The reason you want to only do 1 flap after you start flight is if you don't, you're going to bonk off the tree. So you just can't do the trick at all. Also here, we're going to go grab more feathers right now. We have 10, which is a bit low. So we're just going to go through the tree. You wouldn't normally do this in a run. Normally after this, you would obviously be after the star. And you'd be, you know, moving on with your life. But we're going to go grab some extra feathers right now. And then I'll talk about feather count for the snowman in a sec and how many feathers you want ideally. These should be plenty, I think. Yeah, we should be way good with this. Okay, we're 22. So, we're just going to head back to where the star was. And then after the star, you're going to be aiming for the buttons on the snowman. So, just go up here. We're not going to yellow star. We're just going to fly through it. So normally after the cutscene, you'll be in flight through the star. I like to wait 5 flaps. 4, 5. Use 1 feather. Hit this button. Use 2 feathers. Beak bomb. And also don't use your feathers too quickly. You really want to wait a tiny bit after you beak bomb in the animation to use the feathers. And after the last button, you want to use 5 feathers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I like to turn around. Just aim for this pipe. I missed it there. So there you can readjust a bit. You can let go of the stick and go a bit more neutral. So Banjo's a bit more flat so you can fly above the pipe. It really depends on your positioning. You can play a lot with that. Also, after I hit the 3rd button on Snowman, I hold upright, which is pretty important. So your angle's upright after the cutscene, and then you just use the 5 feathers just to get up here. And after you get this jiggy, just jump to the sled. And we're going to hit Boggy. And I'm going to grab a few more feathers here for the snowmans. Ideally, the minimum amount of feathers I like to have for the snowman is 7. It's 8, honestly. You can do it with 7, but 7's pretty sketchy. Like, it's got to be perfect. So the minimum should be 8. If you want to be really safe, I would say like 10 to 12 is a pretty solid number. Like, if you have 10 to 12 feathers, like, you're in a pretty good spot. Oh yeah, I should mention, so yeah, after you get the Boggy, you grab those 2 feathers, you come down this ramp, and then we're going to go to the Christmas tree. So you just make your way over here. Here I like to do a long jump around the pot, Oops. Shouldn't be taking damage there, but that's fine. Like, jump around the pot like this, then grab the token, then just, like, let go of the stick, do a full jump, then hold down to grab the tree. And then once you see the banjo is off the screen, like this, like you don't see him anymore, then you can just press A, and you'll hit the loading zone. So you get up there. And I am going to grab a few health. Ideally, you can take like 1 damage. Oops, I should explain this. So here what you want to do is when you hit at the top, you let your stick go neutral, you jump, rat-a-tat-rap, and go forward. You'll get pushed on the platform and grab the jiggy. And here I hold up left, fall down, up left again, grab this note. So the note to your left should be the note in front of that star. And also you should have 21 notes after leaving this tree. So the last note we get here should be the 21st note. So as you can see, 21st note, that star. So you always know when you get to that star, that should be your last note. Okay, we're going to kill these termites just to grab some health. Usually you grab the present and then just jump out. Pretty standard stuff. But I'm going to want to be at 6 health here. But yeah, if you're at 6 health, you should be good. Here I hold down, so that'll push you straight out of the tree into that ramp. Then you go straight for snowmans. And snowmans, honestly, there's not like a whole lot to them. Just about getting like the feel for them. You just hit their hat. Ideally, normally you want to hit like on the side of them, like that on the left side, so you get a recoil more to the left. At least I try to aim for the left side. Here we're a bit low, so I'm probably just going to use a feather. Beak on the left. You see how I get recoiled towards this snowman? So going on the left is pretty important. Here we're a bit too low, so we'll use another feather. Now, the beak bomb to this Mumbo hut can be pretty tricky. You can easily either like bonk or crash land. You gotta like aim for the center of the door and then beak bomb like that. It's gonna take a bit of getting used to. Here, jump, trigger Mumbo's text, cancel text boxes. I start off with this note. There's multiple ways to do this, but personally, my way to do this, I start off with this note, and you keep going around. And then after you have to do 2 jumps to grab 1 note, that's the last note. And then I hold slightly down right, so it's down, slightly down right. Then as you land, you'll be on the pad, and you can mash B. And then you want to cancel the first Mumbo text, otherwise you can't move. But you can mash B to transform while you're in Talon Trot. But yeah, so to know which note is the last at the top, my cue is to just, you know, when you get to the note that requires 2 jumps. So every single item you collect there is going to be 1 jump until that note, and then there'll be like a gap where there's nothing, then you get the last note. And that's the last one. So it's a pretty easy way to get a good feel for where the last note is. Here I hold down left, jump twice. You don't, as the walrus, you don't want to jump when you're going down towards a slope, and you don't want to jump when you're in water, because it creates more lag. I turn the camera around here. Some people like to keep the camera facing the other way to reduce lag. I'm not particularly comfortable with that, and the lag is honestly, like, not very noticeable. So once you get the 31st note, so this one, you want to go towards the honeycomb, grab it, then keep going. And then as you leave here, you want to start jumping. And when it's on the flat ground, you can also jump downhill, stop jumping, go uphill, keep jumping again. So what I do here, as I get up here, I do 2 jumps, and I'm right next to the sled. So a very important thing here is that you can jump, like you can jump on the sled before Boggy talks to you to start the race. And then what that's going to do is to give you a head start, which is going to make it a lot easier to grab the notes around the leg for the snowman, which is pretty important, which we call right leg. So you grab all the collectibles on the right side of the snowman's leg, you grab a jiggy, and you grab 1 note on the left leg. It can be pretty intimidating, and it's going to require a bit of practice. And generally speaking, if you make like any mistake, you're probably going to lose the boggy race. But getting the jump off the sled is pretty important. It makes a big difference. So it looks like that. So you just jump on the sled and then jump forward and then cancel the text. Here I like to jump after I get off the hill through this whole thing. And as I grab this note, I like to jump, and then after that I stop. And I just go around the leg, get all the collectibles. Just like that. It's going to take a bit of getting used to. Same with the camera work there. Whenever you're going uphill in the race, always make sure you're mashing A. You gain a lot of speed. And here I like to go straight right, just to clear the gap, because you can as the walrus. Don't do that as Banjo, since that part of the wall is a slope. Here I get 1 note on the right, and this is important, so keep this in mind. Then you want to get both notes here, and again the note on the right. So this is going to be important for later. Get this Mumbo token. Here I jump straight left. You grab that note. And this is where I would usually grab those 2 feathers I mentioned earlier. So I grab one here, one here. Keep going. And then here you jump. And you grab these 3 notes. Grab this token. Jump off. And you get to the top here, grab these 2 notes. Here you want to jump straight left. If you jump like up left, there's a good chance you're going to miss the flag. So I like to jump after the 2 notes on the side of the hill. I like to jump straight left just to make sure I get that flag. And here, if you're more in the middle towards Boggy, you can get a bigger push, so you'll be pushed around this location. So you get more distance. It's about getting a feel for it. I might be able to show it off better later during the Banjo race. But if you're too far to the right, he might push you backwards or not push you at all. But if you're like kind of slightly to the left and center, he'll push you pretty far. But here, I just want to grab this. I like to jump until I get to the hill, then I stop. Here, I like to do 3 jumps, hold A. This is one of those text boxes you can't skip in the game. There's 2 of them as far as I remember. They're weird. You just can't cancel them. Just make sure you hold A to fast forward the text and you should be good. Then I get this Jiggy. Then grab these 2 notes. If you're not comfortable getting these 2 notes here during the race, you can always just skip them and get them right now. And it's not a big deal. A good like heads up is when you're doing the Boggy race. What I like to know is if I'm like tied with Boggy by the time I get on this like slalom, it's pretty safe to go get these 2 notes. But if Boggy is like significantly, maybe not significantly, but if he's pretty far ahead of you by the time you get to the slalom, if he's like already at the next one, I would skip those notes. But if you're still tied with him, I would go grab them if you can and you're comfortable. Then you jump left, keep going, all that stuff. Here you want to grab the moment token. And I want to keep in mind that with this route, you really don't want to miss any tokens. You can really afford to miss 1 token. Missing more than 1 is pretty brutal. There's realistically 2 backup tokens that I'm pretty comfortable with in this route. One is the backup token where the sarcophagus is. So there's a token behind the sarcophagus. You normally get it after Gobi's. But if you get it while you're doing FP early, you can just have it for Mad Monster Mansion, and then you can just replace that token with any token later on, which there's a bunch in like Click Clock Wood and stuff. Because the token route's only really tied up until Mad Monster. And there's also a token in Mad Monster you can grab, which is the one I'll be showing. It's probably the best one. So here what I like to do is 2 jumps. And when I get here, I like to just do like a half circle down. So it's kind of hard, but like if you just do your full motion, you won't be able to jump when you get to the bottom here. Like you just won't be able to do a jump. It's like a half circle down, then I jump, then I rat-a-tat wrap on the surface of the water. I messed that up there, but if you rat-a-tat wrap on the surface of the water, you won't like sink to the bottom and talon trot. So ideally you want to rat-a-tat wrap and get hit at the same time, and then just keep going. If you're low on health, here you can grab this health. Ideally, by the start of the second Banjo race, you need 5 health. That is the optimal amount of health you want to have. If you want to be more safe, you can have 6 health, and I'll explain why you would want to do that later. But if you are below 5 health right now, you'd probably want to grab this health. And just don't take damage for the rest of the level, and maybe grab some extra if you're not comfortable. But you don't want to be below 5 health at all, otherwise you cannot finish this level without dying. Usually I skip that. I jump over here. Here, this is a slope, by the way. So I mentioned earlier during the Boggy race that this was a slope, which it is. So if you stand over this for too long, you're going to slide down, which is why I do a big hop here to clear the gap. As I fall down, I like to do a big jump to the blue side. And get on the scarf. Here, you really want to make sure the camera's zoomed in, because it does reduce lag, and it is faster as you're going up the scarf. And here, you just want to jump up the scarf, grab the collectibles. I just like to alternate between jumping and turning the camera, and like just adjusting slightly by going straight up. And it works pretty well. But you just got to get comfortable with that. Here we go for the note on this side. Turn around. Be careful with this blue Jinjo. You can easily make a mistake and fall down. Just don't get too greedy. You know? Like, you are pretty high up, and falling down is pretty bad at this point. Just make sure you're comfortable. You make a good jump. You have a good camera. Here I cancel Talon Trot. Then I roll towards this pad. Jump. Flutter. Roll. Jump. Flutter here. I roll. And then here for this flight section, I hold straight up. Then I use 2 feathers. And then I go for the left side of the hat. So it's going to look like this. Then you land immediately. So I'll show that off again. So straight, 1, 2, go to the left side. Boom, you land right here. So that's how you end up doing that. And here you're going to want to get 78 notes. So if you follow the same note route that I have and got the same amount of notes, that's 78 notes. I do 1 jump, cancel talon trot. Normally it's supposed to land, and then I beak barge into that. Then I go into talon trot again, jump twice. Oops, did not mean to do that. You also shouldn't take damage there. You're not supposed to cancel talon trot there, sorry. We're also probably going to need more feathers, honestly. But yeah, you're supposed to jump twice, and don't jump, just grab the note, then fall off. Then flutter. You can hold A here to flutter more, just to make sure your shadow's over this platform. Like if you're too far to the right, if you're holding your flutter, you can readjust to be on this side. You want to hit the flight pad, wait 3 flaps, beak bomb, neutral, turn the camera twice, and as Banjo makes a noise, you want to flutter, turn around and do that. So normally you would take 2 damage from the ice water leaving Mumbos, and on top of that igloo, to go from 7 health to 5 health. Ideally, that's the health route you want to do here. Now I took some extra damage, obviously, so my health's a bit off. But yeah, so after you do the 3 flaps of the flight section, after the beak bomb, you turn the camera twice, you don't touch anything on the stick. Once Banjo starts making a noise, that's when I flutter, and then I readjust my angle to kind of like turn around, and then keep on my momentum, so when I fall off the top of the igloo, I can just turn around and just go straight in the loading zone. Here you jump, get up here, give the bears their present. Down in the middle, get the jiggy. Here I like to grab 2 extra feathers after grabbing the Mumbo token. Just like this. Obviously, you're supposed to be at more than 12 feathers here. 12 is significantly low. So here for these feathers, this hill is pretty awkward. If you go straight down, you're going to like skip over the hill and skip all the notes. So what I like to do is zigzag left and right until the last note where I just clear the gap, but I do hold back on the stick. So it should look a little something like this. So I go zigzag, and then I just like go forward and go neutral, so like that I don't have too much momentum, so I can still grab the note. Here, you can just zigzag. Try being more on the left side here. If you're more on the right side, you're going to skip more. Let's see if I can show this. If you're more on the right side when you zigzag, you like... Yeah, I didn't really show it. But you'll end up jumping more, clearing more gaps than you would want to. And here I'm going to be at 6 health, just to show why you would want to be at 6 health. Ideally, you want to be at 5, but if you want to be more comfortable, you can be at 6. And here it should be at 91 notes before we start this race. Here, just hold A to fast forward the text, and then press A to accept. Make sure you don't skip it. You do want to skip this. Here I like to wait for the camera to turn around, and then start moving to grab the shoes. Don't wait too long, though. Yeah, if you get that boggy text box, that's not a big deal. Just don't make another mistake, and you should be fine. Grab these supplies. Yeah, the reason I like to wait for the camera to turn around, if you don't, the camera can be really janky throughout the race. If you just, like, wait a tiny bit, it's not so bad. Here, make sure you do not step on the side of that hill, because it is a slope, and you will lose the race. Here I use the notches on the stick, so straight left to grab those notes. Then you want to grab the green Jinjo here. This is why it's important to grab the correct notes during the walrus race. And here I hold up left on the notch on the stick. So like the control stick does all the work for you. And here you don't want to pass boggy before that slalom. Like ideally you want to pass boggy right around that slalom. Oh, that's fine if you miss a slalom. Honestly, it's just going to make winning the race easier, because boggy is going to be slower. It's something I didn't mention, but boggy rubber bands, so the further you are away from him, like ahead, the faster he's going to go. Yeah, so the slalom after the hill where the notes are from the start, you don't want to pass boggy significantly before that. Otherwise, he's going to rubber band extremely hard, and you're probably going to lose the race. But if you make mistakes and you fall behind him, generally speaking, it's just going to be slower, because he's going to be closer to you, so it's not that big of a deal. So you can get away with that. Normally here you would grab these 2 feathers. I jump up here. 1, 2, 3. So you want to wait, like the jiggy bounces 3 times and then you jump. It's kind of hard to tell, but you'll see it probably better in Mad Monster Mansion. We use the same strategy again, but I wait for like 3 bounces and then I jump to fall off. Okay, I want to grab these feathers, since we have been demonstrating a lot of stuff, just to make sure we're good on feathers. So here's why you might want 6 health. So this is the end of the level. What we're going to want to do here is, earlier we actually talked about this, is during the ice water, you sink to the bottom of the water when you're in Talon Trot. So we wanted to cancel Rat-a-tat Rap to not have to wait for that. But here we want to do that. So if you look, you can see the hole there. Our goal is to jump and be like right in front of that hole. So we'll be able to see our shadow above the ground. So we want to line up our shadow to be right in front of that hole and to be as close to it as possible. Now, if you miss this, like if you're too far to the right from that hole, or too far to the left, or you're too far back, you're not close enough to it, you can miss it. So I'll show an example of like missing it. If you do something like this, right? Oh no, I didn't make it in. Oh damn, you actually took 2 damage. Okay, well you need 5 health for this, so we'll go grab 1 more health. It's not a big deal. But this is why you might want more health, and I guess you would want to have 7 there. I didn't know you took 2 damage, but if you only need 1 health, there's a health here, there's a health there, and there's also any hive behind the boxes of present there if you need health. So just for reference, you can come back out, grab some health, just to get through this. So it's not as big of a deal. You just come over here, and then just line up your shadow with like the middle of that entrance and keep going. There you go. So once you get a feel for it, it's not too bad. I generally focus on my shadow and the positioning of that. It makes it a lot easier to know where I am and where I want to be. Here I like to wait a little bit and then jump flutter. Here you want to roll. As soon as you land on that platform, you want to roll. So like you land, roll. Oops. The ice cube shouldn't be this close to you. It should be further back. So by the time you roll off this platform, the ice cube should hit you. But you want to roll as early on as possible on this platform so the ice cube can hit you, and then you can fall off and die. And that's going to clean up FP. Alright, so after Freezeezy Peak, what I do is 3 jumps down right. 1, 2, 3. Jump over to this pad. We're going to grab these feathers here just to be safe. Again, you don't have to grab these. It's up to you whether or not you want to get them. And this is where the route can diverge. So you have 2 options. Either you can do 450 no door skip, which means we're going to be doing Mad Monster Mansion next. And essentially, the reason it's faster is because we can open Gobi's Valley on the way to Mad Monster, so we don't have to visit that room twice for no reason. So it'd save about 10 seconds. But if you want to, you can go open Gobi's Valley right now and go straight to that level instead, and then go do Mad Monster Mansion after. So the difference in the route would be after you leave FP, you go straight to open Gobi's Valley, and you just go straight to Gobi's. And after Gobi's, come out of Gobi's, you would get the Mumbo token behind the sarcophagus, then go open Mad Monster, and then go do that. So that's where the route can diverge. It's up to you whether or not you want to do 450 and how comfortable you are with the FP early / 450 trick. I'm going to be showing the 450 route here. So you just jump up here, roll, hit the switch. So the difference between FP early and 450 is just the movement after the clip. Clip's the exact same, so I'm not really going to cover that again. But the movement for the note door, or to get to the note door, is different. So we're going to want to use 4 feathers after we clip, and by 4 I mean 9, to get to the note door and then beak bomb. So the clip's going to be the same. And I hold slightly down right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you can beak bomb. That's going to overshoot it, which is fine. Ideally, you want to shoot more to the left of the door, so if you miss the door, you don't void out, which is something I didn't really cover. But when you're out of bounds in this game, if you go too far out of bounds, you're going to void out, and it's going to bring you back to the last loading zone. So as you're beak bombing, if you beak bomb too far to the left of that node door and you miss it, you're going to void out of bounds and you'll go back to the FP early entrance. But if you overcorrect to the right and you miss to the right and you don't go back in bounds, you're just going to miss the door and you can turn around like I did and just fly straight in there. But the movement after the clip to that door is I hold slightly down right on the stick. So I would go like to the down angle, slightly down right, and I kind of space out 9 feathers. I spaced them out a bit too much there. It's the main reason I missed the door. But I spaced them out like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, it's a timing thing. You got to get a feel for it and get comfortable with it. But 9 feathers is what I use, and then you beak bomb, which uses 10 feathers. So if you're doing the 450 route, your feather count is going to be a tiny bit low at this point. 16 is probably pretty standard, honestly. But if you're skipping that, your feather count is going to be a lot more lenient if you're doing Gobi's Valley right after FP. So, again, it's up to you what route you want to do. Again, I'm just going to be showing this for, you know, demonstration purposes. But after you get 450, all you want to do is hold straight right, roll, and extend your roll with a high jump to land in the water, like this. You just go straight into swimming, and go on the left side of this pipe. Make sure it's the left side. And again, go left here and aim for the left side of that loading zone. And so this is probably the longest layer section in the game, and probably the most boring, honestly. Here you go right, hug the wall. Now there are two ways to do this. Personally, I don't like getting hit by the fish here. So what you can do here is you can get hit by the fish up front onto the second little alcove over there and get a little damage boost up there, but you have to take 1 damage. You can also miss it. It can be a bit tricky. I personally avoid doing that simply because I don't like taking 1 damage there. I don't know, it's personal preference. What I usually do here is like I swim a bit up, then I go straight. Once the fish is off screen from the top, then I hold straight down. Usually the fish will never hit you. He might follow you, but he's not going to hit you. If you're going to get the damage boost, we could probably showcase it if I can get him to follow me. You would just come over here, have the fish follow you. I'm on top, boom, get him to boost you up here. So you can do either or, it's really up to you. I don't really like doing that just because of the health. Because you do lose 1 health. And here for the movement for around the alcoves, I like to, from the corner, do 1 jump, slide, and then jump again. If you think you're going to miss your jump, you can always cancel your Talon Trot just to make sure you cover more distance and realign or whatever. But it's just like 1 jump, slide, jump. Go over here, mash Z, fill in the puzzle. That's opening Man Monster. So again, this first section is not too exciting. It's pretty straightforward. Here I do 2 jumps. Jump over here, grab this token. Do a quick dive, swim down here, go to the left side, just follow this wall until we get out, and we're on our way to Mad Monster Mansion, which is, I would say, a relatively difficult level. There's definitely a lot to it. I mean, it's not super difficult, it's just very easy to lose a lot of time. It's very technical. Like, small mistakes add up very quickly in Man Monster Mansion, so you have to be pretty careful. And here, I usually do a quick Talon Trot through this loading zone, like that. Here I do 2 jumps, or 3, then I'm falling down. I hold up here to land on the side of this door, then just do a jump. Now here you gotta be careful. I try to aim for the middle of this platform, but if you, like, aim to the side, it's a little bit messed up like that. You see, like, you kind of get pushed off. So if you aim for the middle, though, you can definitely get up here pretty cleanly. Just cancel Talon Trot, get up there. Quick Talon Trot. I missed it. It happens, but... try to quick Talon Trot through that. Just open Gobi's. And this is where the time save would come in from 450. If you're doing Gobi's Valley straight away, you would have to come here, open this world, leave, and you're going to have to come back through this room later to get the Man Monster. So this is where the time saves from 450 comes in, is that we only have to go in this room once instead of twice. So here, this is very important, and do not forget this. You're going to want to go up here and open the gate. If you forget to open the gate when you leave Man Monster as the pumpkin, you're going to have to go back in the level, transform into Banjo, come back out, break this gate, then become the pumpkin again, and then leave again. So really make sure you don't forget. So normally what I try to do is there's like this line on the ground. Like I'm like kind of lined up with it, like the geometry. I like to stand right about here, shoot 2 eggs. You can hear that sound of the gate breaking, and you just keep going. As long as you hear the gate breaking, you're good to go. So normally I would obviously move. Like I would shoot the 2 eggs, keep moving, and then if I hear the gate break, I'm good. So you really want to pay attention to that sound effect. Or if you want to be more safe, you can look at it. It's really up to you. But you really want to make sure that that gate's open. Also... we'll grab 1 health. Normally I'd be at full health here, so just grab 1 health before we head on in. So here I like to hold slightly upright on the stick, jump, and then transition to upright on the notch as I'm moving across these. These are pretty tricky to navigate across. They're not very easy, I'll say that much. They're like really small platforms. The notes can be pretty tricky to grab. If you hold slightly upright, transition to upright on the notch, and do the same thing here, basically. Transition to up left on the notch, you should be good. Here you jump on the platform, jump up here. Break this window. roll off. So there's two ways you can do this. You can roll off Beak Bust to open the cellar, or you can stop at the top, like on the wall above here, use gold feathers and break this open. It's really up to your personal preference. I personally like to do the Beak Bust. I like to save the gold feather. Here you jump once, twice. When you're in the middle of this barrel, down right on the notch, shoot an egg. That'll break open the barrel. And gold feather, grab this token, grab this Jiggy. Here, I like to make sure you like really turn around so you don't get stuck on this wall. If you like try to go too sharp, you can get stuck on the wall. And here, what you're gonna want to do is do a roll high jump. So if you get stuck on the wall, you're gonna lose too much distance. So you really want to make sure you don't get stuck on this wall. Here, don't let go of Z. Start mashing C left, so you go in Talon Trot. If you let go of Z and have to press it again, there's a chance you might end up Beak Busting for no reason on that little platform. So you want to avoid that. Here, I do 2 jumps, cancel Talon Trot, high jump up here. You can just also jump towards the pipe if you want to. I just prefer to high jump. Here, you can avoid killing this bat if you want to. I personally like killing it for 2 reasons. A, it hits you a lot of the time. It's not too hard to dodge, but it can be pretty annoying. And then having this health here is really nice. So for whatever reason, by the time you become the pumpkin, you're at 1 health at the end of the level. You can always grab this health, which is pretty important, because the last thing we do in this level is the well, which can be pretty scary with 1 health. So having 2 health is pretty important. So having this health just right here can be just like a really good insurance policy. That's why I like to do that. Just get this note. Go over here. Alright, so here you can kill the Chompa if you want to. Personally, I just roll, use the jump pad. If you're not comfortable doing that, you can always just kill the Chompa, then use the jump pad. There's like no issues with that. But essentially, you just want to roll and like use the jump pad at like as soon as you can. It's pretty precise timing, but it's not too bad. You just gotta get a feel for it. But if you're not comfortable doing that, I mean, I can just show you. Like you could just jump in, look like this, you just kill them. You also get an extra health if you need it. Use the jump pad and get up here. Pretty standard stuff. Get your notes, get your token, get out. Here, this is pretty important. You notice how you like kind of jump and land on here? So you don't want to be holding any directions first. You want to wait until you land on the platform, then jump. If you do it too quickly, you're just not going to be able to jump and you're just going to fall off. This room is pretty tricky. You have to be careful with the torches because they can't hit you. What I like to do here is I don't like going in a straight line. I like to kind of like go around this lamp, kind of like that. Kind of gotta get a feel for it. But if you go like straight, let me see if I can get it like that, you're gonna get hit by it. See, yeah, it's pretty easy to get hit by it accidentally. We're just gonna kill these guys so I can get some health. But yeah, you really want to make sure you like go around so you don't get hit by that lamp. And this is another thing here. When I jump, if you jump like too straight, you can get stuck on like the ledge here. It's hard to demonstrate. Let's see if I can do it. Supposed to land on the barrel. But yeah, like you want to jump in a way so you just go through the window. It's pretty easy to just get stuck. So I like to jump straight and then go upright. Here I zoom out the camera. Get this. I like to grab this feather. This Jinjo. Once I get up here, I zoom in the camera. 2 jumps. Get in the chimney. The reason you want to zoom in the camera is to reduce lag there. Here you can grab this Mumbo token. If you're not comfortable getting the 3 notes on the left side, you can go straight for an Napper here if you want. Personally, I just go for these notes. And just grab the Napper Jiggy. But again, it's up to you. It's a lot safer. You don't take as many risks if you go for Napper straight away. But it's really up to you. Here, just break this door. And then if you did the Jinjo well, you're going to hear the Wii here. So it's a pretty good check mark to see if you did that section really fast. Is to hear that Wii. If it happened before you entered the chimney, that means you were a bit slow. That's a good little way to see that. Be careful with these ghosts. They're pretty annoying. I tend, like, if you're close to them, if you stop jumping, you can dodge them. But sometimes they'll hit you anyways. They can be pretty tricky. Just try jumping around them, honestly. Just get a feel for them, their positioning, their movement. Alright, here's one of the hardest parts of this level. And this is hedge jumps. Normally the way I do this is I jump on top of this. And then after I'm on top of this, I get like a better camera angle so I see Banjo better. And then when the beehive is at the peak of its height, like that, you want to jump up here. So there's multiple ways you can do this. So you can wait till the peak and cancel Talon Trot. And then roll jump up to the hedge. Oh, this ghost is not supposed to be on my ass. You can roll jump to the side of the hedge up here. I don't do it this way. We're just gonna kill this ghost. This ghost is annoying. Yeah, so you can cancel Talon Trot here just to be more comfortable. Then roll jump up here. I just don't want to take the damage. But the way I normally do this, which is the fast way, is I stay in Talon Trot the whole time. Nip up here, jump Rat-a-Tat-Rap, get this pot. So an important thing to keep in mind when it comes to getting that pot without getting hit is that you want to wait a tiny bit after you take damage. So you want to gain as much distance as you can on the top of that edge is the important part. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to show off the bonus room. Oh, there's a bat. Just kill it. So if you're low on eggs, which I am right now, I shouldn't be, but I am low on eggs because I've been demonstrating a bunch of stuff. But if you're low on eggs, low on feathers, or even gold feathers, you can go in this room just to gather supplies. So it's a room full of supplies and champas. So if you're ever low on stuff, this is a really good place to just stock up on things. There's also a 1-up, so we're just going to run through here, get all this stuff. Oops. That's really going to help out. Being low on 1 health here is fine. You can just walk out. So where's this exactly? Yeah, so after the first pot, you can go through that room. Ideally, if you're going to do it. I'm just not used to actually doing that. So after this pot, you want to go over here, grab this token, go to this corner, cancel Talon Trot. If you go to the corner, the Ripper stops following you, so that's why you want to do that. Oh. Yeah, the pots are pretty finicky, honestly. Another thing to keep in mind is when you cancel Talon Trot before you get to the pot, if you cancel it too close to the pot, what's going to happen is this, that. You're going to, like, get stuck in the air and Rat-a-Tat-Rat. So you definitely want to make sure you cancel Talon Trot before. And just turn around and poop your egg. There you don't have to enter Talon Trot, just a bad habit. Normally the movement, let's say like you poop the egg and the Ripper's about to follow you. Normally I would jump on top of this tombstone. Not do that. Poop the egg, jump on top here, roll, flutter. Then I would high jump up here. Then you get enter Talon Trot here. I jump straight with a big jump. You'll land right here. Jump over here, get these 3 notes. Make sure you open this door. It's very important. Don't forget that. Grab this token. Be careful. If you don't see this limbo can be pretty annoying. So what can happen is he can be literally on top of the Mumbo token here. So sometimes you might want to kill him with gold feathers because you might lose a lot of life. So you want to keep an eye out for this limbo. Then you can poop an egg here. You can poop an egg and then quick Talon Trot into this like this. And here I do 3 hops. Up left on the notch and then Rat-a-Tat-Rap. Just to get on top of Tumblar. So there is an additional damage boost you can do on Tumblar. I'll show the one that's optional. Oops, you're not supposed to take damage there. Okay. Normally you're supposed to take damage here and the ghost should pass by you. I'm going to avoid taking damage here, but normally you can take damage on this damage square right there. Right before the O. Because the ghost cycle is going to be right in front of you. So, here you just cancel the text, roll off, grab the Jiggy. Get this note. So here you want to be really careful. If you don't see both of the limbos, like right now, you see how he's behind that house. If you're not careful, you can easily get hit by them. Very easily. If you see both of them, you're safe to go by the house. But if you don't see them, I'd recommend trying to like do an arch around the house just to make sure he's not behind the wall and you don't get sniped by him. Limbos can be pretty annoying, but as long as you keep an eye out and you stay aware, it shouldn't be too bad. So this is going to be the same thing as the last Jiggy and FP. 3 bounces, jump. I missed it there. But normally you can grab the Jiggy, fall in the water, and then do a double jump to trigger getting the Jiggy, like in Mumbo's Mountain. It's a bit tricky, but you want to wait 3 bounces, jump off, and then you should be good to go. If you missed the Jiggy, like I did, there is a Mumbo token under this Whiplash. So normally what you would do is you would fall in the water in front of the Whiplash, double jump to grab the Jiggy, and just keep moving forward, and you'll grab the Mumbo token as you're going through the Whiplash because you're going through it. But if you miss that, what you can do is just use a gold feather, jump down, kill it, Grab the token and get some health. And now we're going to make our way to the church. Here what I like to do is I like to do one jump, and then I don't jump until I have the running shoes. And this is important. So I'll do one jump, grab the shoes, then jump. So make sure you don't jump before you grab the shoes, otherwise you might miss them. Now if you miss the shoes or make a mistake or anything like that, you can pause buffer this timer as well, just to help out if you make a mistake. So do keep that in mind. It can come in handy. Here this ghost can be out of the way sometimes. So if he doesn't like notice you right away, try moving closer to him and he'll probably notice you. So he comes to you faster. Here ideally you want to be at about 4 health. I'm at 5 right now, which is fine. Having extra health is not the end of the world. I guess I should explain this movement. So what you want to do is you want to stand on this side and just like jump into this corner. Like if you like the input display at my angle, I'm like pushing up into that side of the wall so I get pushed up on top of here. If you try to go like too far, or like a bad angle, so I do like something like this, it still works. Like that. Like if you have a bad angle, just do a bad jump. It's not really ideal. You want to make sure you jump. I jump just in the corner and just push until I get pushed up there. And I grab the note, fall down. If for whatever reason you're really low on health, there's a honey hive there, so you can go grab health if you need it. Here what I do, cancel talon trot, jump, jump, jump flutter. Now we're going to do Motsan. I'll leave a link in the description for a cheat sheet for this. The pattern's always the same. It's always going to be the same, so you just have to memorize it. There's no real secret. So I'll leave a cheat sheet that'll tell you exactly what the pattern is. But ideally, your movement, you want to stay like like across the top of the notes. Like you don't want to move like up and down the notes ideally. If you can avoid that, just like keep moving in a straight line across all of them as you're doing them. Then that should be good. And obviously you just roll flutter in between every note. Then here, you want to jump, enter talon trot. Again, make sure you don't press R before L here, otherwise your camera's going to turn around, and you really want to avoid that, because it's going to mess you up. Here, you got to be careful. The limbo can be in your way, like this. He's basically in the way. What I like to do if he's in the way is I like to just do a U around him off the platform so he doesn't hit me. And also I should mention that the camera setup here is pretty important. So when I jump, when I get up here, I turn the camera once like this, and this is the exact camera you want. And then I use the notch on the sticks, the down left notch. Gives you like the perfect positioning. And then here I hold down and I do a half circle. So like, oh, fuck. Not supposed to grab this Jiggy right now. But you want to jump down and do a half circle to get to this feather. And then just do 2 rolls. Roll again. Jump flutter. So normally you're supposed to grab that Jiggy in flight. If you're not comfortable grabbing it in flight, you can grab it the way I did. It's not really a big deal. But essentially what you want to do, at least the way I do it, is I enter flight and then I wait until the top of Kazooie's head is below the line on top of these, like this, and then that'll grab the Jiggy. Then I use 4 feathers, fly up here, beak bust, hitch the whisk swish. So if you struggle with that flight to grab that Jiggy, there's honestly like no reason not to just grab it out of flight. And then if you do grab it out of flight, what you want to do is from that flight pad, you can just use 5 feathers just to get up here. So it's not that big of a deal. Because missing that Jiggy does lose quite a bit of time, so you don't want to mess around with that too much. Here there's 2 things you can do. There's a mechanic in the game called damage recoil, or just like during this animation. So if you beak bust during the animation after, you just don't take fall damage. So if I did this and then I fell off, I wouldn't take any fall damage. So you can fall off like that. That is a bit slower. The way you normally want to do it, just roll off, flutter, flutter back, grab this note. Ooh, Ghost is in a really good spot. Missed that jump. That's okay. Do it like that. If you were to beak bust off, usually you would land like roughly around this area, somewhere around here. You could just like high jump up here and be fine. I can let the ghost hiss me. I want to be at 2 health anyways, but yeah, you'll be around that part, you'll have to high jump, but the movement's basically the same. If the ghost is in a bad spot, don't be afraid to kill him. You'll get a good idea of when the ghost is in a terrible spot. But if you're like on top of this bench and the ghost hits you, a lot of the time the recoil damage is going to throw you off. So like if you think you're going to get hit by the ghost even once, even if it won't kill you, I would just recommend killing it. There's no real reason not to. So I think it's a very good idea just to kill the ghost. I'm on top of this. So here you want to be careful. You don't want to jump like in front of this wall and then go. You want to be around the corner and then jump, so you don't get stuck on the wall and you maintain like all your momentum. So like I see a lot of people do it like that. That's like really slow. Like you want to be on the corner and then jump to keep going to maintain all your momentum. Here there's 2 ways you can do this. You can grab the notes like this. Like kind of just like jump in front of them and just keep going across like that and do that. Or you can grab this note, just do long jumps across to grab all of them. Here what you want to do is you want to get to the top as far up as you can go without triggering like the go up animation like this. So you want to go as far up as you can go without doing that, then do the biggest jump you can do, then at the peak bust. And you'll grab that jiggy. And as you fall down, you want to hold up. If you don't hold up, you're going to fall off the top. So hold up, come back in, and you want your camera to be facing exactly this way. So you want the camera to be facing towards this note, just like this. If your camera's like this way or that way, you're going to get a lot more lag on top of the roof, so you want your camera to be facing this way. I'll show it. As you can see, the game's not too laggy right now. It's not too bad to note. But if we do this, frame rate drops pretty significantly. So ideally, you want to maintain your camera. Here, we cancel the Talon Trot. Yeah, here you can enter Talon Trot as you fall down. Again, it's a pretty common movement technique. Just as you're falling off the platform, just enter Talon Trot. So, then jump over here. Here, what I like to do, it's 2 jumps, grab this note, 1 jump across, cancel Talon Trot after you grab this note, and then jump for this. Oh, hey. We get to show this off. So there's a chance in the game when you get a Mumbo transformation that you either get something we call a T-Rex, which is what just happened, or a washing machine, which is just essentially a fake transformation. It loses about 8 seconds, and it's completely random whether or not you get it. So you have, like, no real control over it. So ideally, you don't get them, but sometimes it can happen. So at this point, ideally, you want to be at about 2 health. Obviously, it's better to be at 1 health, because you'll have to take less damage to die. It's just a lot more dangerous to be at 1 health. So here, after I get the token, I like to do 1 big jump to get on the ramp, then 3 jumps, and get across here. It's honestly not that bad. Just gotta be careful as the pumpkin. You really don't want to fall off. Like, falling off at the top is a pretty big time loss since you have to go all the way back to the ramp. Here, just get the honeycomb. If you time it right, let's see if I can get it. You can get a jump. If you press the jump button and hold A, the second you come out of this loading zone and hold left, like this, you can get a boost like that. It's pretty precise. It's not easy, but you should definitely try to get it. It is a tiny bit faster. Here we go in Lago. Make sure you cancel the text. Also, I should mention that if you want extra gold feathers, there are some extra gold feathers in Lago you can grab one in the Champa. They're pretty scary. So if you were going to do this, what I would recommend is to be at like 4 health. So if you were at 4 health and you wanted extra gold feathers, a good way to do so would be to grab those 2 gold feathers, take 2 damage from the Champa, and then just leave. So for whatever reason you find yourself low on gold feathers, that's a good spot to grab some extras. Here, just jump off the toilet seat in the window. Here you can mash A, get a little boost. And then when you get to the corner here, let go of the stick. As soon as you grab that note, don't keep holding the stick. Otherwise, if you miss the hole, you're just going to fall off the top. So make sure you let go of the stick there. That's really important. Another thing I should mention is that if you miss a Mumbo token anywhere, because I didn't really cover this earlier, the best backup token in this level is this Mumbo token. So when you're here as Banjo, if you missed a token before in any levels, you would want to grab this Mumbo token. If you miss any Mumbo token with this route, if you're doing Man Monster Mansion first before Gobi's Valley, you're going to be short a token. You have exactly 20 Mumbo tokens when you become the pumpkin. So if you miss any, you really want to make sure you get some backups. It's very important. After that, just make your way here. Make sure you don't jump like when you're going downhill. Again, so like you can jump on flat ground when you're going uphill, but not downhill. I like to do a jump. So what I do here is I jump as like, you can see there's like a different color in the water. As you get to the transition, I just do like a full jump and I always clear the gap. If you're too early, you won't clear it. And if you're too close, you'll get stuck. So what I like to do is just to jump when like you're at the transitional period of the watercolor. And you'll usually get up there. I also personally like to grab these 2 gold feathers. Those are the extras that I personally grab. It's the same thing for this one. You see how the water like kind of changes color? That's where I like to jump, just to make sure you don't get stuck on there. And here's the well. So this is why you're gonna want 2 health, because you might accidentally get hit. So the way I do this here is you go to the corner where that note is, and then you want to move up and then turn around and jump at the same time, kind of like this. Let's say you decide that you just want to go like straight, and then you jump straight over the whiplash from here without turning around, you're gonna get hit, which is why you want to turn around first to jump over it. Here, what I like to do is just hold straight, jump, you'll get the jiggy, and come straight back out. Same thing here, I like to turn around, then jump. If you have 2 health, this is where you would take your first damage, get the last note, then take the second damage. After that, done with Man Monster. So after Man Monster, you want to head over to the water switch. Here, try to go a bit more to the right. Yeah, it's hard to dodge this Ripper. So to dodge him, you want to go to the right, and you want to stop jumping right at the end. Then you can dodge him, but he's pretty hard to dodge. And if he hits you, it's not the end of the world. Your amount of health right now doesn't matter. So you could finish this segment with like 1 health and be fine. Here, just do a big jump to clear the stairs. Jump over here. Here, I like to use the down right angle on the stick. Let's show that again. So I like to like start with down right, but you kind of want to like, because the camera pans out. So if you see how the camera pans out, you kind of want to stay straight with the sarcophagus and jump across. Here I like to do 1 big jump to get to where the token is. You can get stuck on like the stairs here, so you want to be careful. See if I can show it like that. You can get stuck like that. You want to avoid that. So you want to do a big jump just to clear this. And do another big jump, and as Mumbo's waking up, you can grab this token and then de-transform. Then here, don't press B right away. Make sure you jump, like walk off the pad, then roll. Jump beak bust. This ghost can hit you if you're not careful. Just hit the switch. And after the screen goes still, wait 2 seconds. And then reset your console. If you want to be safer with this, because if you reset too early, you will softlock your file. What you can do is wait until you see Banjo again after the cutscene. That's like the safest way to do it. But generally speaking, I wait about like 2 to 3 seconds in between that, and then I reset my console. And this is part of the route, so don't worry about it. Here you can just mash start. And then make sure you enter the correct file. So we're running on file 3. So we're going to quickly hover over to file 3 and jump back in. Now we're back in the lair. So now we're going to be making our way to Gobi. Now, here is health is important. You do not want to take any damage. You need to be at full health for Gobi's Valley. So you absolutely don't want to take damage. So here you hit the 2 eyes. Land here in the middle to grab this Jiggy. So things to keep in mind where you could take damage during this lair section. There's 2 really key spots. It's one of the enemies that I'll point out when we get there, and the sand right before Gobi's. So coming up here, I want to use the shock jump pad. One of the Grublins can be in the way, and if he is, you really want to make sure you dodge him, because you absolutely don't want to take damage. If you do take damage, get some health. So if he's in the way, you kind of want to avoid him. Otherwise, it's going to be bad news, because you do want to be at full health. When you get here, you're going to use gold feathers to clear this gap, because again, you don't want to take any damage. Just use gold feathers. I like to jump once here, walk through it. Then roll, then extend your jump with a high jump. Or extend your roll with a high jump. And now we're in Gobi's. So the reason we need to be at full health here is because of a trick called Gobi Clip. So we're going to get 2 attempts to do it with this route. And if you fail it after 2 attempts, basically you have to skip doing it, because you're going to be at 1 health. So the first thing you do when you come in here, get in Talon Trot, jump straight back, grab this Jinjo. Grab these running shoes. And here when I'm grabbing the first note in the sand, I like to not jump. I like to just fall on it. And then I like to start jumping just to make sure I get the note. Oops. You also want to make sure you don't miss these. So now we're like behind a little bit. If you really mess this beginning part up, you're going to get 1 less attempt at Gobi Clip. Like here, I took damage way too early, so we're going to miss an attempt at this. So what you want to do here is line up with the side of this line. Jump. Okay, we didn't get it. I'll explain this better. Just go grab more health. Oh, we can die. That's fine. So, Gobi Clip's pretty hard to explain. We'll be at full health, though. Oh, that doesn't really matter. So what you want to do is you want to jump on the left side of the line. Then hold A, do like the longest jump you can do. Then as you land, you want to wiggle like left and right. As fast, not as fast as possible. There's kind of like a timing to them. There's like a rhythm. But you want to wiggle left and right. And then you'll clip through. And it's also important to make sure that you take damage before you jump, because as you're clipping, you can take damage as you're going through, and that'll kick you back in bounds. This is what it looks like. So if I didn't take damage first, that would have kicked me back in bounds. And if you miss Gobi clip, so we'll go back out, I'll show you what you have to do. If you miss Gobi clip, so like if on your second attempt you're down to 1 health, you're screwed, jump to this paw, jump up here. So if you follow like the line on this wall here, and you just like keep your angle facing towards this line, you can clear this gap without leaving Talon Trot. If you try to go too far to the left, too far to the right, and it's not too bad. But I like to aim for this line. And then usually you get up here, you can keep going. If you want, you can grab this extra Mumbo token. You can cancel Talon Trot, grab it. I usually don't. It's really up to you. And then what I like to do is I like to stand on this corner. You can also grab extra feathers if you want them. I like to stand on this corner, and I like to shoot the part of the nose that's furthest away from me. So in this scenario, it's the right side of the nose, because the second one's a lot easier to tell if the egg's going to go in or not. So I like to aim for the second one. The best way to aim for this is to line up Banjo's left arm with like the side of the, like the middle of the nose like this. Just shoot an egg. Boom, it goes in. Then after you shoot the second egg, you want to roll off of this platform. So you shoot the egg, roll off. Then as the cutscene ends, you want to enter Talon Trot immediately. And then jump. Don't be afraid of getting hit. You're invincible after a cutscene, so that slap won't hit you. So you should be good. Here, you're going to want to go to this corner. I have to turn the camera around. And then at the peak of your jump, you want to rat-a-tat-rap to get on top of this carpet. It's very easy to miss. So usually what I like to do is from here, I like to do like 2 jumps, pass the spider web straight, peak of the jump, rat-a-tat-rap, get on top. If you can't do that, alternatively, you can always just high jump up here. Works just as well. And I like to have my camera like straight, like lined up like this. So if I hold straight left and I shoot an egg, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit the statue. And I like to keep the camera this way. I don't want to move it. It's slightly off center, so we'll just readjust it a bit. So when you get here, you can do straight right, hit him. And then I like to turn the camera around. And then I like to line up my angle with like the black dark spot at the bottom. Like if you see on the wall, there's a square there. I like to line up to the right of that square and just shoot 3 eggs, and that should normally work. Like if you see that black square right there, I can show this again. But I like to line up with that square specifically. So shoot an egg here. Line up with that square. You also don't have... You should go in Talon Trot, because you might have missed a note otherwise, but... line up with that square, hit there. What I like to do here is go in Gold Feathers to kill the slap at the bottom to grab a health, regardless if I get first try Gobi Clip or not. Because even if I get first try Gobi Clip, I like having 4 health in Gobis, because normally, if you don't get any additional health, you'll be at 3. And if you do the route I'm using, 3 is enough. 4 is pretty safe, and 5 is just too safe. 5 is like really, really safe. But even if let's say I had 2 health here because I got first try clip, I still would like to kill this guy, so I'm at 3. Then I'll be at 4 for the end, so it's just like an extra, you know. It's an extra cushion. It's just extra safety without really losing much time at all. So usually I like to enter Gold Feather here, fall off, kill this guy, get this health. Now if you're low on eggs here, I would recommend grabbing some of these. We are a bit low. Ideally, you probably want to be between 15 to 20 eggs for Gobi's Valley. Obviously, depending on how comfortable you are with all the egg stuff, you might want more. So we'll grab all of these just for the sake of it. Get 23. 23 is really safe, so we shouldn't have to be too worried with 23 eggs. Should be good. Let's make your way over here. So when we come out of here, the camera is extremely important. So we have rings in Gobi's Valley, and it's to our right now. If we turn the camera facing the ring will rise. If we turn the camera the other way, the ring will not rise until it's on screen. So what we want to do is we want to go down 1, turn the camera this way. I like to do 1 jump, turn the camera twice, and the camera's facing away from the ring. Then I grab the 3 notes. Then you start jumping towards the ring. And as you get towards the ring, you can get on top of it before it rises. Now, if your camera's facing towards the ring before you get to it, it is going to rise before you can jump on it. If that does happen, what I like to do is to line up the camera straight with this guy, do 3 jumps, 1, 2, 3, jump back, Then rat-a-tat wrap towards this nose, and then you can get back on top of the ring. This is a bit tricky. This is not the easiest thing to do. If you do 3 jumps, jump straight back, time your rat-a-tat wrap, you should be able to make it on top of here. So if you ever fall off of any ring, that's a pretty good backup to get back on top. Here's get this ring. Now, if you get lucky, it's possible that the ring in Gobi's Valley can spawn right in front of you here. And if it does, all you want to do is jump on the side of the wall and then jump up to go and grab it. We'll go grab 1 extra health. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to mess with that. And also, that beetle can hit you sometimes, but you should be at 2 health right now. So make sure we're at 2 health. So if you were to get that ring, you would get that ring. Come over here. If that ring doesn't spawn there, that's fine. You don't have to worry about that too much. So get these 2 notes. I like to grab this egg, turn around, shoot 3 eggs, then enter Talon Trot. Okay, so this is a pretty good example. So as you saw there, sometimes these statues, the hitboxes won't register. So you will hit the statue with your egg. I didn't miss. Like, you didn't hear the egg crack or anything. It just won't register. So sometimes that can happen. So you kind of have to watch out for that. I mean, if it does, just shoot another egg. And make sure you enter Talon Trot after you shoot that egg, so you enter that during the cutscene. Go over here. Get these notes. Here I like to turn the camera around so it doesn't get flipped around. Again, that's the whole like geometry thing with the camera. If you can't see Banjo, the camera usually turns 180, and you kind of want to avoid that. These 2 notes. Oh, I bear punch. Normally I like to roll here, and you can get the bottom and grab all the notes. Oops. All right, and this is where you would get the other health in Gobi's. So the Slappa from Sphinx C and this guy is usually where you'd get health in Gobi's. And this is like the best way to get health without really losing time. This is a memory match game, so the pattern's always going to be the same, so just memorize where the tiles are. You can pretty easily do it. It's like there's also like a chess knight pattern to these. If you look at the positioning, that's kind of how I remember some of them. But it's really just going to take time. Like if you look at how I do it, just replicate it, do it a few times, you should get the hang of it. But the pattern never changes. 67. Ideally, the best time you should get here is a 69. So, just as a reference point. And you just want to make sure you land in the middle so you can grab that Jiggy during the cutscene. Here, what I like to do is walk forward, then jump, hold up, so I land on top of here, and then jump to this note. So that's a little bit of a tricky movement, but it definitely makes everything a lot smoother. Here's another statue. Shoot 3 eggs, and then jump. Here you have to be careful. If one of your eggs doesn't register and you do that jump, you have to be able to like flutter back on top of the platform immediately to make sure you don't fall down. Otherwise, you kind of get screwed and it's not good. So you got to be pretty careful with that. But ideally, you can shoot the 3 eggs and jump straight down. Here what we're going to do is we're going to wait 1 flap, use 2 feathers, aim for like the top of the ring and beak bomb through the ring. This is what it should look like. 1 flap, 2 feathers, aim for the top of the ring, beak bomb through. Here we're going to use 3 feathers, keep holding up, and beak bomb the target. Now here what I like to do is I like to land and grab these 4 feathers. Now we have a lot of feathers, so we wouldn't really need these, but we normally wouldn't have this many feathers. We'd probably be between like 15 to 20 right now. Here you want to roll, flutter, line up here. So if you don't lose any time, the angle for that pot's always going to be the same. So if you walk to that position, you can always just hold like, you know, up and then the angle on the stick, whatever it was in the input display. The angles are always the same, and you can use the notch on the joysticks for that. And also for the snake, you just high jump to grab the Jiggy. You also got to be careful though. I should point this out. You don't really want to be in the middle of this because you can get clipped through this. What I like to do is be slightly like further back, right about here. It's like the top of the tippy hat is like in front of me. I like to be in about this spot. It's not 100% consistent. This could be pretty tricky, but you can clip through it and have to climb through the snake. And another thing for your backflip, if you want a good timing, you see this line above the wall? Like the little pattern? Usually I try to backflip when you get around that line. So usually you'll grab the Jiggy pretty consistently if you do that. And yeah, it's this room. It's not too complicated, pretty standard stuff. Here I like to zoom out the camera. Hold down right, jump, then turn the camera around so you spawn the ring sooner, then jump through it. If you want to play it safe, you don't have to turn the camera around here. What you can do is you can follow this line of geometry down, and then just jump here, and you'll always make it to the ring. So from like this door, you can zoom out your camera without turning the camera around, jump down, follow this line, and just jump here, and you'll be on the ring without any risk. It is a tiny bit slower, about a second, if you don't turn the camera sooner, because the ring won't spawn as quickly, but it's a lot safer if you're not comfortable with turning the camera around and jumping to the ring straight away. Alright, here's the last little Sphinxy statue. 3 more eggs, jump down. So here comes probably the most difficult part of this level. And this is very optional. And I'll kind of explain what the route looks like if you choose not to do it. Assuming I get it or not, it really depends what happens here. I'll explain both either way. So what's going to happen here is we're going to beak bomb next to the cactus, grab the honeycomb, beak bomb the rock where Gobi is, and beak bomb it in a way where we don't get kicked out of flight by the Jiggy. Pick up the Jiggy in flight, use 3 feathers, beak bomb to where the water pyramid is, and then do what we call water pyramid clip. Clip into the pyramid, into the loading zone. Now, I might screw this up. I'll try my best to get this and get a good example of it and explain my whole setup. But this is pretty advanced. Like, as far as anything goes in this game, next to, like, maybe the advanced tooth cycle in Clanker's Cavern, this is probably one of the most difficult things to do, and it only saves about 15 seconds. So you can easily omit to do this, but I would at least try it out and give it a fair shot. So what we're going to do here is start flight, use 3 feathers, beak bomb, grab this honeycomb, turn left, and you want to hit the top left corner of this rock. Kind of like that. So here, we're slightly off. So what we're going to have to do, we're not going to get the Jiggy in flight without using a feather. So we're going to use a feather to fly up. We're going to turn around, grab this Jiggy, use 3 feathers. We're a bit too low here, so I'm going to use an extra feather. Now here what you want to do is you want to line up with this wall and this brick. So you see how there's like a line right above me? Like, Kazooie's head's right across the line. So you want to line up with this line. And then what we're going to do is we're going to line up Kazooie's beak with Banjo's nose. So we're going to hold straight down until Banjo's nose is, like, with Kazooie's beak. They're, like, kind of, you know, on the same... just, like, meeting each other. And that's the angle you want to hold. And then right before you land, like most beak bomb clips, you want to beak bomb. And then you should beak bomb through this. We'll see if I can nail this. Oh, sorry, it's not the nose. It's the top of Banjo's head. So we'll do this again. I'll go grab some health. I definitely want to showcase this. It's hard to do with like pausing in the middle. But yeah, I'll show this again better. There's a flight pad down here. But essentially, it's not too bad. Now, if you use a weird angle, like if you're too far right or too far left of the little line on the wall, you might miss the loading zone. If you have a bad angle, you might miss the loading zone. You might not clip. There's a lot going on, but I'll explain like the angle I'm talking about. So you want it to look like this, basically. You want to like line up Banjo or Kazooie's beak with like the top, like the brown part of Banjo's head. Kind of what you want it to look like. So if you can line it up like that, on the line on the wall, like this line on the wall right here, should be good. Just like that. Now, if you choose not to do water pyramid clip, here's what you're going to have to do. After you get the Gobi Jiggy, you're going to want to go grab the running shoes in the corner of the map. You'll see them later. We'll show them. Then you just want to get up the water pyramid the normal way. And that's the main difference. And then the route kind of just doesn't really change. You just omit to do what we're going to do later. So I'll explain like the difference when we get to the end, because that's where it really changes. So normally, like, let's say we didn't do water pyramid clip, we would still be leaving water pyramid right now. We'd still have to go through it. We would just have to grab the running shoes and go around the pyramid and get the notes. So, but we are going to be getting those later now instead. So the route variation's not too complex. It's pretty standard. Here again, I like to use the line, the geometry line right there, to line up to know where the statue is. If you just jump straight after that line, you'll always make it on top of the statue. So now we're gonna go to King Sandybutt's pyramid. Super exciting. So this can be a bit tricky. What's going to end up happening here is we're going to jump on the side of the wall and jump on top of the maze. So what I like to do here is use the up left angle, but slightly up from that, like slightly away from that, and jump up here. So I like to just get stuck on this wall, run in the corner, and jump like that. And I like to turn the camera around and just keep jumping. Here I do one jump, I wait, just to clear this gap, and do it like that. Now if you fail this, and you want to walk through the pyramid normally, what you can do is walk through the pyramid normally. Then when you get to the end, jump to this wall here, and then you can clear this gap the same way. Like you can jump over here instead. So you can take the path that leads you here, jump through that wall to clear that gap just to get through here. Or you can jump on top of the pyramid and do it that way. Also, I should point out that the fire in this room can hit you, so do try to be careful not to get hit by those. Here, cancel Talon Trot, grab this Jiggy. Here what I like to do is go in Talon Trot, walk into this wall, and then jump into this. So like if you walk into here, jump, you can like get into here very easily. Let's say you were from here and you jumped. It's a little bit more tricky. I don't know, to me it seems a bit better to jump that way. Just feels more consistent. But it's really personal preference. But I end up running into the wall and then jumping straight into the pot. Just like that. You do 2 jumps. Jump into this pot. Grab the Jinjo, gold feathers. Walk out. Now here we're going to be doing another quick dive. But you want to be really careful. If you do too big of a quick dive here, so if you don't slide long enough and you do like a really big quick dive, when you hit the bottom of this place, like you said, the bramble down there, you're going to take damage. So you want to make sure that you don't hit the bottom when you quick dive. So you want to be like a little bit, that's maybe too generous. But you're going to get the idea. Like if you hit the bottom of this area with a quick dive, you're going to take damage, and you want to avoid that. Since your health management's really important in Gobis. We have 5 health right now. Yeah, it's a bit extra. Normally, we want about 4 health. I usually do it with 3, but 4 is pretty standard. If you mess up Water Pyramid Clip, you want 4 health. 3 health is not an option, because you're not going to be doing the notes in the sand with the running shoes at the end. Here I should explain my setup for this. But yeah, so at the end of the level, the big route variation is you get the running shoes and you get the notes on the Water Pyramid at the end when you do Water Pyramid Clip, which lets you get the notes near Grabba with the running shoes, which means you can do that with only 2 health instead of 3. But if you don't have the running shoes for that, you have to take 3 damage no matter what. So if you didn't get Water Pyramid Clip, you're gonna have to have 4 health no matter what. If you got Water Pyramid Clip, then you can do it with 3 health. It's a bit riskier, so 4 health is probably still recommended, but it's up to you. Here, I zoom out my camera. When I get to this corner, I turn the camera once like this. Then I do 3 jumps right. So 1, 2, 3. Then I turn around, jump, rat-a-tat-rap. Kind of messed it up. I'll show you in, like, motion. So we'll jump back in the water here. Just make sure the camera's accurate. Get to this corner, turn the camera, 3 jumps. So here the reason I failed is because I waited too long after the 3rd jump. Alright, that's a good example. We'll do it one more time just to show you. So you can either use the setup I showed you earlier. It's a bit slower because obviously you don't have your camera set up the same way for the approach. This is better because of the way you're approaching the ring. You definitely don't want to wait too long though. If you wait too long, you're going to be a bit too far down on the slope to get up here. But it's not too bad. You just, turn your camera, 3 jumps right, wait a little bit, jump, time your rat-a-tat-rap, and you should make it up here. I always try to aim for the nose. This part of the statue seems to work the best for getting on top. But you can mess around with it, and you can honestly make it on like any part of it if you have the right distance. After the last statue, you have to cancel the text box, otherwise you can't move. And you jump off. And you keep going. Alright, so here, if let's say you were below 4 health, there's a honey hive there that you could grab to grab some more health. So that's a good way to do it. I don't need health right now, so I'm good. So we can just do a jump here. Hit Gobi. Feed Trunker. And now, this is pretty tricky. So what I like to do here is I like to grab these shoes. I like to jump once to the side, once up, once back, then do a big jump to the Trunker Jiggy, and then I like to wait a little bit. Because if you try to go too fast, you're not going to jump off the trunker and you'll fall down into the water and then you'll lose the running shoes. So you kind of want to wait a little bit after the jiggy and then jump, and then you'll be able to clear that gap. So this is what it should look like. Sorry, I don't actually jump once. I just walk here instead of jumping. Here I wait, jump. If you try to go too fast, a lot of the times you end up not jumping and you fall down in the water, so you want to be careful. Just collect these notes. Get this jiggy. Here you just aim for the hill. Aim for the middle, so there's like a line. I don't know if you see it. So if you look at like the geometry here, there's like a line in the middle of everything. I kind of aim for that line right here. As you can see, they're all meeting each other. I like to aim for the line at the top. And then just beak bomb into that jiggy. Then use 3 feathers. And this is for water pyramid clip only. If you miss water pyramid clip, you would just land there. So you could just beak bust and land and then go grab the notes around the pyramid. So this jump can be pretty tricky. So you want to jump for this corner. Yeah, see, I missed it. It's pretty precise. You want to jump as late as you can. And ideally you want to leave like... You kind of want to like line it up. You can see like there's a line in the corner of that pyramid. You want to line up your angle with that. So you kind of want to go in a straight line towards that and then jump off as late as you can. So, kind of like this. And then you'll land on top of there. And just grab all these notes. Again, if you didn't get water pyramid clip, you would have all these notes already, so this wouldn't be an issue. So you could just get the notes around grabba. And again, you can get all these notes with 2 health. Here I omit jumping after the first note. Okay. So here's why you would want to get 4 health. If you make a mistake like that, you're going to be forced to take an extra damage, so you'll take 3 damage. You can see we're at 5 health and we're at 2. Here. This is really easy to do with the running shoes, but this is very difficult without them. So I'm going to explain this more in depth. I'm going to take damage here, which is fine. So basically what I do is I try to jump like in front of this big black dot on the wall. So I jump in front of that big black dot and then clear the jump to Gobi. With the running shoes, it's pretty good. Like, you're pretty safe. Without the running shoes, it's a lot more difficult. So what it's going to look like is you want to jump towards that wall, then jump towards the corner of the hole in the wall, and then beak bust right in front of it. You can clear that gap without beak busting, but you're probably going to want to beak bust. So looks like this. Rat-a-tat-rat, near the corner, beak bust, keep moving forward. I highly recommend practicing this. And I also recommend maybe having 5 health, honestly. Like, if you're going to have to end up doing that strategy, it's very easy to miss, and if you miss, you're just dead if you have 1 health. Like, if I slid down here, I would have died no matter what. So having 5 health is not that bad. You have to be careful, though. After you grab the honeycomb in this level, you have to go straight into the sand. Otherwise, you're going to get a full health refill before you can take 2 damage in the sand because you have invulnerability frames. So you have to be really careful. Like, as soon as you grab the honeycomb, you just want to jump straight to the sand. If you end up doing the 5 health route. Or 5 health, health route or whatever. And I wouldn't recommend ever having more than 5, or having more than 2 at this point. Like, if you had more than 2 health right now, that would be bad because there would be no way you could die before getting the health refill. At 1 health, obviously, it's pretty self-explanatory. Just go down here, get hit. As you can see, we don't get the health refill and we're good. And that's Gobi's. So, as you leave Gobi's Valley, what I like to do is just do 2 short hops into the sand, do 1 long hop, short hop, long hop. That'll clear the gap pretty well, and you also dodge the beetle. If you're not careful, you can get stuck on like the edge of this platform in the sand. So I'd be really careful with that movement just to make sure you get it. And this is the sarcophagus token I was talking about, so you just want to grab this right now. If you grabbed that earlier because you were a token short, so let's say you missed a token between any time before FP early, I'll be showing a couple more tokens you can grab along the way that are not too slow. So here we're just gonna make our way to Rusty Bucket Bay. Here I like to jump like next to this line on the hill. That pushes you up. Then open 450. Now that we're going through it the normal way, just roll into here. And then just make your way to the next water switch. So, a common mistake I see new players make is trying to get on top of that pole in Talon Trot. So what I recommend doing is just get up here like this. You just jump right at that wrap, turn your camera once. So what I see a lot of people trying to do is just get on top of here in Talon Trot, and that's just significantly harder. Even I don't really do that. So what I like to do is just jump up here and rat-a-tat-rat, turn the camera once, and jump towards the corner of this platform, break the box. If you're not comfortable breaking the box and rat-a-tat-rap, because you can get knocked back into the water by accident, you can always like shoot or poop an egg and hit it. But you're going to want to hit the switch, jump, you know, a little bit more distance. And then make your way to the Rusty Bucket Bay puzzle. So here, just jump flutter across the water. Make sure you don't press A too quickly, because if you do, again, that's what that's going to look like, and you want to avoid doing that. So you just want to make sure there's a little gap in between every one of them. Again, quick Talon Trot. Whenever you can, quick Talon Trot's pretty good throughout loading zones. Fill in the puzzle. So Rusty Bucket Bay is a pretty infamous level. A lot of people seem to struggle with it, but honestly in the speedrun it's not that bad. And you also, from here, you want to grab these 2 feathers. From this box you want to jump up here. If you don't jump from this box to here, you can't just jump up here. That doesn't work. You'd have to backflip. So you really want to make sure that you jump from this box to the door. Otherwise you're not going to make that jump. And also, for whatever reason you're low on health, always a beehive there. Oops. You ideally don't want to get stuck there. I like to do a big jump so I clear the gap. Because these Chompas, even though we're underwater, they still exist. So I like to jump past these guys so I can just swim straight into here without having to worry about that. Alright. So the first thing we're going to want to do in RBB is go into this pipe. And here you want to be careful. So there's a pipe right next to you right now on our left that you can see. You want to jump around that. If you're not careful and you try to go too straight to the left, you're just going to jump into it and get stuck. So you kind of want to jump around it and then on the top platform. So it's going to look a little something like this. And let's say you miss that. Let me just show you what that would look like. So like if you try to jump like this, like you can get stuck on that pipe if you're not careful. So you really want to make sure that you really jump around it. Oops. So as long as you're careful and you jump around this pipe, should be good. Here I break Talon Trot, jump flutter. I roll through here, then I jump, then a rat-a-tat-rat. Okay, that was... So I like to like stall my momentum. So I hit the Chompa with just my beak. So if you go at like full speed rat-a-tat-rat past this guy, a lot of the time he's going to hit you. Normally I would just roll, grab all the notes. That's even a bit faster than usual. So I roll, grab all the notes, then just slow down. Just like don't push the stick as hard. Just so you like actually make sure you kill this guy. Then once you get here, go in Talon Trot, go over here, and jump through there. So usually what I do here is I go neutral on the stick. So I would jump here, go neutral on the stick, then just jump here. So it's a bit tricky of a jump, but once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. When you come out of here, I like to just turn around, jump on top of here. Now we're going to have engine room. So engine room is on a cycle, so there is a fast cycle you can make in engine room. The first thing that's going to happen when we get into engine room is we're going to just like walk down, and then right before we're in front of the hole where the honeycomb is, we're going to flutter and hold straight up. Don't hold it when you flutter, just press A, flutter, and you'll go into it. You can time your flutter to land like immediately in that pipe, but it's not really necessary even to get the fast cycle, and it's just like you might miss it, you might do something weird. I just don't really bother with that anymore. I just like purposefully flutter earlier and make sure I just always, you know, make the same movement so I know exactly where I am and what's going on. So just want to get in here, walk down, press A, flutter, hold up. You get in here, get in Talon Trot, 1 jump, 2 jumps back. And then you should always get here as this is rotating so you can grab the token. And if you want fast enough, these 3 cogs are all going to be like straight. I'm going to try to show the fast cycle here and then we'll explain a bit more. So the fast cycle is this. So if I was any slower there, I would have gotten knocked off. Like that little rotating platform would have pushed me off and I would have fallen down. Something to keep in mind with these rotating cylinders is that you want to jump the second you land on them. And then also, another thing to keep in mind is if, let's say, you, like, don't jump and you start sliding off, you can, like, oops. You can, how do I put it? You can, like, jump. Like, as they're turning, you can keep jumping through them and not fall down. It's hard to show when they're slow, but I'll try to show it. We'll just collect everything again. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I just really want to show that because it's pretty important. Because you can easily avoid a death in engine room if you're careful. That was a good example. So you can see kind of what I mean there by like just going slowly. To kill that Champa. And when it comes to grabbing the notes and all that, like engine room, honestly, it's just going to come with time and practice. But if you pay close attention to my movement and just exactly how I do things, you should be able to get the hang of it. So again, we should be able to make the exact same cycle here. We're a bit slower behind, but should still be fine. Also, if you go fast, the first cylinder is pretty easy because it doesn't go really fast. Let's see if I can do this here. Yeah, like this. Like if you mash A when it's going really fast like this, eventually you'll be able to come back. That's what I wanted to show. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. It's pretty difficult to get the hang of that, but it's a good thing to know. So you can recover that. So you just want to hit the switch. Try to line up your camera with this fan. Go a bit more in depth with that. So the way we're going to clear the fans in engine room, because we didn't slow them down, is by damage canceling through them. So what we're going to do is you want to be as close to the center of the fan as possible, and you want your camera to be as parallel as possible with the room. So you really want your camera to be straight here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go straight, roll into the fan, and then hold A and jump through it. Now, even if we get hit on the other side of the fan, which can happen, if you are like in the middle of the fan and you have a good angle with your camera, when you get knocked back, you should get knocked back on the pipe and not, you know, into death, into the death of engine room. If you have a bad angle, if you're like to the side or a bad camera angle, it's not uncommon to just get knocked out into the waste, toxic waste below. So this is what it should look like. As you can see, that's a good example. Like we got knocked back, but we got knocked back on the pipe instead of to death. So that's why you really want to make sure your camera's straight there. Sometimes you might not get hit twice. That's just kind of random. So after you get through the fan, usually I enter Talon Trot. I grab these 4 notes. Get this jiggy. I like to keep my camera the exact same. Now you can clear this fan the exact same way I cleared the fan before. What I like to do is just do it in Talon Trot, because this fan's a lot easier. So that's how I do it. I clear it in Talon Trot, cancel Talon Trot, land here. If you're not comfortable doing that, you can mess around with it. You could always just cancel Talon Trot, roll into it the same way, make sure your camera's good, and not worry about it too much. Another important thing here is you want to make sure you jump forward. Most switches in the game bring you back to a default position, like witch switches and stuff, but these switches in engine room don't. So as you can see here, our position is still on the stairs. You don't have to grab that one up. I did because I'm low on life. For that clip, you just want to walk back and forth in between the seam of the window, just like that, and you'll clip through it. It's all there is to it. So here I like to zoom out my camera. And I hold slightly down right to land here. I turn the camera twice, jump straight, then use the notch on the joystick up left to grab that note. I know I did that pretty fast, but it's self-explanatory. Here I like to wait till I'm past this shadow to jump to this box, and you should be able to make that jump no problem. For some reason you fall off and you don't make it to this box, you can always jump rat-a-tat-rap up here. Just get back to this platform. Here you want to get all the notes. Here just do a quick dive. That was a bit of an excessive quick dive. Ideally you want to do a slightly shorter quick dive so you kind of line up with the grate. So you can just, you know, come here, grab the Jinjo, get out. I'm going to be doing this pretty quickly because we're running low on time. Normally you're not stopping and explaining things. But you just want to swim in here, grab this jiggy, swim out, surface immediately. If you're low on air or you made any mistakes, you can always stop on top of this box to get your air back. I would say, like, if you're below 2 air after leaving the fans, I'd probably recommend doing that. And then keep in mind, if you fall off the boat when you're grabbing those notes, and also make sure you jump around that flagpole when you grab the notes, you can accidentally grab that. But if you fall off, like, let's say this lifeboat or anything, I would recommend going for this jiggy first. These fans just insta-kill you. and you have to hit both switches again to restart them. So if you mess anything up here, I would recommend going for the Jiggy first, just to get that out of the way, and then collect everything else and keep going. But yeah, those fans are insta-death. You touch those when they're going, you die. There is no other way around that, so... There's no other way. So here, we're going to be doing, not really a slope abuse, but just... So we're going to do 2 jump flutters, roll, and then jump on top of the platform. So you press A 4 times, then B, and then jump on top. So it's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. A little bit too ambitious. 1, 2, 3, 4, B, jump. So it's not too difficult. It's just 4 A presses, press B, and then jump. So AA, BA, and then you get on top. Just like that. So here, there's multiple ways you can do this. You can choose to kill all the Chompas if you want. I'll show you the way I normally do this. I would do 1 jump here. Jump here. And I'll clear the gap like this. So this would be like the most optimal way to do that area. So if you can ideally do it like that, go for it. But if you want, you can kill the first Chompa. You can jump in Talon Trot. You can cancel it, grab the Jinjo, jump back. Another thing I should mention about Chompas is you don't want to jump in front of them. At any point, if you jump in front of a Chompa, you're going to get hit. So you always want to be walking in front of them. And you don't want to be walking into the wall like that when you're going under them. Because if you do, you're going to get hit. So you want to be going like in a, not really a straight line. Kind of, yeah, basically a straight line across under them, kind of like this. Then you won't get hit. But if like I was going into the wall while I was doing that, or I was jumping in front of him, I would get hit no matter what. So you really want to avoid that. And here we do a slope abuse. Just land on the corner. Again, the same thing. Just A, B, A. Get up here. Extend your roll. Grab this note. Hit the switch. And so here we're coming up on the crane jump. So if you ever fall off the crane without getting the witch switch, you can also grab an extra gold feather here. So if you want to grab this extra gold feather, just make sure you're on this side. When you're climbing up, you can grab it, go in Talon Trot. If you're going to skip that gold feather, just make sure you're on this side, because that's obviously faster. The way I do this is I center my camera. Oops. Well, that's a good thing. So I can explain what I mean. If you fall off at any point like that, what you can, the best thing to do is to go to this rope. So you don't want to do anything else. I see a lot of people going back to the crane and climbing all the way back up. Don't do that. Just go to this rope, rat-a-tat-rap, climb on top of it. And then from here, you should be able to just clear the jump, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So that's the backup, essentially, if you fail it. Now I'm going to show you how you would normally approach it, and how I would do it. So, if you ever fail it, that's a very good way to back that up. So, recommend making sure you're familiar with that. And then, what I normally do is I'll center my camera with a crane. And as you can see, after like the grading, there's like lines, kind of like sections. So usually I'll jump from the second section, so from here. And what I do with my camera is after I'm done with the grading, I turn my camera just once like this, and try to cancel my auto-tat wrap on the edge. Obviously that's a little intimidating and it's very easy to mess up, but that's how I do it. Here you just roll, flutter. Alright, so for Boss Boombox, if you trigger Boss Boombox before you get the jig, or before you hit him with the eggs, so essentially you have to do the whole fight to get the Jiggy, because we can skip the whole fight here. You're going to want to leave the room and just re-enter the room so you reset him. So you don't want to walk past, really, like, here. Like, this is probably a good spot. You don't really want to get too much further than here. And you would want to shoot 3 eggs. I'm not going to do it yet. I'll do it, I'm ready. Then enter Talon Trot and start jumping towards him. So I'm not really going to show an example of this, because I'm probably going to fail it, and it's not really ideal. But if you shoot 3 eggs, hit the Boss Boombox, go in Talon Trot, and you jump into the Jiggy at the same time you get hit by him, you can skip the Jiggy animation. It's a frame-perfect trick. It's very difficult. And there is a very high likelihood that he's going to hit you after in the wrong direction, so he's going to push you further away from the ladder. So normally what I do is I use a gold feather, I kill him and just grab the Jiggy. So that is faster than getting knocked the wrong way, but it's obviously not faster than getting the skip. So you can mess around with that, see if you're comfortable. But it is pretty difficult, so I don't personally recommend it, but it's really up to you. So shoot 3 eggs. Here I do 2 jumps, cancel, jump into him, grab the Jiggy. Also, for like the joystick, I use the upright angle on the stick. So like after you're in front of him, the upright angle, after gold feathers, you'll always grab the Jiggy. So it's really easy to grab. After that, you can just go up here, jump when you get to the top, just get a little boost. Here, I like to not move the camera, go in talon trot, jump straight down, then you'll clear that gap, and then I like to start moving the camera. And here, you poop an egg to break the window. Jump in here, hold straight down. Get this note, get these. So here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna hold down right, do a full jump, rat-a-tat wrap, and you can get to this ladder. Now, if you jump too straight, so you're not going down right enough, you'll either fall in the water or fall further down on the ladder, or you might miss the ladder completely. But yeah, if you like jump from out that window down right, do a full jump to the ladder, and time your rat-a-tat wrap right, you should like land either in the middle or near the top of the ladder. If you ever land lower on the ladder, you land in the water, you might want to double check, make sure you're doing everything right, because you shouldn't be. Like ideally, you should always be in the middle, like above the line on the wall, or ideally higher up. But when you don't land on here, you can jump right at, or yeah, jump flutter, then enter talon trot like that. Just like that. You can jump in here. This room's pretty easy. I hold like straight left, jump, get the 4 notes, get out. So you should never really struggle much with this room. The next room, on the other hand, can be really tricky. I would highly recommend looking at the input display for this, because honestly, I have like no really tips and tricks. And I messed it up. We'll do it again, just to show you. But you can do this room really quickly as well as you can do it extremely slowly if you're not careful. But it is a pretty challenging room because of the camera angle and the collectibles you ideally want to grab. So I'd really recommend looking at the input display for this to see what inputs I do. But like that's the room, right? It's tricky. It requires a decent amount of practice to get pretty good at. And there's no real secret to it. For this room, I want to remind everyone, if you're low on health here, and I'd say low on health at this point would be like lower than 5 health. I'd recommend maybe, you know, grabbing this health. It's probably one of the best health drops in the level. If you don't feel comfortable with these chompas, because they can be pretty scary, I do recommend killing them. You can either rat-a-tat wrap into them, roll under them, whatever you prefer. I'll show you how I normally do this. And again, if you want to try this, the input display is going to be a blessing. I can't really explain angles. That's all really it is. Just make sure you don't jump in front of the chompas. And make sure you're not running into the wall, which is all about your stick angle. So it's just really about learning the angle on your stick, and make sure you jump when you're not in front of them. And it's hard to like just explain. Outside of that, there's no like tips and tricks. It's just about just knowing the angle on the stick you got to use to not be running into the wall, not fall off the platform, and just be able to keep going. So it is a bit tricky, so definitely don't feel bad. See, like, I get hit every once in a while as well. Just grab a bit of health, just because. But yeah, like, it still happens. Oh, that's probably because I jumped there. Yeah, even I get hit every once in a while. These are pretty tricky chompas. So if you have the right angle and you make sure you don't jump in front of them, you should be good. If you're not comfortable with that, there's no shame in killing them. Just go ahead and do it. Here we're coming up on lifeboat jump, which is a pretty intimidating trick. Oops. Here, okay. Here, for the record, I like zooming in the camera, because if your camera zoomed out, I'll show this. You can't really see. You can see like the grates like blocking your whole view. So here I like to have the camera zoomed in, and once it's zoomed in, you can zoom it out after, and like the camera will be above the grate or whatever. I don't want this guy to hit me. So I definitely recommend making sure you zoom in the camera, at least until you get below the grate. Then you can zoom it out again, and then you're fine. So the grate's not in your way. Oops. Taking so much damage. It's a lot of damage. Alright. So here, you just want to make sure you just collect everything. So, alright, this is pretty important. After this, so for lifeboat jump, because I'll be teaching this, generally speaking, I don't touch my camera at all. And you want to jump as close to the wall as you can. Otherwise, your camera might be slightly off. If you choose not to do lifeboat jump, it's really easy to omit. Just don't do the jump I do. Just use the ladder, go above the crane, jump to the jiggy, and you're good to go. But if you want to mess with lifeboat jump, this is where the camera matters. If you're not going to go for lifeboat jump, this is not too important. Try to be as close to the wall as you can. Also, the boss boombox, or just the boombox, won't hit you if you do that. And here you can just go like straight right on the stick, and you can grab all those notes. And then you want to go to the corner of this platform in Talon Trot, jump as late as you can, then hold straight down, and then time a rat-a-tat wrap. and you should make it just like that. What I like to do here is wait until I'm on this part of the boat and then jump. It gives you like kind of like a skew. Those of you who aren't familiar, it's like a Donkey Kong 64 thing. But it gives you a skew so you can jump through the railing. But if you're not like in that position, you can't jump through the railing. I'll show it. And also, yeah, you can skip that cutscene if you go fast enough. I just wanted to show that. So if you get the Jiggy and get to this loading zone fast enough, you can skip the cutscene. Obviously, if you don't do lifeboat jump, it's a lot trickier. But if you do your movement fast enough and your jump fast enough, you should be able to do it. But if you like jump from the boat like this into the wall like that, you're not going to be able to make it. I held back there because otherwise I'd fall off the boat. Or you can stand on this plank as well. This plank will let you clear the railing. But if you're going to do lifeboat jump, you got to be careful. Personally, I just stand like this, and then you just clip through it. So that, to me, is like the thing I'm the most comfortable with, is just doing it that way. There's just the least amount of room for error. But obviously, if you jump from this part, you're going to fall off the boat. So you got to be careful. You really don't want to... Oh, yeah, see, I jumped too early there. So there's a good example. You got to be pretty careful. You can easily fall off there. You just don't want to get too greedy. And ideally, if you fail lifeboat jump once, if you're going to go for it, I recommend just not going for it the second time. Honestly. I recommend just going through this. And also, like, if you need an extra gold feather, there's another gold feather up on this crane, so you can always go for that. Do keep in mind, if you go for this gold feather, though, it makes it a lot harder to get the cutscene skip, so that's something to keep in mind. But after you get that Jiggy, you go in this pipe. And ideally, you don't want to leave this room... Oops. You don't want to leave this room with less than 3 health. 3 health should be the minimum. If you have less than 3 health, that's pretty scary. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to be at 3 health here. Yeah. And the reason for that is we're going to go into the next room. And we're going to have to kill a Champa, and it is possible that that Champa can hit you. Even through your rat-a-tat rap, so you got to be careful. So there's a very like safe backup strat you can do here. I don't want to go in the room yet because all the enemies are going to start moving around and stuff. And the safe backup strat is just to jump in front of the door where the Jiggy is, use Gold Feather, kill the Grublin, and then kill the Champa, then grab the Jiggy. That's the great backup. There's also 2 Gold Feathers on the bed, so before you leave, you can grab the 2 Gold Feathers on the bed and be pretty safe. I'm going to show you what I normally do, which is a little bit riskier. And it's the main reason why you wouldn't want to have 2 health. Okay, that's a pretty bad example. So the gist of it is, I kind of messed up from the beginning. So what you want to do, we'll just leave, is you want to flutter towards the door. So as you're going through, you're going to want to mash A, flutter, then rat-a-tat-rap, break this, then roll to clear the gap because you're going to get bounced back after breaking the door. Then you want to roll, rat-a-tat-rap, kill this guy. And before your rat-a-tat-rap's over, you want to like turn around to kill the Grublin. He should be right next to you. So you want to roll rat-a-tat-rap, kill him, kill the Grublin. Then you can grab the Jiggy. Now, if you're not comfortable, you can always just flutter in front of the door. Instead of breaking it with a rat-a-tat-rap, you can use Gold Feathers. Kill the Grublin, kill the Champa, and the Gold Feathers will also break the door. Grab the Jiggy. Then grab these notes. And before you leave, you can just grab these Gold Feathers and leave. Actually, we'll restart this. So I guess we're going to be jumping on top of this. There's actually a backup strat that a lot of people do that I don't really recommend. You can jump on top of this and come up here. It's really unnecessary. People do this because they don't want to fall off the ship. The thing is, you can't fall off the ship unless you jump backwards. It's like if you just jump and go right on top of this, you can't fall off the ship. There is no way. The only way you can fall off the ship is if you go backwards, like you go down. So if you only go right as you jump, it can be a bit tricky. Then you're not going to fall off the ship if you do this. But the way I normally do this is as you come out of the loading zone, you hold straight right, then you jump, you land on it, and then you can jump up here. It's a really safe strat. It's not hard once you figure out the timing. I actually really recommend looking into it. But, I mean, if you don't feel comfortable with any of this, you can always go to the pipe and jump up that way. It's really up to personal preference, but that's how I'd recommend doing it. And here you want to zoom in your camera because there is a lot of lag up on these funnels. So you want to make sure your camera's zoomed in as you're going around here. I definitely recommend it. Now, how much health do we have? We have 5. So 5 is the ideal amount of health you want to have right about now. If you have more than 5 health, you ideally want to take 1 damage. And I'll explain a good way to do so. And if you have less than 5 health, that's fine, as long as you don't have less than 3 health. So let's say you have 4 health, you could also do this and take the damage. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to jump down and I'm going to flutter to get the number 3. But if you don't flutter, you'll fall on the platform above the numbers and take damage and still be able to beak bust immediately on the number. So if you just need to take 1 damage, it's a really fast way to do it without really losing any time. So like if you have 4 health, you probably want to do it just so you can get down to 3, because ideally you'd want to be at 3. If you're at 6 health, you might want to do it be at 5, because you want to be at 5. If you're at less than 3, don't do it. You probably actually want to get health. You definitely don't want to be at lower than 3 up until the end. Because, again, there's a lot of Chompas in this level, and they do 2 damage. So you kind of want to have that buffer. And if you're newer to the game, I honestly probably recommend just, like, having as much health as possible. Like, even being able to tank 2 Chompa hits is pretty good. So being at, like, 5+ for, like, the end of this level is probably ideal. But, as you can see here, I fluttered, but if I didn't, I would have just taken 1 damage. Here, I like to keep the camera facing the crane. Seems to reduce the lag the most. Here, just do the code, which is just 312111. Then go to the middle here, grab the Jiggy. Oh, I missed it. If you, like, stand a bit closer to the left side of the 2, you'll grab the Jiggy. It's not really that bad. You go in Talon Trot, grab this note, and then after you jump down, you want to rat-a-tat rap forward, and then you'll hit the window down here. Like that. Then in this room, be careful. Don't get hit. I really recommend not getting hit. This room's pretty infamous for actually crashing the game when you get hit by one of these guys. I don't know the cause of it, but I'd really recommend being really careful. Personally, I see some people go for the notes first. I go for the token first because of the enemy placement. It feels like, on average, it's just better to go for the token first because the enemies are less in the way. So I normally go for the token first, then I get these notes, and then I leave through this window. And then I like to walk behind this guy. If you don't walk behind this guy and you walk to this side, if he hits you, you get kicked off the boat, which is really sketchy. So I don't really like that. I just like going behind them, just dodging that entirely. Normally the way I do this, so we're going to jump from the boat to the railings over there. I normally like stand about this spot in between the 2 holes in the railing and just jump towards the notes, which is probably more difficult than most people will be willing to do. So an easier thing you can do is just go in this corner. Not even this corner. I'd say like about this spot. Like just line up with the railing. Like you see how the railing's there? It's the same idea, same setup, in between these 2 holes. And you're facing straight towards that note for the railing. So you could just jump straight here and make it like this. That's just jumping straight and you make it. So that's the easiest way to do it. I'll just get back on the ship and I'll show the way I do it. Just for reference. Yeah, we're gonna have to walk all the way around, right? Yeah. But that's an easy way to do it. It just requires an extra jump after the Mumbo token, because you have to jump off the platform, which is the main reason I don't do that. But that's like probably the easiest way to do it. So just be in between those 2 holes, jump straight, and you'll land on that note, which is pretty good. Now, if you fall off there, you wouldn't have to do this for a backup. What you would want to do if you fall off and don't make it to the railing, ideally, is go to this ladder there. You see the ladder next to the building, and you can just get to the railing from there. Normally what I would do is grab the token, go in between these 2, jump here. Oops. Normally wouldn't fall off, but you get the idea. I just got a little bit too ambitious there. So if you do fall down, you can easily come to this ladder and just come back up here. I'm going to try to put myself in the position where, like this. So if you were coming from there, you would just jump like this, and this is what the movement would look like. For this window, there's 2 things you can do. I rat-a-tat-rap the window and then just recoil into the loading zone. You can also use gold feathers, which is faster. I just like to keep my gold feathers for click clocks. I don't like wasting them here. So I'll just do this normally. Oops. Like this, and just recoil into it. Here you want to hold down left. Oops, I messed this up. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, so you want to hold down left, and you want to mash A. Then as soon as you start fluttering, you want to hold the flutter, and you should always make it on top of this box. So, should be pretty straightforward. Here you jump to this platform. Now, if you have 5 health, what you can do here is take a damage boost from this Chompa to get on top of the notes. If you don't feel comfortable being at 3 health for the end of the level, that's fine. You don't have to take the damage. You can just do a high jump. It's not going to be that big of a deal. If you are going to do it, just get hit by the Chompa, take 2 damage, go up here, get these notes, head out. And this room is probably the most dangerous room in the level. More so than engine room, in my opinion. Like, you're probably more likely to die here than engine room, honestly, if you're not careful. So there's two ways you can do this. The way I do it is I kill nothing and I just jump the whole way through, which is the most difficult way to do this. Another thing you can do is just not jump at all and just walk in a straight line through this room. I guess I can show that off. You just walk in a straight line. Oh, you might get hit like that sometimes. Don't. Okay. I'm gonna kill these guys just because I don't want to die. But you can walk through this room. Generally, you won't get hit. I did there. You gotta be careful, obviously. So that's one way to do it. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can always pick one side. So whatever side you pick, you can kill both of the Champas. Just make sure you go in and out of the room from the same side so you don't get hit by the other Champas or you don't kill them twice because there's no reason to. Because if you're like on the far side, the Champa on the other side can't hit you. Normally I would pick up this side, so I just kill the two Champas here and keep going. But normally what I do in this room is just jump. I just jump past the Champas like this. And then I grab the notes like this. So after here, you want to be careful. You don't want to be close to, you don't want to be too close to the left side of the wall. What I like to do is jump a bit to the right so the camera doesn't get messed up. If you're not careful, I don't know if I can get it to work now because the camera's all changed. But the camera is going to get all goofed up if you if you're on this side of the room when you're jumping from this note. The camera is going to get all goofy and you don't want that. So I tend to be more on the right side and then I jump towards that note so the camera doesn't get messed up. And then you can hit this switch. Kill the dolphin. I'm sorry, save them. And then you can jump from this platform to here without having to do anything else. If you're from here, you can't really make it. You might be able to. No, not with the rat-a-tat wrap. So you'd have to eye jump up here. So, but normally from the switch, I would just jump straight and then just jump past these guys. Just do a jump. And swim down. And also, if you're newer to this game, I highly recommend not forgetting this Jiggy. That's a very common mistake people make. Make sure you get this Jiggy. It's very important. Now here a Snacker is completely random. Sometimes he'll be in a good spot, like now. Or sometimes he'll be literally in the middle of your way. So if he's not in your way, you can rat-a-tat-rap into him. Then he won't deal damage to you and he'll bounce you back into this. And then the way to skip this Jiggy animation, let's just hit him again, is to jump into the Jiggy with a full jump without fluttering when the buoy is at its slowest point, like that. So you can see how it's rocking back and forth. So when it's at the lowest point, you just want to jump, full jump into it. If it's at the highest point when you do it, you're still going to get the Jiggy animation, which is pretty unfortunate. So normally you do it, jump it. Normally Snacker would be after you, so what I do is I enter Talon Trot, do a long jump. And what that'll do is that will refresh my air and get Snacker to despawn. So I shouldn't get hit by Snacker, so I shouldn't lose health. And the air is important. If you don't get your air refreshed there, you are going to drown in this room. So do make sure you get your air refreshed before going through that swim. Here, just hit this guy. Enter Talon Trot. So here you should be at 3 health ideally. If you're not at 3 health, what I recommend doing... So if you're at 3 health, get hit by the Champa, you'll take 2 damage. If you're not at 3 health, what I recommend doing is coming over here and then canceling Talon Trot and walking into this guy. Do not jump into him. Do not flutter into him. Don't do anything other than just walk into the floatsome. Otherwise, there's a good chance you're probably going to die, just to take 1 damage. After he hits you, kill him with a rat-a-tat-rap. The reason you want to walk into him is because if you jump into an enemy, you don't take damage. So that's a very common thing people don't know. If you flutter into him, you're just going to take damage, but it's pretty weird. Like, you'll probably get recoiled back in the water or something weird. And then trying to jump back on the platform, he's going to be jumping around everywhere. He might just kill you. It's really sketchy. Like, at the end of the day, just cancel Talon Trot, just walk into him, get hit, and you'll be good to go. If you don't need to take damage, you can just jump rat-a-tat-rap, kill him. And here, when the honey comes to the top of the screen, use 1 feather. And then just big bust in this boat and die. Now we're going to make our way to Click Clock Wood. Alright, so after you're done with Rusty Bucket, and start making your way to Click Clock Wood. And this is where the game gets fun. It's where everything gets exciting. And to be more precise, it's where all your hopes and dreams go to die. So don't be too disappointed. So here you want to be careful. If you have like too much momentum going up these, by the time you backflip to get on top of the platform here, let me try to see if I can show this. If you have like too much momentum, you just won't make it. It's a bad example, but like if you have too much, kind of like that, like you can overshoot that platform. So ideally you want to make sure you kind of limit your momentum so you can make it here. Just get up there. Then do a quick Talon Trot here, or miss it, that's fine. If you miss it, just go and Talon Trot. If you miss the quick Talon Trot, you want to jump to dodge getting hit on the first one. Jump here so you don't get hit as well. And then this is Leaf Jump. So this jump is... it's tricky. So what you want to do is you want to face forward. And you want to line up your feet so you're like kind of parallel with this dot on the ground. So this black spot on the ground right here. You want to be like right next to it and kind of like parallel with the top of it. And then you want to backflip, hold back. And then when you get stuck on the leaf, you want to mash A. Like that. Then you should make it up there. It's pretty tricky. It's going to take some getting used to, and sometimes it doesn't work. Kind of like that. So it's going to take a bit of practice to get used to for sure. But you should be able to get up there. After that, you want to do a high jump. Then you enter Talon Trot. And then you do one jump down left. And then you just jump up left. With the notches on the stick. That'll fix the camera, and you'll go straight for the feathers. If you miss the feathers, don't worry too much about it. As long, like, you probably want to be between, like, 20 to 25 feathers right about now. If you're around that ballpark, you should be good. Even if you're lower, it's not that big of a deal. There's a lot of backup red feathers in Click Clock. So you shouldn't have to worry too much about that. And before you enter Click Clock, you want to be right around 7 gold feathers, minimum. You don't want to have, like, less than 7. So you get one behind the cauldron, one on top of the leaf, and there's another backup gold feather. There's 2 more in Click Clock you can grab. So you definitely want to keep an eye out on your feather count. Here, just want to do a quick dive. Get up here. This is a pretty basic layer movement. Just make your way to the puzzle. Unlock Click Clock Wood. After this, we're going to want to go in Talon Trot, do a long hop, and get pushed underwater by the tunnel. Just like that. You want to be careful here. The Grublin sometimes can be like in your way at the top here. It's pretty uncommon, but he can be. So you definitely want to watch out for this guy. He can be a pain. But after you do this, just make your way to Click Clock. So we're kind of getting on the final stretch of the run. After this, we have Click Clock Wood, BubbleGloop Swamp, Furnace Fun Final Fight. So we're almost done. We're getting there. So here, just get the Click Clock. This level is very fun. So if you don't feel comfortable doing the route that I'm teaching here, I would highly recommend going to my beginner tutorial for the route. So this is the most advanced Click Clock Wood route you can do. And some of the stuff might be a bit too intimidating if you're newer to the game. So if you are low on gold feathers, here's one of the backup ones. Run under this bridge, you can just grab it, it's really fast. And the next one is an autumn. So grab those 2 notes, get in here. So what we're gonna do a long jump to just jump over this guy. What I like to do here is, as I'm doing the second high jump, that's when I like to turn my camera once, like this. And what I do is I enter Talon Trot, I jump straight, then hold upright. So straight, upright, and then you get pushed on top here. Now if you're not comfortable doing that, you can just as easily just high jump, just right next to the bird, and just keep going. But it is a lot slower. Obviously, ideally, just want to go up here, jump straight, upright, get pushed up there. Grab these 3 notes. Even if you're not comfortable with Click Clock, I still highly recommend jumping around these birds. It's very hard to get hit by them because they're so small. You can even like walk in front of them if you want to. So I still recommend jumping around them since it's difficult for them to even hit you. So it shouldn't be too bad. Now the birds in summer, you can definitely omit jumping around them since it's a lot easier for them to hit you, since the bird grow in size throughout the seasons. Another thing to keep in mind is I highly recommend killing this guy before hitting the switch. Because if you're not careful, this guy can hit you after you come back from this cutscene and throw you off the platform. Like, as you're standing here, he could be right on top of you, hit you, and you can fall off. So I like to kill that guy first. Just to get that out of the way. Grab all this. Here I like to zoom out the camera, just so the camera doesn't get flipped here when you're going through the nest. And then just hit the egg. Now when we jump off the nest, what I like to do is just a long hop. Or is it a long hop? Yeah, just do a long hop. Flutter. Fall off the edge, jump back on, get these notes. So what I like to do here is like center the camera with this corner, with this note. Then what I like to do is stand right here. So in the fence, you see how there's like a darker spot? I like to stand right here on this edge and hold up left. And then you shoot one egg to hit the beehive. And what you do after that is you hold down right, but slightly up on the stick. It should look like this. And then your eggs should fit in if you're in the right spot. So up left, down right, slightly up. Don't shoot 3 eggs, only shoot 3. And you should ideally enter Talon Trot. Then hold down left here. This is a bit tricky. You can miss the note by accident, but if you hold down left, you should be able to get it. And if you're at 1 health here, don't worry about that. That's not a big deal. It doesn't really matter as long as you don't die. So what I like to do here is I like to align my camera so it looks like this. So the grass is like... You can't see the side of the grass. So you can see the side of it like that. I like to be able to line it up so you can't see it. Enter Talon Trot, turn the camera once. Then I like to be right in front of this dot on the hill. Then I like to jump. And then like get caught on the ramp. And then hold up left. And then you should clip. Alright, let's see. This clip can be pretty tricky though. It's not the most consistent thing. If it doesn't work, try readjusting your camera angle. Just like that. And mash Z. After you clip, you want to mash Z. What that's going to do is refill your health when you come back. And you won't lose any of your notes. You are going to lose a life, though. But you're not going to lose anything else. You can go straight to summer. Now, once you get into summer, you want to cancel the text here. Text box is always going to be there. Same thing with this guy. Just jump above him. Grab this caterpillar. Get on top of this leaf. Okay, so this is very, very important. If by accident you trigger the bird above by high jumping here, which you can do, if you're not careful, see if I can do it, like this. By the time you backflip on top of there, the bird is going to hit you. Because as you can see, he like, you know, hits forward, left, right. Make sure he's not, yeah, okay. So yeah, you want to like not be close to the wall basically. So when you high jump, you want to be like further back on the leaf so you don't trigger him. Because if you trigger him, and if you jump, you're also going to trigger him. Because if you trigger him, you're most likely going to get hit when you get up there. So you really want to avoid that. So usually what I do after I get the note, I turn the camera twice. And I move slightly forward, high jump. Then here I just flutter above. And boom. Just jump past that. And here are the birds in summer. If you're not comfortable jumping around them, it's very easy to just wait in front of them or kill them. Though I recommend not killing the birds. Oops. And also if you use too like sharp of an angle, you might not make it back on the hill. It's all about really getting a feel for it. A lot of this movement in Click Clock. It's pretty precise and it's very punishing. And these birds are also like really tricky because they do extend past like the platform. Like their beaks extend past the platform, so if you're not careful, you're gonna get hit no matter what. So over here, you want to break the beehive entrance, fall back down, then enter Talon Trot as you fall down. You just hold straight down. Make sure you're in the middle of this honey. If you're not in the middle of it, after you kill the Zubas, you can miss the Jiggy as the honey disappears. So you want to make sure you're straight above the Jiggy, otherwise you could miss it. So you got to be careful. Then jump to the side of the wall here. Jump on top, high jump. If you're slightly too short, you can beak bust to make the difference up. Show me a better example of that. Let's say you get like a really messed up jump and like you get stuck somewhere or something. You can just beak bust to make sure you get up there. From here, I don't move my camera at all. Then I go in Talon Trot. Then I jump down left. And then I essentially do a quick dive towards Gobi. It's going to look like this. And I flutter. Make sure my shadow's above him and hit him. So the main reason I do this, there's two reasons. A, it's easy to prevent taking damage doing it this way. And B, your camera is like in the perfect position to jump towards the caterpillar. As you can see, we can get like a clear picture of where the caterpillar is in the platform. Also, if you jump too early, don't be afraid to cancel Talon Trot here. Falling down here is pretty bad. You have to jump all the way around, get on top of the tree to get down here because there's no water. There's really no better way. So you got to be careful. You can obviously make this jump in one go. And the caterpillar can be like anywhere on this platform. It's completely random where he decides to spawn, so just hit this switch. And also don't like beak bust too low, otherwise you might hit the bird by accident. As soon as this is over, just flutter away. And also, ideally, you want to get through the entirety of Clockwood without killing a bird, since if you kill a bird, you're going to get a cutscene that plays for the first time you kill a bird, and you want to avoid that. Now, you might not be able to avoid that every time, and you might end up killing some birds for various reasons. Either you're not comfortable, or you need the health, whatever the reason might be. But if you can avoid killing any of the birds, that's definitely where you want to be, because it's not ideal. The bird you're most likely going to want to kill is coming up, and it's the bird next to the Jiggy. Here you can just slide under this bird. Just don't jump anywhere near him, and you won't get hit. Kind of like Champas. Here, you just want to make your way to the platform with the infamous bird. This is probably the most infamous bird in the level. If there's a bird you're going to want to kill, it's going to be this one. So what I like to do is flutter to the Jiggy, turn the camera facing the bird. And then assuming you did that right, you should be able to roll into the jump pad and jump up here. Now, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, what I recommend doing is exactly the same thing, except instead of rolling towards the jump pad, you rat-a-tat-rap into the bird. You don't want to, like, jump from the leaf to that platform. Let me just show you. Let me show you what you don't want to do. You don't want to do this, because the bird might accidentally hit you. Like, rat-a-tat-rap is not, like, a foolproof move. I've seen it happen to a lot of people, and it's happened to myself. So if you jump towards that bird from here and rat-a-tat-rap, you can get hit pretty easily. But if you get the Jiggy from this part and you jump straight forward into the bird with a rat-a-tat-rap, the odds of him hitting you are extremely low, because the first thing going towards the bird is the beak. So it's very hard to miss if you're going straight like that. And it's also really safe. Like, even if you get hit, I would say like a majority of the time you're going to fall back on the platform. But if you get hit from this side, you're never going to be back on the platform. You're just going to fall off no matter what. So, want to be careful with that. I'm going to high jump up here. So, I'm going to be showing an easy strat for the summer house jump here. I'm also going to be showing how to do summer house jump. I'll just show the summer house jump first. So here what you want to do is you want to hug this wall. So the way the camera is now, it's like perfect. So you want to be as close to this wall as possible. If you step away from the wall, you see the camera kind of pans out. And you see how I did that? Now the camera's screwed up. Now the camera's good again. So if you walk away from the house, you see how the camera does that? And now it's not really following me. You want to be close to the wall. If you're close to the wall, the camera is like kind of like freeform. If you have the right angle, we'll just go back. I just wanted to show that as an example. Is you want the camera to basically be unlocked there. If you're on the camera once here, this camera is like really good. So you can see where Banjo is, and you can jump towards the Jiggy. Now, if your camera is locked, you're going to be doing this jump blind. You will not be able to see where you're going at all, and it's really sketchy. You can still do it. It's just significantly harder. Now, if you're not comfortable doing summer house jump, my recommendation is to make your way to the back, and then just shoot an egg into this corner, and then you'll grab the Jiggy. So that's a very common backup strat a lot of people use to not doing summer house jump if you don't feel comfortable doing it. Here what we're going to do is we're going to jump on the back of that snare bear. And I have to warn people, there is no hitbox in the back of the snare bear, but the eyes and the front of the snare bear can and will hit you. And there is a good chance you're just going to fall off. You can get recoiled onto the platform. It's not very common. So ideally you want to be as far away from the eyes as possible, but still on the back of him. You definitely don't want to be close to the eyes. If you're close to the eyes, you're likely going to get hit. You just jump on the back, just like that. And keep going. But definitely make sure you're not, like, close to the eyes. That's bad news. Here I like to not get this note first because you have to walk back to get it anyways. Okay. That's really bad luck. Normally this guy's not on top of the caterpillar, but if he is, just kill him. So what I like to do here for these birds is trigger them to, like, do their little animation and do, like, a little circle in place and then jump. And that little circle in place kind of just makes sure that I don't jump into the bird so he can hit me. It'll make sense once you see it. But that's what I do. It's like I do a little turnaround circle, which just guarantees that by the time I jump towards the birds, I just don't get hit. And here you want to make sure the camera's facing towards, like, Mumbo's hut or the nest, away from the tree, basically, is ideally what you want to do. Now, if you're short a Mumbo token, this token's not the fastest, but there is... I'll show where the token is. Essentially, you would just want to fall off on the other side of the nest. So you would want to do the exact same thing I'm doing here, just fall off on the opposite side, and you'll grab the token. So what I do here is I enter Talon Trot, I go for this feather, and then you don't want to do a quick dive type animation here like I did on the beehive. You want to hold Z for sure. Fall down, look at your shadow flutter, make your shadows above this leaf, grab this caterpillar. Yeah, that's the Mumbo token I'm talking about. So you would do the exact same thing I did here, but on the other side, and you would try to land on top of the token. And then you would just jump to this, you know, this leaf where the caterpillar is and keep going if you need an extra Mumbo token. But that's the gist of that. Here, make sure you're not too far up here. If you're, like, this far up and you jump down, you'll take fall damage. But if you're here and you do, like, a short hop, you won't take any damage, so... should be good. Now, if you ever need extra health, there are 2 beehives in front of summer, so they're pretty nice to grab. Even though, you know, you got the full health refill after spring, for some reason, if you took a lot of damage, you can grab these beehives. There's also a beehive at the end of autumn that's really good. If you're short on red feathers, these red feathers are really good to grab. They're pretty fast. I recommend them. Same with the feathers up against the wall here. I'll show them. There's some pretty nice extra feathers. Grab this caterpillar. So, like, if you need, like, a few extra, you can grab 1 or 2, maybe 3. They're not too slow. So here you want to wait for the bird. Grab this note. I like to zoom in the camera here, just because this area is pretty laggy, and it seems to help a lot. But it's really up to you what you want to do. Here you want to be on the right side, so you don't grab the boots. If you're in the middle of that platform and you jump down, there's a good chance you'll grab the boots. So I like to be on the right side here, just to make sure I avoid that. So here, I like doing 2 jumps, going in front of the pillar, holding neutral, so I just let go of everything on the stick. Then I jump, and then I push forward to get on top of this pillar. So what happens if you don't go neutral, usually, is you just, like, just fall off the... You just don't get up top, really. It's weird. Like, if you maintain your momentum, it's a lot harder to get up there. Kind of like that, as you can see. But if you just go neutral, jump, it's a lot easier to make this jump. Obviously, if you're not comfortable doing it in Talon Trot, honestly, high jumping is a very good backup. Because, like, missing this jump 3 times is probably not that uncommon. Because it is pretty tricky. So if you're not very comfortable doing it Talon Trot, like, don't be afraid to just cancel it, just high jump and get up there. There's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure you see your shadow up there first. But obviously doing it Talon Trot is kind of where you want to be if you can. So, but it is honestly probably one of the trickier things to do. It's very deceiving. But once you get up here, there's 4 notes. So you should be at 36 notes when you're done. And you just go through the entrance and leave. So here you're going to take 1 damage. I like doing all long hops here. Don't do any short hops, otherwise you'll take extra damage. You'll clear the whole gap. If you need an extra gold feather, this is the next best thing in this level. You can grab that one. Here I like to zoom out the camera. Normally if you don't, the pile of leaves is going to make the camera turn around, which is pretty annoying. We're going to keep going. This note. Here, do a quick dive. A little messed up, but it's fine. Ideally, you want a quick dive in front of here. So if you want, you can skip getting this Jiggy in fall. You do not have to grab this Jiggy in fall. I recommend getting it in fall because it's a lot more dangerous to get it in winter. I'll probably cover it a bit more then, but it's significantly more difficult and a lot more punishing to get it in winter. And it only really saves like 4 seconds. So I prefer to get it in fall, but if you want to get a bit more risky, you can grab it in winter, but it's really up to you. Here I just flutter, then just enter Talon Trot as I get in the water. Do a good old quick dive. The classic. Now we're going to make our way to the snare bear. So this is why you really want the gold feathers, is because of these snare bears. So if you run out of gold feathers for any reason, which could happen... Oh, I didn't mean to get hit, but that's fine. Like I said, you can stand on the back of them. Their hitboxes really start where the eye is. So what you can do is do like a ground pound recoil to grab these notes. Kind of like this. It's really tricky and dangerous. Because you can still get hit and take 2 damage. Because these do deal 2 damage. But you can do something like that and then just like jump, flutter, get the note at the top. But normally you would just use gold feathers and grab these. But that is a good backup strat to doing that. So normally you just use gold feathers, grab all the notes, jump off. Now make sure you come to this corner. If you're not on this corner, there's a good chance you're not going to clear the gap. So come to this corner, do a long jump. Make sure you don't fall in the water. Get these guys. Get this Jinjo. Alright. So be careful with these birds. Definitely the next one coming up because the caterpillar can be in a random spot. If you have to wait for an extra bird rotation, don't feel afraid. Definitely don't try to go too fast with these birds. You definitely want them to be out of the way. Alright, so these birds up here, you can just wait for them. Never jump around them. That's all I'm going to say. Don't jump around these guys. Either like just walk under them or just wait for them to do their attack and then walk past them. So normally what I do is this. I just jump under them. So you want to slide completely under them and you don't really want to jump anywhere near them. Otherwise they'll hit you. And you don't want to end your slide under them either. If you end your slide under them, you lose a little bit of speed and they hit you. Another thing to keep in mind is this guy can be really trolly. This Grublin. So don't be afraid to kill him if you don't feel comfortable around him. He could be anywhere on this area, on this place, and he could hit you out of nowhere. So if you're not comfortable with that guy, you can hit him. Or you can ignore him. Just dodge him. Just walk around him. No big deal. This caterpillar. Hold slightly up on the left. And you'll grab this note. And I'll do that again. So it's just like the left notch on the stick, and then you just hold like slightly above that, and you should grab that note, no issue. So left, slightly up. Get the note. Get all these notes. What I like to do here is hold upright after I get this note, and then just hold straight left. Then that'll get you cleared out of here. Oops. And also, if you're not comfortable doing these little alcoves and talent trot, you don't have to. You can always just like roll flutter around these. Like it's not really the end of the world if you choose to do that. It's a lot easier. It's a lot safer. But if you feel comfortable with your talent trot movement and you're consistent at it, then there's no reason to not do it. But you can easily just roll flutter around those. This Buzz Bomb is pretty scary, but if you do like a short jump below him, 99% of the time he's never going to hit you. But you do have to be careful because he can be in the way. So here we just shoot an egg, get in here, hold straight down, roll. And right before you're about to grab the acorn, press A, grab it, come up. Quick talent trot out of here. So be really careful coming out of here. If you're going to be too close to Nap Nut, you're going to get kicked out of talent trot and hold a nut above your head, or the acorn. And it's pretty annoying. You'll get a text box from Nab Nut. It's really dumb. So try to be as close to the edge of the platform as possible to try to avoid that. Just like this. So you don't get kicked into that animation. Since we don't really want to feed him the acorns yet. Here you can jump. Beak bust. So this is pretty important. So this is the plank of wood the acorn was on. The one we just collected. This is the plank below it. This is exactly where you want to be. And what you want to do is you want to go straight right. And then when you're lined up with the acorn, you want to go forward to grab it. And then make sure you hold A on your flutter. So if you don't hold A on your flutter, there's a good chance you'll take fall damage when you fall down. So you definitely don't want to do that. So usually what I do is I hold A on my flutter until I hear the first like Kazooie noise. And then I let go, and then you'll never take fall damage. But if you let go too early, there's a good chance you can take fall damage here. So you got to be careful. But if you're lined up with this plank, you go straight right. And when you're lined up with the acorn, you go up. You should always get it. So just like this. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, this acorn is really dangerous. If you try to go down here at full speed, what can happen is what happened in Freezeezy Peak, where you kind of like skip a step and like fall down. But you can do that and just fall off the platform completely. So normally what I like to do is just like go a tiny bit slower when I get closer to the acorn, when I get lower on that platform. And I do like to zoom in my camera here. When I go from that acorn to this area, it reduces the lag a lot. Jump in here, get this caterpillar. So what you want to do here is when you line up your shadow to be like on the light spot on this table, then you want to press A and hold up, like not immediately, but like slightly after you press A. Should look like this, and that'll push you up here. So you just want to be like on the light part, A, hold up, you get pushed up here. Now if you're not comfortable doing that, there's nothing wrong with doing a backflip, because missing this jump like 3-4 times is not worth getting it in Talon Trot if you're not going to get it. So doing a backflip there is, you know, it's not the end of the world. And be really careful with this acorn. You can easily miss this. Like the hitboxes on the acorn they're pretty bad. As you can see, I'm like kind of touching it, I'm not collecting it. And when you're going fast in a run, you can easily miss this and just fall down and have to go back all the way up. So what I'd recommend is to make sure you actually grab this guy before you jump out. And just feed them nut the acorns. Then yeah, make sure you turn the camera towards this wall. Reduces a lot of lag. Which is pretty important. Autumn is probably the laggiest season, I want to say. And it's not probably, it definitely is. So it's pretty important to make sure your camera's good. Now these birds, I just wait. I jump after they start going back into their hole. So I kind of just time it. So as they're retrieving into it, and I do it like for per individual bird. So I don't really do a rhythm. I do it like, I look at the bird specifically. And when they're going back into the hole, that's when I jump. You can obviously just kill all 3 of these birds if you're not comfortable doing that. But that's probably the best way to do it. I won't try to get a rhythm because the last bird usually like is on a different, not cycle, but he comes at a different speed. Let's put it that way. He doesn't go at the same speed as the other ones. So it can really throw you off, which is why I've like adapted to just doing the birds individually regardless. So you gotta be pretty careful with that. But nevertheless, clear those bird, hit this switch. And now here, I don't like turning on my camera. Some people do. I'm not a big fan of it. What I like to do here is enter Talon Trot and go slightly down from left on the stick. And then the other important key factor is don't even look at Banjo. Look at your shadow. That's the important part. So if you look at your shadow and where you are above the platform, it's going to be hard to fall off. Instead of looking at where Banjo is. And then you just, you know, walk over there. Here, if the caterpillar's in a bad spot, I like to not jump towards it. I like to just slide into it and start jumping again after this. And right before you do the last note, start feeding Eerie. So, I should explain the jump that's coming up. So, Banjo makes a noise after he falls down during the falling down animation. And at the end of his noise is when you're going to want to press A for this jump to not take fall damage. So, it'll make sense once you see it, but when we're going to be jumping off, we're going to want to delay our flutter so that we prevent taking fall damage when we lay in next to the snare bear. And it'll make sense once you hear the sound effect. You just got to get there, though. Fitting Eerie takes a while. So you want to jump up here, and then you want to jump towards the tree, the light part of the tree, basically. You don't want to jump towards like this part, like that darker part. You want to jump towards the lighter part, just like that, and just do a big jump. You see that? Uh-oh. Right at the end of that, uh-oh. Just flutter. But don't wait too long, because if you wait too long, you are going to fall down. If you don't have a lot of health, you can die. You'll be in the bramble. It's a bad time. But right at the end of that sound effect, if you hold A, you won't take fall damage here. If you do it too early, when you land here, you will take fall damage. And if you flutter even earlier than that, you can actually miss this platform if you're not careful. But here, just use your gold feathers. Get these. So what I like to do here is roll down and then rat-a-tat wrap right before the beehive. So I break the beehive open and grab health. So usually what I like to be at full health for winter. Because for spring, you're going to need to be at 4 health for spring. Or 5. 5 is pretty safe, but 4 is pretty standard. It's usually what I do. And at the end of winter, we're going to be able to take 4 damage. So if you're at full health, you take 4 damage, you'll be at 4 health. So either you want to be at full health, or you want to be at like 4 or 5 health. And hoping you don't take damage until you get to spring 2. So what I'm going to do here is just roll. Oh, I missed a rat-tat-rat. But basically you can rat-a-tat-rat into that beehive. I'll just do it again. And then you can kind of do it without really having to waste any time. This is just a weird camera. Alright. Kind of like that. And you can just break the beehive open. Here we need 3 health, because we're going to have 3. And also if you're really low on feathers, these are some also pretty good backup feathers you can grab if you need them. Though at this point, you really shouldn't be needing more feathers. You're getting really full on them. So again, if you need red feathers, you can grab these two, leaving autumn. Make your way to winter. So winter is the deadliest season. Ideally, you want to go through winter with full health. Now, that's not always going to be an option. Click-Clock Wood's a pretty deadly level overall. So, and you also want to make sure you grab this gold feather. Ideally, you want to leave Click-Clock with 3 gold feathers. The more, the better, really. But 3 is the minimum you want to have. So, what we're going to do here is after we start flight, we're going to use 8 feathers. And after about the 6th feather, we're going to start turning around to go towards the house at the top. So it's going to look a little something like this. You land at the top. Now, if you do this, like, if you start turning too early, what's going to happen is, because this is a slope, your slope time is going to run out before you land, so you're going to slide off. So it's going to look like this. You're just going to slide off just like that after you land. And go ahead and back that up. It's just a flutter back on top once your slope timer is reset. If you fall down to here, a good way to back this up is to bear punch and then high jump. Like this. So you can get on top. That's the best way I recommend getting back on top of here. So after you do that, and also make sure your camera's facing this way. If you turn your camera like around and stuff, there's a lot of lag. As you can see, it's pretty laggy. So you want to make sure your camera's facing like this, ideally. Your camera should be like in the right position after you do the flight section. So here, you want to jump to this feather, and you don't want to jump immediately after you land here. If you do, there's a good chance you'll take fall damage once you jump into the railings. You want to wait a little bit, just slide, and just jump over here, roll, peek bust this, jump into the snowman. Make sure you don't get too close to the snowman. You can bounce off of him before hitting the switch, so you got to be careful. Roll off of here. What I like to do here is just jump once and jump, cancel talon trot. So this is a bit tricky. So what I like to do here... Oh, I didn't want to enter flight. We can fix the health problem. So what I like to do here is line up the camera with the white part of the wall in front of me, then wait one flap, use 6 to 7 feathers. It really depends on the spacing you use on the feathers. Also how many feathers I have. But ideally it's about 7 feathers. And then as you're using the feathers, you kind of like turn slightly towards the tree. But you don't want to be, like, if you're too close to the tree when you beak bomb, you're going to bounce off of it. So you really want to avoid that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to beak bomb towards the top of the tree, rat-a-tat-rap, and land on the top platform. So what that's going to look like is this. So 1. Rat-a-tat-rap. And boom, you're on top. So yeah, if you take a damage by accident in winter, this is the best place to get 1 health, is killing this guy. And usually after I rat-a-tat-rap, I like holding left to make sure I stay on this side of the tree so I don't accidentally fall off. After this, what you do is just poop an egg, talon trot, grab this jiggy, just make your way out. So here I like to not touch the camera at all. Oh, that's not true. I zoom it out. So I zoom out the camera, but other than that, I don't really touch it. And I start grabbing all these notes. So one thing I like to do here is I like to slide into the last note. I don't like jumping straight onto it, then jumping off the platform. I like to jump in front of it, then slide into it, then jump off the platform. Like this. And you just go straight right, and you will always land on this note. Here, be careful not to bounce off the snowman. Grab that gold feather. These notes, jump down here. So here, once the blue Jinjo's on top of the screen, we're going to use 1 feather. Then we're going to use 9. Now hold straight up. Don't let go until the text box shows up. And then as soon as you're out of this cutscene, keep holding straight up. Because we're going to need to grab this Jiggy immediately. And it's a lot easier to grab when it's bouncing as well. And we're going to use 3 feathers after this. Beak Bomb. Turn around. And then just grab this Jiggy. So if you miss the Eerie Jiggy, because as soon as it spawns, it bounces, and it's a lot easier to grab when it's bouncing. If you miss it, it's pretty rough. Another thing to keep in mind is you can grab the Jiggy I just grabbed now, and Spring is the B. That is a backup strat. So for some reason you land on the eerie Jiggy, you can just make your way over here, skip this specific Jiggy, and just do everything else. But ideally, you definitely want to grab it right now. What I like to do here is just beak bust. Go to the right. You'll land on top of here. And then what you want to do is line up your shadow with this white spot on the ground. So there's like a little like, it's hard to explain, it's like white spot, white line. You want your shadow to be like right onto it. And if you're holding forward and you poop an egg, you'll break the window every time. So you just want your shadow to line up with that white line. And you just poop an egg and then you can jump into here. Oops. Just get into here. And you just jump. Grab this honeycomb. Oops. Get out of here. Now here you have to be really careful because this snowman is pretty deadly. So if you're not careful, he can easily hit you, and you really want to avoid that. Now this gremlin's pretty deadly. Here I'd probably just go for the flight pad, and he probably wouldn't hit me. But if you don't feel safe, you can always kill this guy, but always be careful. He can always hit you through your rat-a-tat-rap. Actually, we should restart this. I should explain something. So before we do this, we're going to be doing winter clips. And one thing to keep in mind is you really don't want to get hit by the snowman. A, it messes up the setup I use for the clip, and B, you take damage, which means you're going to be low on health by the time you get to Spring 2. And there's no really great way to have extra health. Now, if you have extra gold feathers, so assuming you have 4 gold feathers or more, it's not that bad. But if you have less than that, it's pretty bad. So what we're going to do here is we're going to fly slightly towards the left of the window to avoid the snowman hitting us with a snowball. So we're going to fly slightly towards the left, and once the snowman throws a snowball, we're going to aim for, like, the left side of the window. Is it, like, sill? It'll make sense once I show it. But, like, you want to just aim for left here. Snowman throws a snowball. And just go left here. So you want to wait after the snowball is done being thrown. That's definitely important. Now here, I guess I'll probably show this regardless of what happens. Because I'm going to want to show the backup here in case you fail or land or whatever. Here we're just going to try to go below the platform where the honeycomb is. Then use one feather, hold up, and then we'll grab the honeycomb as we fly up and we'll fly above the platform. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to fly into the left side of the fireplace. And we're going to stay in like a neutral flying position, and the camera should come behind us and not get stuck on any geometry. And then we're going to hold down. And then there's going to be a line on the side of the fireplace, and when Banjo's nose is lined up with that line, we're going to beak bomb. This is what it should look like. Okay, we missed it. If you miss it, you can just fly around. It's no big deal. Okay. It's a bit tricky, but it's fine. Just hold up. There you go. I'll fly on this wall. Camera comes behind you. Hold down. And just notice with this line, beak bomb. Wait a little bit, beak bust. So you want to wait until you're at the lowest point in your beak bomb to beak bust. Otherwise, you'll take an extra damage. Right now, it should be 5. Seems wrong. That's fine. And then if you fail that clip, if for some reason you crash, you don't get through it, you land on the honeycomb, all hell breaks loose, it's over, the run's dying. The backup strat is to simply do a trick called ice clip. Ideally, you should never have to do this, but I'm going to demonstrate it, just so you guys are aware of what's going on. So we'll go back to the beaver's house. Then I'll show you guys what you have to do. So let's say you crashed in the corner, you didn't get out. It's unfortunate. What you're going to want to do is go over here, quick dive, or miss it, it's fine. And you're going to swim into this corner over here. Corner where the ramp is, you're just going to swim into this corner, then hold down, and you're going to clip through this. Just like that. Now, I should mention that it is possible to die here and not clip. So, if after like 2 seconds you don't clip, what I recommend doing is turning around and like trying to get back into the corner and do it again. Otherwise, there's a good chance you're going to die. You do drown really fast underwater in winter. You lose your air twice as fast. So if you're not clipping like pretty quickly, I'd recommend just turning around, coming back in, and trying to clip again, because sometimes it might not work. So it's not 100% foolproof. But if you mess up the clip, that's the ideal backup for that. And now we're going to make our way to Spring 2. So let's say you had, you did the full health route to take the damage at the end of winter and all that. Just take the extra damage on the snare bear, because you'd be at full health right now. Or you might have taken 1 damage from the ice cube when you're clipping. What are we at now? 5? So ideally you should be around 4 health here. 5 is pretty safe. It's not that bad of a thing. I'll show you guys what you want to do if you're at 5 health. If you have more health, you just want to get down to like 4 or 5 health here. You're probably going to be down to 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2. Yeah, you can get down to 4. But if you got hit by the ice cube, you only want to get hit by the snare bear once. No, twice, right? Yeah, so... Ideally, after the snare bear, you want to have 2 health. 3 is fine, 3 is safer. But 2 is ideally the number you want to have. But 3 is fine. You don't want to have 4, though. 4 is too much. What I like to do here is jump under this bird. Now, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can always jump around him. Just jump around the platform. But if you don't jump in front of the bird and you jump from under him, you shouldn't have any issues doing that, honestly. You should be fine. Alright, so here comes soft lock strat. This is pretty intimidating. So what's going to happen is we're going to poop 5 eggs into this flower, and the cutscene's going to start playing, and once the cutscene is done, the camera will be stuck, and we won't know what is happening. At all. The camera's just going to be stuck looking at a wall, and you're going to have no idea what's going on. Also, keep in mind, you don't want to miss your last egg into the flower. If you do, the bees are going to screw you over, which is why having 3 health is safer. So let's say the bees hit you before the cutscene starts. You're not going to be able to move during the cutscene, and the bees will hit you again. So if you're at 2 health, you're going to die. If you're at 3 health, you'll be fine. You'll be at 1 health. But essentially how this works is we're going to trigger this cutscene, and then the bees will hit us, and then we can move during this cutscene, but we won't be able to see where we're going. So the inputs we're going to do, and this is pretty important, is at the start of this, so there's 2 transitions. There's a transition where the cutscene is happening, and the camera gets locked. When the camera's locked, it never changes after that. But when the cutscene is happening, the camera's in a different position. So what we're going to do is we're going to start going straight left after we get hit by the bees. And our goal is going to be to jump 9 times. And then when the cutscene transitions, we're going to move our positioning from left to down left. So let's say we do 6 jumps left, then the cutscene changes, and we have to do 3 jumps down left, and then high jump left, not down left. And then you'll make it on the top of that platform over there, where the bramble is. So that's where you're going to make it after that. Once you get up there, you enter Talon Trot again, then you do 6 jumps down, 3 jumps down left, and after that you go straight left, and you should make it into Mumbo's hut. I will be teaching a backup for this, but I will be covering that after we show this off. So we'll show off what this should look like first, and we'll show off a backup in case you fail and what you should do. So poop 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, don't poop the 5th egg until you get to the next leaf, because then the bees will target you and they can hit you. So normally what I do is I turn the camera once this way, then I go straight up, and then I hold up left and poop an egg. So, like this. And boom, you make it to Mumbo's hut. So if you do the inputs correctly, you should be good. Also, if you have an extra health here while Mumbo's waking up, what you can do, just take 1 damage on this, and transform into the bee. So that's a good way to use the extra time the Mumbo takes to wake up. So when you come out, you don't want to hold the joystick at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to start flying, and then we're going to fly up 4 times. Then we're going to turn right to grab the Mumbo token, then turn left. Wait like about a second, and then fly up 6 times while holding up. And then we'll land on the green Jinjo. Now, if you start doing your 6 flights too early, you're going to get stuck on a tree branch. So where is it? Oh yeah, it's the branch where the nest is. You're going to get stuck on that if you start flying too early. So you really don't want to do that, because we're going to be grabbing the Mumbo token above here. So if you start flying too early, you'll get stuck on that tree branch, and you want to avoid that. So this is what it's going to look like. Wait, what? Okay. It's probably because I went in first person with the camera. The camera's not supposed to do that. Let's try it again. It should be like, it's always consistent, so. And also when you're using the B, make sure you're holding R and B. B makes you move faster as the B, so keep that in mind. 4, turn. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab this Jinjo. Jump off. When you're slightly below the flower, fly up. Get this Jiggy. Now what we're going to do is we're going to jump, and at the peak of our jump, we're going to fly up 3 times, turn left, and then land on the beehive. It's going to look like this. So we land up here, get into here. And here you can just hold neutral, hold B. And on the 3rd bounce, jump, grab the Jiggy. Normally you're supposed to fall down. So if you're close enough to the side, you'll fall down here. And then all you're going to have to do here is just start flying, hold R and B, nothing on the joystick, press A again, you'll clip. That easy. And that's click clock. Alright, so what you're going to want to do here is fly up 5 times and hold up. So I did 4. That's 5. It'll be a little bit off. That's fine. So you fly up 5 times, hold up, you'll land on this Jiggy, and you want to hold down left, and you want to keep holding down left for a bit. So what's going to happen is our goal is to get right above the 765 note door, but we don't want to get stuck on the texture above it. We want to be right like inside the little cave tunnel thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hold up, fly up twice, let go of the stick, fly up twice again, and we'll clip through the door. Then we want to hold upright immediately as we clip, so we don't void out. So it should look a little something like this. And do keep in mind, if you get a grunty text box, while you're doing this, you're going to clip a lot sooner than you anticipate. So you're going to want to autocorrect for that. Ideally well, otherwise you'll just void out immediately. So it should look like this. So hold down left, fly up twice here, turn around, up here, 1, 2, 1, 2, clip, go up right. And then you want to go through that loading zone, but I'm also going to show. So let's say you don't want to do that. You can always just, you can always like jump down, fly up, probably just fly up twice. Let's do it again. You can fly up twice and land on the platform before the door, and you don't have to do it while flying. Just land over here. Make sure you don't get too close to the door. If you open the note door, you're kind of screwed. You really don't want to do that. So stand right above this circle. And we're going to do the exact same setup just from this position. 1, 2, 1, 2. Clip. And head for this loading zone. Now here, you do not want to hold B. So we're just going to jump to grab this token. Then we're going to go straight right. And we're going to line ourselves up with the Jiggy. And we're going to go down. And as we're about to grab the Jiggy, we're going to turn around. And as we grab the Jiggy, we're going to start holding B and fly away. And we're going to fly up 6 times. And then after we fly up 6 times, we're going to aim for the loading zone to go to the next room. So it should look a little bit like this. Aim for the Jiggy. Turn around, fly up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure you don't go too far out of bounds because you will void out. And hit this loading zone. And don't hit the water. As the B, if you hit the water, you're going to bounce off of it, and that's really bad. What we're going to do here is we're just going to fly through this tunnel. And then near the end of the tunnel, we're going to want to fly up twice, so we barely get to the door where the FP Jiggy is. See, that was a bit too high up. But if you hold down like this, it'll make it a lot easier to grab the Jiggy. Ideally, you want to grab it without having to hold down or lose any height, but it's a bit tricky. Here you fly up once. I try to aim for the spider web, then turn around. Then as I hit this wall, I like to let go of B, hold down, grab the jiggy, start holding B again, turn around. Go through here. So this is very important. So as you go through here, when you start flight, you want to be holding slightly up left when you get stuck in the corner. And I never let go of B for this. And once you get stuck in the corner, as you're about to get unstuck, you want to hold straight and then up left as you get out. So I'm just going to go through the loading zone again, just to show this, show how it looks. So up left, straight, up left, turn around, get the camera unstuck, fly up once, let go of B here, and you can get through this. So we'll go back to this room, and we'll explain a few other things. So the reason you want to do the movement exactly that way, and I'll show this off, is because the camera can get stuck in this room. So if you don't go to the same area I went to, here's what's going to happen. Like, let's say you don't hold up left and you have a bad flight section. And you just don't do it well. This is what's going to happen. The camera is going to be stuck like this. To get the camera unstuck, you have to walk in this area right here. As soon as you walk through this area, the camera will get unstuck and you have control over it again. So let's say you messed it up. You can always just start flying again. I don't want to get hit. You can always just fly, get in a sarcophagus like this. It's not too bad. Grab the jiggy. I just want it to land here. And let's say you got the camera stuck, but you grab the jiggy. You can always land here. Fly up once, hold B. Let go B, hold down, fly through this. Now here, what we're going to do is just do, like, hold A, do a long jump, go back. Oh, I messed it up. So that's what you want to avoid. You don't want to touch the water. If you do, you're going to start flying again. You really want to avoid that. So up the top of the hat, hold A, boom. Get back here, wiggle a little bit, get through the bars. What I like to do here is to wait for the little, like, sparkles to go away. So I'll press A once, wait for the sparkles to go away, and then press A again, and then you'll get to the loading zone pretty cleanly. So look like this. So okay, we'll do it again. That was a little messed up. Jiggy, walk out once, sparkles go away once more. Boom, straight in the loading zone. Now you want to mash L here because there's a mumble text box. You want to cancel that. And then you want to start flying. Now you want to fly into the right corner of the door. And just turn around and tap B to clip through it. So I'm going to explain that a bit more. So we're going to go back out. We're going to explain that a little bit more. So essentially what you're trying to do is clip to this door. So you don't want to clip too fast. If you clip too fast, you're still going to be gaining height from you using A to go up. So you're going to clip back out of bounds. And you won't make it into the door. Like, you'll clip out of the level. I'll show you what that looks like. Oops. I mean, that's a pretty good example, I guess. Like, you see how I just couldn't get back in? But this is probably a better example. Like, I clipped immediately. Oh, I can't get to the door. I keep clipping back in bounds. So what you want to do to avoid that is wait a little bit before you clip. So you kind of want to stay in the corner for a little bit, then you want to clip. It's a bit tricky, but you want to wait a tiny bit. Like that. Then you can turn around and clip in there. And essentially the important part when it comes to this is you want to fly in the right corner. So you want to fly into this corner of the door, that one. Then you want to hold up left when you get at the top of the door, then tap B, then hold up right, and then you'll turn around. It's pretty consistent, honestly. Like that. If you waited long enough, you won't go back out of bounds and you'll be in. So here we're going to fly once, wait a little bit, and fly up 3 times. So 1, 2, 3. That'll give us enough height to get over this wall and get to Mumbo's hut. So here I just like to mash A just to make sure I grab this honeycomb, and I also hold up the whole time. Fall down, grab the token, turn around, transform. So this is pretty important. After you die, when you restart the level, there's going to be a croc test that we have to hit. And I'm not going to be able to wait to explain it, but I'm gonna explain the spot you have to go to. But essentially you have to walk to a specific spot on the map and hold left, shoot an egg, and you'll always hit it. And I'll show you what the setup is, but I won't be able to slow down to show it. So after we die, it'll be like... Also, don't roll too quickly. I would recommend like waiting to roll. Just like wait a little bit, roll flutter, shoot an egg left, go in town trot. Normally you would keep jumping towards the platform, but I want to explain the setup here. So there's this orange line I'm right next to. That's exactly where you want to be. This orange line on the floor, that's the exact spot. And also the reason you don't want to roll too quickly as you come back to BubbleGloop is because when you come out of cutscenes or transitions and you roll too fast, you always roll to like the right. It's like a default position if you try to roll too quickly where it's just going to ignore your joystick inputs. So you want to wait a little bit to make sure you can roll forward. Then flutter, then come to this spot, then do it, you know, shoot your egg left, and you'll always hit the Croctus. Another thing to keep in mind is after you hit that Croctus, you want to hold Z the whole time as you're skipping text. Normally I use like my index finger. I just keep it on the Z button, and then I just mash LRB as I'm skipping the text. Because you come back from that cutscene so quickly that if you're not holding Z, it's going to kick you out of Talon Trot immediately as you cancel the Croctus text. So you really want to make sure you're holding Z to make sure it doesn't happen. So that's key. And also you are on a cycle for a leaf in BubbleGloop. I'll explain that a bit. It's not the most important. There's also a Croctus cycle. You have to keep in mind, that leaf should be way closer to us by now. Oh my god. Just kill these guys. It should be right around there. So we should be able to jump on the leaf to this pole. Now here you want to jump, grab this token, go in Talon Trot, jump, rat-a-tat wrap, beak bust. Here you're going to want to roll, then rat-a-tat wrap into the egg. So roll, jump, rat-a-tat wrap into the egg, and just break this egg wide open. And don't accidentally use gold feathers. It's important. We have a lot, so it's not that important. The minimum amount of gold feathers you want ideally is about 3. You don't really want less than 3. If you have 4, you're pretty safe. Don't really have to be worried about too much. So here, just do long jumps, and you should be able to clear this without having to get hit another time here. Just like that. So health in this route for this game, at least for this BubbleGloop route, it's not that important because we have so much of it. Normally, we used to do BubbleGloop a lot sooner, so health used to be pretty important. But health is very lenient in this route. And here, just jump around. So if you go really fast, you should get to this Croctus and be able to shoot an egg immediately. And also, you should be able to jump between that cutscene, so you should be able to enter Talon Trot and do a short hop before the cutscene's over. Or before you lose control of Banjo. Here, if you need extra eggs for any reason to hit the Croctuses, you can grab some. Might be important. This is the last time eggs are going to be relevant. After this, we get a egg refill for the final fight. It's not big of a deal. Here you can omit doing 2 jumps if you want to if you're not comfortable, but I end up doing 2 jumps. But you can always just not do that and just walk across that. Fall down here, use your gold feathers, jump when these guys are at the peak of their height. So just jump into the flibbits when they're jumping, and then if they're not jumping, just stand on the ground and they'll jump into you. If you stand right around this spot, you'll always grab the Jiggy. Now if you miss the Jiggy here, don't grab it. Grab it later when you're going to be the crocodile. Because you skip the animation. So if you're not going to get it during the cutscene, just don't bother with it. Alright, so this is hut jumps. They might look intimidating, they're not so bad. You want to stand in the middle of this. I normally hold about like up left on the stick. And then when you reach like the peak of your jump before you hit the platform, you want to rat-a-tat wrap. Like that. So if you hit the platform before you rat-a-tat wrap, you're going to miss it. So you want to rat-a-tat wrap before you hit this platform. You don't want to wait until you hit it. Before you hit the platform, you want to rat-a-tat wrap. It's very important. Like, let's say I wait like that. I can't make it up there. So you absolutely want to rat-a-tat wrap before you hit the platform. It's key. And also being here at the peak of the hut is also pretty important. This is applicable to every hut jump. So you want to be at the top, rat-a-tat wrap before you hit the platform. Just like that. Grab these notes. Break this open. Again, rat-a-tat wrap before the peak. Bust this open. I like to turn the camera around here so it's facing the Croctus. Now I'm going to explain how to hit this Croctus without failing once. So you just want to line your camera so you're facing straight with the Croctus. So like this, I'll hit it. Now the timing for this is right before the Croctus closes its mouth. Right before it closes its mouth, you shoot an egg and jump right in Talon Trot. Just like that. You'll always hit it. Once you're down here, you want to jump on this platform. Whoops. And just keep going. Grab these notes. Here, I like to hit this Croctus now. Some people do it later. I like to do it now because the Buzz Bomb's usually not in the way. You can always kill the Buzz Bomb if you want, but the Buzz Bomb's usually not in your way when you hit it the first time when you're here. So I like to do it then. You can do it on the way back as well. It's up to personal preference, really. But I like to do it before, since the Buzz Bomb is not as much of a nuisance. Jump to get this Jinjo. So for all of these sticks, you just want to jump before you get to the top, so you skip the little animation that brings you up. It's pretty important. Saves a little bit of time everywhere. Now we're going to be coming up on turtles, which are completely random, so you can end up losing quite a bit of time here if you're not careful. By not careful, I mean if the game screws you over. You have no real control over this. Just hit the feet. Be careful with this Buzz Bomb, it can be pretty trolly. Yeah. Ideally, you want to jump into the Croctus so you grab the Jiggy during this cutscene, but if the Buzz Bomb hits you, it's pretty rough. How much health do we have? 4. Yeah, we have enough. Having like 3 health for turtles is really safe. Ideally, I don't like being at 2. 2 seems a little sketchy, but if you're at 3, you're honestly way fine. Enter Talon Trot here. Cancel the text. Come in here. Alright, so this is pretty important. So what we're going to do here is as we're getting this token, we're going to jump straight into Tip Top, so we're going to bounce off of him. There'll be a text box. Then we're going to go to the right of Tip Top. Then we're going to cancel the text box. And right before the text box goes off screen, we're going to jump into Tip Top again. And then we'll be able to move during the cutscene. Now, if you jump too late after canceling the text box, what's going to happen is you'll trigger Tip Top twice. If that happens, your entire pattern is screwed. The turtles that are going to be displayed are not going to be the right ones. I don't know what happens, honestly. But your best solution, if that happens to you, is to leave Tip Top, come back in, and do it again. Otherwise, you just won't know what the actual turtles are, so you're essentially guessing which turtle is which is not great. So, this is what it's going to look like. And you can move during the turtles. And I like to ride the turtles down for round 2 and 3. So you can choose to write them down as well, or you could choose not to. Also, keep in mind that the turtles can give you a dead zone, so sometimes you will hit them, but they won't register. There's no real way to prevent that. It's kind of random, and you just have to hit the turtle again, unfortunately. Ideally, you always want to be closer to the center turtle, because it's closest to all the other turtles. At least that's what I try to do. So, in theory, you're closest to whatever potential turtle could be there. So, ideally, you want to be closest to the middle. And if you get lucky, you'll end on turtles that are closer to where Tip Top is. Or you can jump, backflip, get this honeycomb, grab this Jiggy. And here you get a full health refill. So we're going to want to take 2 damage between now and getting to the maze that leads to Mumbo's hut. So the best way to do that... Here you can just jump into this Jiggy, grab it. Best way to do that is right here is to roll into the swamp water. Enter Talon Trot. Keep going. Keep going. And once we get next to the boots, we want to get hit by the swamp water and roll into the boots. So cancel Talon Trot, get hit, roll into them. Boom, you took 2 damage. Now, if you don't feel confident in your ability to go through this maze and you think you're going to take additional damage, don't take the extra damage, since you're going to be at exactly 1 life once this is said and done. So if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you don't have to. If you choose to keep the 2 extra life, you can also lose a vial of round and not die. So here, just make sure you jump for this note. Enter Talon Trot. Grab this note. And here you should be at 3 health once you reach this platform. That is the ideal amount of health you want to be at. And here you just want to make your way to this Jiggy. You can choose not to do this in Talon Trot, just roll flutter across this or walk. I've seen people do this plenty of ways, just do whatever's most comfortable to you. With time and practice, you'll get a lot better at this. But it's pretty self-explanatory, just jump through it. Get these notes. Now we're 1 health. So if you're 1 token short, for any reason, there is an extra backup token right behind Mumbo's hut right here. So if you need an extra token, that's a really good backup. Oh. And here we're going to transform. So we're coming up on Mr. Vile. Also, as the crocodile, you want to make sure you're pressing B all the time. It does give you a little speed boost. But be careful. You don't want to move too much when you're pressing B. Has a little bit of weird property. Here, you don't want to jump off. If you jump off, there's a chance that Buzz Bomb will hit you, and it will kill you. So I like to just keep chomping off the edge there instead of jumping. Come to this loading zone. And then don't cancel the Vile text immediately, because it's going to ask you to press A or B. We're going to want to press A. If you do accidentally cancel the Vile text, just walk away from him for a little bit, come close to him, press B while standing still, and it'll trigger the text box again so you can accept. After you accept, just cancel the text. Grab this Mumbo token for good luck. Grab these 3 notes. Then grab all these supplies. The only really meaningful ones are the red feathers. And maybe the gold feather, you might use that in Final Fight. And then I like to grab the last 2 red feathers in the middle of round 1, once I feel comfortable with my lead against Vile. A good strategy with Vile is to try to steal Yumblies from him, so try to like stay in front of him and just follow him, kind of like this. So you deny him from getting some and you grow your lead. So if Vile's going for this one, you can jump in front of him, press B, you'll steal it. So that's like the key strategy here. So just try to get as many from Vile as possible. And jumping in front of him and mashing B will allow you to do so. As you can see, we have a pretty like sizable lead here against them. So when I have a sizable lead like that, usually I like to just start going to go grab the red feathers. Normally I'd start doing that sooner, like I would have had both feathers by now. It's not a big deal. And once you get about 10 seconds of the second round, your running shoes are going to run out, so you'd have to keep that in mind, so you're going to have to go grab them to refresh them. There we go. So that's going to happen every round. And here, it's the same thing. Just get some Yumblies. If you can, try to steal some from Vile. Stealing from Vile is not always the best option. Definitely if you're not close to him. But if you can put yourself in a position where you're close to him and there's a lot of Yumblies, I definitely recommend trying to take as many from him as possible. It's definitely the ideal scenario you want to be in. It is the best strategy you can use against Vile. Other than good luck. Good luck just beats Vile no matter what. Oh, we missed that. You can see even with a bunch of mistakes and just doing this pretty casually, we're still beating him by a decent amount. For round 3, keep in mind that the Yumblies and Grumblies alternate every 10 seconds, and you can use the timer on the screen to determine when they're going to switch. So when it hits 50, then it switches to the yellow ones. When it's going to hit 40, it's going to go back to the red ones. Damn. What I like to do sometimes if I see like no other Yumblies to go grab, I like to wait between the ones that it's going to change to. I feel like that definitely helps a lot for this round. Makes a pretty big difference. That's an advantage you have that Vile doesn't. Vile doesn't know when they're going to change, so you can adapt to that, but Vile cannot. So you can take advantage of that knowledge. Oh. Yeah, sometimes when they transition, if you grab one at the last second, it won't register, and you'll choke. And also, ideally, you want to clear the yellow Yumblies at the top of the map, so Vile stays at the bottom, so he's closer to the exit. Because he's going to try to go for whatever Yumblie's closest to him. And then if you're close enough to Vile, you can skip having that text box he gave me. But if you're far enough away from him, you'll get a text box. There's like a little circle around him that triggers that, so you gotta be careful. But once you got that done, we're almost done. So here I like to have my camera zoomed in. It's pretty important. And you want to aim for the note on the left side of this tree. And you're going to grab these 3 notes. Go for this Jinjo. Turn your camera once. Grab this note. Turn your camera again. Get this Jiggy. And grab the last 5 notes. And hopefully the Buzz Bomb will be in a good spot. Sometimes you can be pretty trolly. You can also get stuck on the wall and it's not great. If he gets close to you and he notices you, then he'll kill you right away. And you can leave the level. After you leave BubbleGloop, you just want to make your way to Furnace Fun, the last stretch of the run. So recently we've discovered a new method of performing the Furnace Fun skip, which did add quite a bit of RNG that didn't exist there before. So what's going to happen is we're going to get a question wrong on a death square, and we're not going to get kicked off the board, and we'll be allowed to move throughout the board freely. But the skip cannot be performed if you get a picture question. So the picture question nullifies the trick completely. And also, if you get a grunty question that you get correctly, it nullifies the trick, because you're not getting the question wrong. And also, for some piece of advice, try high jumping after you cross this green moss thing on the tree. Don't high jump after. This leaf is pretty picky. So I cancel Talon Trot right here, just high jump from here, just hold straight left, and you just go up. Just roll flutter into here. Quick Talon Trot. And then the Furnace Fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our way to the closest death square possible, and we're going to perform a trick called Nimpok. So here, cancel Talon Trot. If you don't cancel Talon Trot, you can't answer a question when you get on the board. So you want to make sure you cancel Talon Trot before you answer a question. Also make sure you hold A and B to speed up the grunty text going through this. And also for picture questions, mash A and B after when they pop up to make them go away sooner. Just make sure you don't get the questions wrong. If you don't know all the questions, that'll come with time. You can learn them. Alright. So if you get the Joker Square wrong, it's not that bad. It's only really important if you get a picture question or anything like that. So if you fail to skip the first time, it's important. So what's going to happen here is... So if you fail the skip on this square, you're going to want to do it on the square above that grunty question over there. So that's the backup square. If you fail both of those, the best backup is to die and try again. But if that does happen, what you're going to do is you're going to answer these 2 squares correctly, and then skip the time trial, skip the grunty question, and go to that square with the Joker cards. We'll skip the grunty text here. So what you're going to do is you're going to slowly go in between these 2 squares, and as you're going in between, you're going to mash Talon Trot. As you enter Talon Trot, you're going to mash A to answer the question. And the reason you go in as slow as possible is because there's a very, very small window in between these 2 squares where you can enter Talon Trot. And when I mean really small, I mean really small, like this. So there's like a 1 pixel window here where you can enter Talon Trot. What your goal is to carry your momentum over as you enter Talon Trot to go over the death square and answer the question in Talon Trot. So the reason the screen question is really bad is because when the screen questions happen, the game takes you out of Talon Trot, which completely nullifies the skip since it requires you to be in Talon Trot. So if you approach at the top here the same, really slowly, as slow as you can, as you're going in between, you mash Talon Trot. Skip the grunty text. And you don't want to go too slow. If you go too slow, you won't be able to do it. So we know that's Freezeezy Peak, so we'll enter Freezeezy Cove. And we'll get hit. And then we'll be able to move freely. Now, I just want to showcase the skip on this square to show how I would do that. So we'll answer this square to bring us back into Furnace Fun. And then what we're going to do is So you know how we did it like at the seam at the top? We're going to do it on the side here. So we're going to do it in between the two squares on this side. Oh. I didn't know the barrier didn't come back. Okay, so apparently the barrier doesn't come back. Even if you answer a question. So that's good to know. So we'll go grab a 1-up. That's not that big of a deal. I just want to showcase the backup strat, just so people know. But that, yeah, you learn something new every day. Welcome to speedrunning. So... Okay. Hopefully we'll get this right. Yeah, okay. Talon Trot. We'll perform Nimpock again. Just in case I get a grunty question, I get it wrong, I don't want a game over. He will eat 10. So we're going to answer this right, so we'll pretend like we failed this. So we're still on the Furnace Fun board. We can't really do anything. We can't go out. So we'll answer these two questions. So let's say you answer it right, or you get a picture question, which means you would want to answer the square right. This is what you would do. So after this question, skip these two. And then in between these, like that. So we got a screen question, which is really unfortunate. So that was Gobi's. It doesn't really matter. We're going to want to die anyways. So yeah, you can get very bad luck on this. This is just to show that this new skip can be brutal. That's for sure. So that's how you do the backup there, just in between that seam. But get some practice in, you'll definitely get better at it. It's a bit tricky at first, but the slower you go while still maintaining enough momentum to get to the death square, the easier it's going to be. Because the more opportunities you have to hit that one pixel, because you're moving slower. The faster you go, the more difficult it's going to be, because you have less of a window to hit that one pixel. So you really want to make sure you don't try to run past in between the two squares. That's going to make it significantly more difficult. So it's very important to try to go slowly. That's the key to this. Come on. It can be difficult, even if you practice it a lot. It's not the easiest. Alright. So what's in there, make no mistake. A dirty hippo, which is wrong. We'll get hit. I still want to grab this 1-up. Then just make your way off this board. Skip everything, no problem. No issues. Alright, so here you're going to want to be careful. You want to jump around this cauldron so you don't trigger it. Another thing I should point out is there is an extra life up here. So if for whatever reason you're at 0 lives and you'd want an extra life, you can come grab this. Make sure you jump around that cauldron. Or trigger it. You want to be more to the left. But ideally you don't want to trigger that cauldron. Open this up. So ideally, in a Banjo run, the only refill you're supposed to get is the eggs. Now, if you're really low on feathers or you're not comfortable in your ability to do the flying sections, you can grab other refills. So this refill here, this is red feathers. So if you need red feathers, you open this door. The door on the left of this door is double health. So if you want double health, you can go and grab that. This door is gold feathers. We really don't need that one. And these are eggs. This is the one you want. And if you want a double health, you can go and grab that. So when you get close to Dingpot, there's going to be a text box. There's a really easy way to skip it. What you want to do is you see this black dot. That black dot right there in the middle of the screen. You want to walk up to that black dot, and once you get to it, you're going to do a full jump and then rat-a-tat-rap into Dingpot. Then that will make it so when you trigger the text, you're already in Dingpot, so it's not really going to slow you down. Like this. Just like that. And we head to Grunty fight. So the first thing you're going to want to do is run backwards. and you want to run into this wall. And I turn around like this. You can turn your camera the other way if you want. Once Grunty laughs, you want to beak bust to not get hit. Once she turns around, you want to poop 6 eggs. Then you go left. You want to go away from the castle, so you don't get hit into the void. You shoot 3 eggs. I like to stand here for the second time, wait a little bit. Shoot 3 more, just for insurance. You can also grab extra feathers on the side if you need them, like this. Shoot more eggs. But grabbing the feathers does slow you down, so it's a lot easier to get hit by the fireballs. Hit her 3 more times. Cancel her text. Damage cancel that. Start flight. Then mash B. And just turn around. You can hit her sooner than that. You just gotta be like, you have to have a good understanding of where your beak bomb's gonna land when you do it, because there is a delay between you pressing the button and you hitting Grunty. And she does throw an extra fireball every time. So the first time she'll throw 0 fireballs, she's gonna start flying, so you can hit her the first time. The second time she'll throw 1 fireball, so if you beak bomb directly where she is, by the time you get to her, you're not gonna hit her. So you kinda gotta correct that you know she's gonna be further ahead on her path. So you gotta beak bomb a little bit more to the side. Once she does 2 fireballs, you gotta be careful. She's gonna start moving when you beak bomb and when you hit her. But as long as you're not overcorrecting too much to the left, if she's going right, you'll hit her. And then for the last one, if you beak bomb fast enough, she won't move at all because she's throwing 3 fireballs. So that shouldn't be an issue at all. So just have to mess around with that, get a good feeling for it. And now you're gonna want to go to the right of this grate. So you see this grate? The right of this is where you want to be. And then you're gonna want to stand on the corner of this tile. Then after 2 fireballs, you're gonna poop eggs backwards. So in the corner of this tile, poop eggs backwards, and they should land into the... okay, we missed it. So this is a cutscene skip. So if you get it, the Jinjo cutscene will play during this cutscene. I just missed 1 egg. It can happen. But ideally, you should land this if you stand on that corner. Here, what I like to do is you stop moving as soon as she starts firing the ball. So as soon as the fireball gets fired, stop. Just don't move and the fireball will never hit you. Since she tries to calculate where you're going to be if you keep going in a straight line exactly where you're going. So if you're walking in circles, and also make sure you jump for the last Jinjo so you hit her sooner. But if you're walking in circles, she will never hit you. And she's always going to calculate where you're going to be with a straight line. So if you walk in zigzags, she's always going to miss you. So here a good example is if I walk in a circle, she will never hit me. Not once. Cancel this. So here there's a black spot on the ground. You want to stand right in front of this black spot right here. Stand right there. It'll be right in front of the Jinjonator. What you're going to do here is the first time you're going to shoot 3 eggs. So 3 eggs, turn your camera. 2 eggs, turn your camera. 2 eggs, turn your camera. 3 eggs. And then shoot as many eggs as you can into this. Ideally, you should get all 5 before you get hit. Then you get hit. And then you shoot the last 5 into this. And boom! You have just officially completed Banjo-Kazooie 100%. Hopefully with a new personal best. But Gruntilda can be pretty intimidating, but it just takes a lot of experience. The most important part is honestly dodging the fireballs and not taking unintentional damage. And the beak bombs. I would highly recommend getting a good feel for the beak bombs on this fight because they can be very tricky and they're very easy to miss. Another thing to keep in mind is you never, ever want to beak bomb downwards during the final fight. If you do, you can crash land on the side of the castle and fall off completely. So if you're ever beak bombing towards Grunty, you either want to be beak bombing up or just neutral. Never down. So if you're above Grunty and you're like facing downwards to beak bomber and you miss, you can easily die. You don't want to do that. Outside of that, that's about it. And if you get hit too much and you die too often, just grab the double health until you feel more comfortable. All that kind of stuff. Pretty standard stuff. Other than that, that's all you need to know to speedrun Banjo-Kazooie 100%. That's all you need to know to become the very best. Thanks for watching, guys. If you have any questions, any comments, any issues, leave them in the comment section down below. And if you're interested in watching live speedruns, follow me on my Twitch. But that's all I got. Hopefully you enjoyed the tutorial. Hopefully it was helpful. Hopefully it was good. Hope it was good. And I'm gonna head out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace.